Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Naruto blessed by the powerful goddess and married with Kaguya goddess. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Two people walked together in the woods, a young blonde-haired, blue-eyed man that looked to be about 19 years old. His clothes were torn, covered in dust and dirt, his skin stained with dried blood. The other was an unnaturally pale woman with milk-white eyes, though her inhuman appearance was exacerbated by a vertical slit on her forehead and broad horns on top of her head. Like him, her clothes were also torn and dirty, her skin muddied by her own dried blood. "We're here." The young man stumbled forward, but there is no destruction, the woman said as she collapsed underneath the tree. "Perhaps the beast is asleep or sealed somewhere. It has to be, or else we're screwed." The young man sat beside her. "This place is peaceful. There are even birds here. That's a good sign." "Why would birds be a good sign?" She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "Look at them. I can't sense anything from them. Fragile and weak creatures. If things like them survive, then that means that I don't know how to explain this anymore." He chuckled and clutched his stomach in pain. "I mean that this place must be simple and without many predators. It's something about the environment. If Orochimaru's calculations were correct, then there are at least 7 years before that thing arrives in Konoha." He wasn't very sure about the numbers though. "You're right." She opened her eyes and saw the birds and critters around. He worded it very poorly, but he was right. If the creatures here are weak and fragile, then that means the ecosystem isn't as harsh and demanding, and that whatever went wrong hadn't happened yet. The harsher the environment, the stronger the creatures in it. But then again, she didn't need her Byakugan to see that the place was peaceful. Quote. The two stayed there in silence for a few minutes, enjoying the tranquility of this new world's natural surroundings, eventually falling asleep side by side. Next day, the morning after was sort of awkward for the two. They woke up to find themselves spooning. To think that but 2 days back, she was trying to drain his life force dry while he was trying to seal her away. Truly a lot has happened in these 2 days, the two reflected, unknowingly reflecting each other's thoughts before their hunger and thirst made them snap out of it. The first thing they did was hunt and cook the first animal that they ran across, which happened to be the world's unluckiest boar. Then they both formed water out of their own chakra to drink. To Naruto it felt sort of strange, but the energy he recovered through drinking water that he made was more than the cost of making said water. Naruto sighed. They were both in front of the campfire where they had devoured the boar. "So now what? Where should we start?" "I am not sure. I suppose we should find civilization and learn more about this planet," Kaguya answered. The veins around her eyes bulged. The Byakugan was a special type of eye. Through it the user could see over vast distances, through objects, and even emotions and souls. Kaguya's eyes were special even among the rest. She didn't need to push them to their limit to find what she was looking for. They both had recovered a lot of their missing chakra, and her chakra robes reformed. "There is a river not far from here to that direction." Kaguya pointed at a direction through the forest, unsure how she should name it, given that they were in a different planet. "The river goes through a city." "I was forgetting you had the Byakugan. Can you see the people of the city?" Naruto asked, staring at the direction that she pointed. Her eyebrows twitched, but she complied and focused on the people. "They look human, like the people from your world, but they do not seem to possess chakra." "So you like this place?" Naruto asked and chuckled. He knew about her stated motives and desire to take his chakra. But for now, he was safe in the knowledge that she needed him as much as he did her. She ignored him, got up and began walking in the direction of the city. After about an hour walking together in silence, at a somewhat fast pace, they reached the river. Slightly unnerved by the long silence, and fearing that he had somehow angered her, he mustered up the courage to try and start a conversation. "I think we may stand out a lot on the city. You know, horns, pale eyes, torn clothes, whiskers. Think we should do something about it?" he asked, and she stopped walking to turn to him. She blinked. He had a point. Maybe they should do something about their appearance. Coating her hand in chakra, she prepared to cut off her horns, but Naruto grabbed her wrist and stopped her. He looked startled. Whoa! No need to cut them off, he released her wrist. It's possible to disguise them, and your eyes, and my whiskers, and our clothes. But our smell, we should take a bath for that. She looked at the river. Very well then. Without so much as a warning, her robes dispersed, and she was left as naked as sunlight. Whoa, what are you doing? Naruto blushed and turned away from her. You said that we should take a bath. I agree. She tied her hair into 4 large buns. I didn't think you cared about modesty given our first encounter. Naruto's blush intensified and he began to fiddle with his hands. Oh, that was different. I'll just leave and come back later. That would be an unnecessary waste of time. Join me. She ordered as a round depression was imprinted on the ground besides the river, which then began to fill with water. Naruto hesitated to look at her, but when he finally did, she was already inside the improvised tub, and it was already filled with water. Are you waiting for an invitation? She asked, and the water steamed. Oh no. Right. He looked around and took off his clothes and pouch, placing them on the ground besides Kaguya, and entered, trying his best to not look at her body. Calm down, she's the sage's mom, my ancestor. She made black zetsu. The water temperature continued to rise, reaching an almost uncomfortable warmth. Opening her hand, Kaguya created a blue and white stone and then dropped it on the water. She could create dimensions, bath salts and soap weren't a problem. So let's be honest with each other. Naruto, now getting used to her, tried to continue the conversation, trying to keep his eyes on her face. How do you feel about working together? She stared at him blankly with the usual Hyuga stoic expression. Bubbles began to appear on the water along with a nice fragrance from the stone she dropped earlier. We may as well get this over with now. If we are to do this together, then I need to trust you and you need to trust me. No backstabbing, no deception. If we are to do this together, if we can't, we may as well part ways now. Naruto sighed and looked into her eyes. Unlike her, he didn't have a Byakugan capable of seeing souls and emotions. He had Senjutsu, but it didn't work on her when it came to that. It was also a bit of a risk he was taking in bringing up the conversation, and Kaguya knew that. Although they were both exhausted, he didn't stand a chance at sealing her alone, much less killing her if she decided to end him then and there. I do not want to kill you, Kaguya answered simply, maintaining her stoic face. I do want the chakra inside you, but I know that I will need you as you are if we are to succeed. If you survive and we accomplish what we came here for, then I will take my chakra back. Naruto blinked a few times and grinned. At least she was being honest, or so he thought. I can work with that. Then you can count on me. Believe it. His grin widened, and he would have given her a thumbs up if it weren't for the limited arm movement given the small tub they were in. How do you suggest we disguise ourselves? Kaguya tilted her head. It was really hard to judge her emotions, but he guessed that she was fine with their arrangement. I don't know. I'd need to get a closer look for me to know exactly, but for starters, let's hide these horns and eyes. He scooted next to her and placed his hand on her head. Smoke erupted around her, and when it dispersed, her horns and her third eye disappeared. Her Byakugan was changed to a pair of cerulean eyes like his, but it still didn't help much to determine her emotion. What technique is this? It is similar yet different to those that you used. Kaguya saw herself through a hazy reflection on the water. It was just an image on top of her face. She could still feel her horns on her head. The new eyes were lifeless and stationary just as much as her usual ones. Why do you have to keep reminding me of that? Naruto huffed. He used the reverse harem jutsu once on her, and she refused to let him forget about it. That is just a simple disguise. It is temporary. Hopefully, they have sunglasses and headbands in this world. Sunglasses? She asked, blinking a few times. It was slightly unnerving, like talking with a doll. Oh, right. They are a somewhat new invention, dark-tinted glasses on metal or plastic frames that people put in front of their eyes to hide them or to weaken sunlight. Naruto explained and she nodded, then got up. Not being prepared for her sudden movement, Naruto failed to turn away in time and ended up seeing what he had been avoiding, every single thing. Oh God, no! That's Madara's body. Erase. 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 Naruto chanted with his eyes closed, the mental image of Madara overriding his memory of Kaguya's body. Get ready. We need to go. Naruto heard Kaguya say and opened his eyes to see her back in her robes, skin already dry. Right, yeah. He got out of the water and looked at his old dirty clothes. Unlike Kaguya, he couldn't make chakra clothes, and putting them back on would defeat the purpose of the bath. So after a few seconds of thinking, he made a hand sign and smoke covered him. When it dispersed, he was wearing a set of clothes. If I can use the sexy jutsu to appear naked, then the opposite can work as well. Man, it feels cold though. He bent down and picked up his pouch. There were some important things in it that he couldn't lose. To Kaguya, he was still naked, which was amusing, but she didn't show her amusement, or any emotion for that matter. They resumed their walk with no further conversation till they spotted the city on the horizon. The city was large and the river went down through it, joining with several other streams along the way. Kaguya could see that the river flowed into the sea on the other side of the city. There were roads heading towards it with cars and other vehicles passing by, which were completely foreign to the two. In the middle of the road, there was an immobile and seemingly broken vehicle with a bit of smoke coming from the front. Naruto and Kaguya were far from that road, but they could see it well. A man came out from the metal thing and opened a lid on the front where the smoke seemed to be originating from. His clothes are simple. I think I can blend in with my jumpsuit, Naruto told Kaguya, taking a seat by a nearby rock. I think there is somebody inside that thing. Can you see? Yes. There is a woman. Kaguya analyzed the woman and her clothing began to shift, changing into black pants similar to jeans and a tank top with a buttoned-up shirt above. The shirt and tank top being black and white, carrying her 6 pads theme and magatamas along it. Will this do? I guess you could shorten your hair a bit, make those buns smaller, but no matter what we do, you'll still stand out regardless. Naruto shrugged and got up. Kaguya's hair shrunk and thinned, undoing the buns that she had, her hair falling to the middle of her back. Is this better? Yeah. Sure. Follow my lead, Naruto said, and the two continued to the city. 1 month later, adapting to the new world was difficult due to many factors. The main ones being that neither of them the native language and they had no understanding of their technology. Some of the things were familiar to Naruto like radios, ramen and gold. It seems that even in a different dimension ramen was a real thing. Fortunately, gold was a precious metal just like in his home dimension and could be used to obtain currency, and thankfully that was something Kaguya could produce. Their combined ability and expertise of sensing and seeing emotions helped them a lot with understanding people and settling in, plus the occasional soul reading from the handful of criminals that were enticed by the idea of stealing their gold. Turns out, being a complete unknown and selling large quantities of gold makes the criminal underworld interested in you. Currently, the two aliens found shelter in a small 1-bedroom apartment that belonged to one of the aforementioned criminals. Naruto never found out what Kaguya did to the poor fool. He didn't quite feel that it was worth it to argue with her over the subject. The apartment state was quite shabby when they first settled in, with grime and rubbish scattered around the place. But after a day of cleaning, a bit hard work, and Kaguya's abilities, they turned the place into something almost fitting for a goddess. Kaguya wanted to expand further to the other apartments, but that was where Naruto drew the line. They had already attracted unwanted attention with their large sale of gold. They needed to lay low for a while, especially given they knew very little of this new world and had to consider the possibility that there were enemies around them that they couldn't beat. Speaking of enemies, they found nothing on the gigantic monster that destroyed their world or the army of Crimson Knights that invaded. One would think that there should be some clues on them, but nothing so far. Of course, their searching methods were rather limited given their also limited understanding of the world's languages, writings, and technology. The two are currently in their apartment. Kaguya sitting on their bed, a large bed with a golden frame and black and white sheets, watching novels on her third favorite modern invention, TV. Her second favorite modern invention being the chocolate milk shake and the first being carrot cakes with chocolate frosting. Meanwhile, 3 blonde clones sat on the ground, each one reading a different book. They had small notebooks by their sides and kept taking small notes every once in a while. Kaguya wore tight black pants and a white shirt that showed her midriff. Her hair was loose, reaching the middle of her back, and her horns were out since there was no need to hide herself in their home. On the bedside, there was a pair of round sunglasses and a beret that she used when she went outside. The clones wore only their version of the black pants, their torso bare. "This is so boring. My head hurts," one of the copies complained to another. House Illustrated Dictionary of Mythology. Another Naruto said to the first, looking at his book, "Mine is Japanese for dummies, which isn't too bad for a textbook anyways." Well, the Herbal Alchemist's Handbook is actually pretty good. If we learn how to use Mokuton someday, then this can be useful. The third copy told the rest, showing his book. There was a pile of books besides the 3. "Can you 3 be quiet? Robert and Lucy are finally going to kiss." "Yes." Kaguya gave a small grin as the 2 people on the screen kissed, causing the 3 Narutos to stare at her with a stoic expression. That's just not worth arguing over. There could be worse things for her to do. All 3 Narutos thought, and then went back to their books. They had to pick their fights with her carefully and wisely. The program that she was watching ended with the kiss, the next program being a religious one. "Good night, brothers and sisters. On tonight's The Show of Faith, we are continuing our study of Revelations," the preacher on the TV said, and the Naruto's ear perked up while Kaguya prepared to turn it off. "Wait. Don't. I want to hear what he has to say," one of the Narutos told Kaguya, and she tilted her head to him. "You are interested in preaching?" Kaguya asked and placed the controller down. "Why the sudden interest?" "I think there is something going on. Ever since we arrived here, I found nothing on monsters or that gigantic creature." The Naruto with the book on myths went to the bed. "I've been reading about these myths and legends, but they're all about religions from long ago, and none mentioned the red beast. This Christianity has a widespread following nowadays, but the information I read tends to contradict itself. There seem to be several strange happenings around religious hot spots like churches, happenings that seem to be where all the contradiction centers on. I think there's something going on, and maybe this could shed some light." The other clones dropped their books and focused completely on the TV. "I hadn't thought about it like that. I should pay more attention." Kaguya also focused on the TV. On a previous program, the preacher had already went through the letters to the churches. And for the next 40 minutes, he went through the seals and had started on the 7 spiritual figures. "And John stood upon the sea and saw a beast rise out of the abyss, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy." We will continue this study next Saturday. Now we'd like to give a chance to our rising singer Philip and then the tithes and offerings. One of the Narutos picked up the remote and turned off the TV. "You see that? Yeah. Cults take tithes and offerings in this world too, maybe? No. Don't go there. We need to keep a low profile. That is our number 1 rule. No attracting attention. We don't know what we are up against." Another Naruto interrupted Kaguya, making her eyebrow twitch. But more importantly, the other thing that he just said about the beast coming from the abyss, big scary creature with 7 heads, 10 horns, and bad breath, sound familiar? "Of course, I noticed it, idiot." Kaguya glared slightly. "I cannot forget that creature." "You think that there is a relationship between this cult and the beast?" "Maybe. I think that it is definitely worth looking into," a clone said, and the one that had the mythology book interjected. "Maybe there is something going on with all of these myths. If one is true, then what else is? Now I'll dispel these 2 and we continue this talk tomorrow when I wake up," the last Naruto said, and the other 2 dispelled in bursts of smoke. A few seconds later, his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he fell unconscious on the bed. Kaguya stared at his unconscious body. It would be so easy for her to get rid of him now, take back her chakra. It was very tempting. She could hear the whispers in the back of her head telling her to do it, but she couldn't do it. She needed him at his best. She couldn't do it all alone, and she owed him. He has been studying till he collapsed for the last few weeks. Something that she couldn't bring herself to do. His presence made her life easier. a commodity that she was growing used to. Naruto began to snore. Kaguya poked his cheek. He was completely out cold just like the other times, and he probably wouldn't wake up if the world was falling apart. Using clones to study was taking its toll on his already damaged mind. Kaguya pulled the sheets from underneath him and covered him with them, then stared at him. She must have stared at him for an entire hour thinking, how can he sleep so relaxed? She didn't feel tired. She had recovered her chakra almost completely, and she'd barely spent any of it throughout the day. Still, there wasn't much to do, or rather, there was plenty to do and study, but she didn't feel like doing them, so she dispelled her clothes and crawled underneath the sheets beside him and just laid there. Next morning, Naruto woke up with a searing migraine and blurry vision. He got up and found Kaguya on the dining table drinking a chocolate milkshake. There were waffles, syrup, and orange juice on the table, presumably for him. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and shook his head, then got up from the bed and went to the table. How long you've been waiting this time? Just came back, Kaguya said, taking sips of the milkshake. Every once in a while, she'd bring breakfast for him from a nearby coffee shop. Oh, great then. He sat on the table and sighed. His head was spinning, and it was very hard to focus. Kaguya noticed and knew about the cause, but didn't comment on it. What time is it? 11. She stared at him with her usual stoic expression. It used to be unnerving, but by now he'd gotten used to it. Ahem. He poured the syrup on the waffles and began to eat. You look like you got something to say. Last night, you said we would continue the conversation. I have been waiting. She finished the milkshake and Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Oh, right. Give me a few minutes. He drank the orange juice and finished up eating, then closed his eyes. He stood still, then slowly inhaled and then slowly exhaled and used the calming exercise to gather his thoughts. When he opened them again, they were focused, sharp. To them, the beast and the apocalypse isn't a literal thing, rather some kind of metaphor. Now we know the beast is real, and it exists somewhere in this world, but what else is real? If they were common knowledge, then we would have found out about them already. So it is possible that these things are hidden. We need to find out how much of it is real. Naruto sighed and rubbed his forehead. And where do you think we should start? I'm not sure where we should start. Naruto looked around, his mind starting to warm up. Quote. Kaguya stared at him blankly and after a short while he snapped his fingers. I think that if there are angels and devils among these humans, then either they are invisible or undetectable to us, in which case there's no use in searching, or there simply isn't any in this city for us to detect at all. So we should get moving and try our luck on other cities. He stopped to think for a few moments. From now on, you should keep your Byakugan activated for as long as possible. Look for clues, abnormal energy, anything different to give us a starting point. He's becoming smarter. Is this a product of the abuse and stress of his copies? Kaguya activated her Byakugan. Is there anything else? Yay, there is. Just give me a second. Naruto clutched his stomach as if in pain, took a deep breath and recomposed himself. We should use this place as base or find another if it proves to be too distant from what's important to us. We should start moving. Also, I've been meaning to ask, can you create dimensions? I mean, did you create the ones that you used during our fight? How does that work? Do they still exist? He's in pain, a side effect of the changes to his brain. His body is suffering from the abuse his mind is going through. Kaguya walked over to the bedside and picked up her sunglasses. I did create those dimensions, but because we've traveled so far away, they are too far for me to access them. The process of creating them is difficult to explain. You can make others then. I could, but the quick method would attract attention and the slow and subtle method would take me several days of preparation. Kaguya answered as Naruto stretched himself. I wish I had asked you earlier when we arrived. I need you in your eyes. I could end up missing a lot, but we would need a more stable and reliable base. He closed his eyes and began weighing the options. You should stay and do what you have to do. That is more important at the moment. I'll go alone and try to figure out as much as I can. You do not want to stay and supervise, stated, not bothering to be subtle about the subject. Supervise? Nah. Look, we went through this already. We need to trust each other for the sake of the mission. I'll give you the space that you need and do my part. Naruto smiled with his eyes closed and then walked over to his backpack, a simple dark orange one. I trust you will put whatever personal objective aside for now, and do what you have to for the mission. Of course, Kaguya's lips curled upwards, and I trust you will do so as well. I will come back in 2 weeks. He filled his backpack with books that he had yet to finish and that he should read and left in a burst of speed. Scene skip beach. On the beach, Naruto stared at the ocean deep in thought. It was night and there was nobody around. He had a rolled-up map in his right hand. According to the map, he was in Australia, and if he went north, then he would end up in New Guinea and then Japan. They say that the more you love something, the farther you're willing to go for it. Sasuke loved his clan and family, Itachi loved his village and little brother, Obito loved Rin, Madara loved his little brother and his clan. They all went to extreme lengths for the things and people that they love. Naruto loved his friends, he loved his village. He loved his people. He wanted to bring peace to his world. Stop the wars. Stop the suffering, but he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't save his village. He couldn't bring peace to his world. He couldn't save a single friend. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't good enough. He had to be better. Returning the map back to his backpack, he zipped it up, reached to his pouch and pulled out 2 small jars. The jars were filled with a pale green liquid and floating inside one jar was a red eye with 3 tomos on them. Obito's remaining eye, his last gift to Naruto before his death by the hands of the leader of the Crimson Army. Inside the other jar were Sasuke's, or rather Itachi's eyes, an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and a unique Rinnegan. He knew deep down that these were his best bet at success at the moment. He knew deep down that he couldn't expect Kaguya to do what must be done if he himself couldn't. Naruto was many things, but a hypocrite was not one of them. Yet, he also knew that having these eyes would change him. He feared what these eyes represented. Would he be lost in his own regrets and fears, like many Uchiha had in the past? Would he become a monster, an unfeeling killing machine? He shook his head. As much as he feared them, he needed the advantages they would grant him, the unrivaled powers of Sasuke's Rinnegan, the perfect recollection and attention to detail of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Calmly. Is it too late to speak to Kaguya? He mused to himself. Shaking his head, the blonde placed both jars on the rock beside him. He raised a hand to his face. Walking through the ocean wasn't fun. Walking through it blindfolded didn't make it any more so. His medical knowledge wasn't close to that of Tsunade or Sakura, but when he could just touch stuff and voila, it is healed, he could go on and manage without that expertise. But that didn't make the process any less painful and fatiguing. Ripping out his eyes hurt a lot and attaching new eyes was just as uncomfortable. How the heck did Uchiha pluck them out as if they sunglasses? He didn't know, but he learned to respect their tolerance to the pain. He tore out both of his eyes and replaced them with Obito's right and Sasuke's left eye. They seemed to work, but keeping them up and running was an unnecessary use of his chakra when he needed them to keep him above water and running, so he didn't quite have much time to test them out. Nor did he try tether. Those type of things could be complicated, sensitive. Sure, he could heal and mend stuff, but should he push his luck? He had felt like he shouldn't, so after transplanting and replacing eyes, he blindfolded himself with a piece of cloth, entered Sage Mode and began running through the sea. Sage Mode also felt different, but that was to be expected, different universe, different energy. Through it, he sensed the fish and creatures and used them to map the surroundings and depth of the sea below to sort of guide him. It took him a while, maybe a day or 2 of running, but he found land, not quite the land that he was expecting. He underestimated his own speed and the distance between one continent to another combined with a few wrong turns. He ended up skipping New Guinea, ending up in the Yuku Islands, just a bit south of the southern part of Japan, Kagoshima. Upon arriving, the first thing he did was find a place to rest and recover to then start his search for anything abnormal. It was already hard to find something that you know what it is or what it looks like, even harder to find something that you don't know what it looks like. But thankfully he had a few factors on his side, the first factor being clones. Why do something alone when you can make clones to help you do it? The second factor, and equally important if not a little bit more than the first, is senjutsu. By connecting himself with the world's unique energy, he could get a better feel on the energy of people and surroundings, things that he wouldn't have noticed without, and maybe that's why Kaguya couldn't see as well for whatever reasons, or if she could then she didn't say. Things like an increase in energy around churches, some people having slightly more energy than others, and then there were the oddballs. As he and his clones went through the cities, he noticed humanoid beings with different energy signature that turned out to not be human at all. Strange little spirits lurking around, foxes in human disguise, but those weren't the oddballs yet. The oddballs were humans with different energy signatures deep inside their core. It was very hard to notice. He had to pass very near them to detect the difference in the feel of their energy. Kind of reminded him of Jinchuriki's, which served to Kaguya's defense that maybe she wasn't used to the new energies to distinguish them enough, or that possibly the energies didn't appear for her eyes. It was hard to tell which was worse, an energy that her eyes couldn't distinguish or that she was withholding things. Right now it has been 4 days since he parted ways with Kaguya and 2 days since he arrived in Japanese territory. He'd seen what he had to see on the Yuku Islands and left to the north to the main part of Japan where he had higher chances of running into something interesting. His eyes were still blindfolded, but he knew that the name of the city is Kwa. Because literal blindfolds were attracting too much attention, he swapped them for shades and simply kept his eyes closed. He was walking around the city with his hands tucked in his pocket when he felt a new type of energy, a demonic type and holy type. The holy type was similar to what he felt around churches and temples, but more concentrated. He tracked the source and came to find 2 humanoids. Now he couldn't see them to distinguish their features, but he could tell through deduction that they probably looked human. Their energies was also easier to detect, so he knew that Kaguya would undoubtedly have spotted them if she ran across them, and maybe even he would without senjutsu. Besides the 2, there were more with dark energy as well following them, like half a dozen of them. He followed them for a short while, noticing that they seemed to be on a date. They had lunch, went to the park, and that was where he stopped following them. It was getting late, and if he did continue to follow them, then the Dark One's friends would have spotted should he kept going, which brings him to his current location, a cheap motel. My head hurts so much. No more senjutsu. No more clones. Naruto dropped down on the bed. Ah, who am I kidding? Tomorrow, there will be more again. He rolled around the bed and sat himself upwards. Those things, I'm sure that if they exist, then that dark energy source was a devil. It didn't feel human, unlike that holy energy. He sighed and took off his shades. More important than those 2, what were the hidden ones doing? They were clearly trying to conceal themselves from them. Naruto heard from beside him. His altar was back, it seemed. I don't know. I need to keep observing them. Maybe I should talk to them. We can't talk to them yet. That's too early, and are you ready to fight them and the others watching them? We probably could, but let's play this smart just in case and observe. We're only here to find clues, not dive head on. Naruto heard its footsteps around the room, but couldn't feel any vibrations from the ground. Yeah. I guess you're right, or I'm right. This is confusing. Naruto chuckled a bit. He was talking to himself. He was becoming insane. There is no right or wrong between our arguments. We are a part of you. We are only helping you come to the best decisions, it said and stopped in front of Naruto. Also, we're heading to the 5th day since the transplant. You should start using them to get used with the chakra drain and effects of them. So long as you don't push too much chakra through them, then there shouldn't be any problems. Yay, but tomorrow, I need to sleep now, so stop bothering me. Naruto rolled around the bed and the presence of his other disappeared. Next day, waking up refreshed and ready for more, the first thing that Naruto did was open his eyes. At first, it was weird, very weird. The world was brighter and much more focused. He glanced outside and saw a pigeon. It was slow, like watching something in slow motion. He closed his eyes and gathered his concentration. When he opened them again, everything wasn't back to normal, but it was close enough. Thankfully, either of the eyes were taking much of his chakra. It was neglectful on the short term at least. He also should consider himself lucky for both eyes staying in their normal 3 tomo stage, and not in their Rinnegan and Manjiku form, which was fine. He could figure out how to use their evolution later. A surprise came when he entered Sage mode and saw himself in the mirror. He didn't have the usual frog colors, he didn't gain any features. But the world became even clearer, especially now that he was using his eyes as well. Tracking down the source of the dark energy once more, he found out that it was female, and that he was right that they looked humanoid. She was a rather beautiful and well-endowed silver-haired woman. He could tell that she was hiding something on her back, most probably wings of some sort. Jackpot. She must be a devil in human disguise, but Naruto thought as he saw her from afar, then looked around for the ones following her. Only one following, where are the rest? I should make a clone to look for the one with holy energy. When there was nobody looking, he discreetly made a clone which body flickered away immediately. Now, I observe, Naruto followed and watched the lady from afar. After a while, she met up with two more of her kind, and judging by their body posture around her, they were servants of sorts. They also weren't the ones that had been following her, so it made him wonder if the ones following her were even friendlies at all. Look, I know what you're thinking. You want to get information personally. I get it. I'm you, but are you sure? Other Naruto said, appearing besides the real him. Yeah. I'm sure. I can learn much more by getting close. Plus, she seems friendly. Naruto prepared to walk over to the supposed devil's location, but was stopped by his other. Okay then. But if we're doing this the right way. Other Naruto pointed to the one stalking the woman and her friends and subordinates. That thing over there, the one observing them, we can probably sneak up on it and get the drop on him. Before we talk to her, we should at least take him down and interrogate it, or even use that technique you thought of a few days back. I'll question him, but I can't use that technique. It goes against everything I believe in. Naruto took a deep breath and shook his head, then vanished in a burst of speed. The poor devil hardly saw what happened. One moment he was looking ahead, the next nothing. He blacked out. Naruto appeared behind him and chopped him on the back of the neck with a chakra-powered chop, instantly knocking him unconscious. Hey, it does work on them. Naruto chuckled to himself, and then picked up the devil and vanished with him to empty ruined building. I'm glad that they fall down like normal people would be in trouble if they didn't. I should name that attack. Yay, I'm calling it the Uzumaki chop. The devil was completely out cold, so he couldn't respond, and his other wasn't around either. So he was met with silence. And now what? He nudged the knocked-out devil with his shoe. Should probably wake him up, but before that, a clone of him appeared besides him and left to go watch the woman that he was observing before. Best to not let her unchecked. And with that taken care of, he lifted the devil and leaned his back against the wall. Smack! Naruto smacked the devil across the face in an effort to wake him up, but nothing. The guy was completely out cold. Speaking of cold, Naruto gained an idea. I know what will do the trick. He left for a few seconds and came back with a bucket filled with ice and water. Placed the bucket besides the devil, grabbed his head and shoved his head inside the bucket. At first his body was limp, but after a few moments, he began to struggle to get his head off the bucket and accumulate energy. Having anticipated it, Naruto pulled him out of the bucket and employed a technique that he had learned from the toads of Mount Myaboku. Smack! Naruto smacked the devil on the face, breaking his concentration and stopping the buildup of energy. Hey, moron! Keep trying and I smack you dead. Naruto tried to speak in the language that he learned in Australia, still getting the hang of the dialect. Although what he said probably wasn't what he intended to say. Nevertheless, it worked, and he stopped trying to build up magic. What are you? Naruto pointed at the man and then crossed his arms. The man looked to be in his mid-30s, wearing a trench coat, black hair and brown eyes, not much out the ordinary. What are you talking about? I'm just a normal guy. I work in a bank. I have kids. Please don't kill me. The man begged and Naruto grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up and slammed him against the wall. He may have been of a different species, but Naruto could still feel the lies from him. You know what you have to do. It is time to use that, Naruto heard in the depths of his mind, and the man began to struggle to get out of his grip. I don't want to, it is heresy. The sage would be so ashamed, Naruto said out loud, actually sounding sad about doing whatever it is, confusing the devil and scaring him. Upon releasing the devil, it gasped for breath. Please, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Just let me go. It's going to stick to this story. Let's just get it over with. Naruto grabbed him by the throat again. Last chance, the devil smirked. Do it. The hand holding the devil's neck glowed golden, and behind his shades, his eyes swirled. The man went stiff, and his body became pale right after. Naruto pulled his hand back, and along with it a dark substance. He was dead. Naruto's body trembled and his eyes opened and closed rapidly as millions of images flew through his mind in a second. The dark substance slipped through his hand as he lost his grip and faded away. Plof! Naruto fell on his back, his mouth opening and closing. There were so many memories, so many images. The technique was a perversion of Nishu and his own ability to connect with people. He connected with his target and ripped out their essence, a crude version of the human path from Nagato. Connect and pull. He was great when it came to tugs of war. The problem was that it was untested. He knew about how it worked. He fiddled with the theory, but practice was a whole different story. By grabbing their essence and by connecting with them, he went through their entire life. No filters. In this case, that was a lot of stuff. The devil was at least 2 centuries old. His head was throbbing. It took all of his willpower to not faint on the spot. It was as if he left 200 clones studying for an entire year, and they suddenly popped. He endured it for 30 seconds and fainted. Unspecified amount of time later, when Naruto woke up, his head was spinning and he was starving, but he was relatively fine. He certainly was better than the dead devil near him, whose half of his body had turned into dust. That didn't work out well, Naruto heard as he regained his vision. The knockback was such that even the eyes deactivated. That was on you, never listening to you again. Naruto got up and looked around. The devil was still dead, and from the lighting on the room or lack of it, it was now night. But I'm you, so you realize the problem with that. Other wrapped his arm around Naruto's shoulder, and the strange thing was that he felt him. Sorry, but it was necessary, needed to reboot you and gain information in the process. I ejected the useless information we got from him and kept some snippets that could be useful. Close your eyes and focus. You can go through them too. This is just great. If kaguya and secret cults weren't bad enough, now I got to worry about my own consciousness. A heads up would have been real nice. Naruto rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. Hey! If it is of any consolation between you and these things, I'm a fan of you. You gotta take it easy from now on. Outer warned him and disappeared. Flashes and words flew through Naruto's mind. Hell, a passage, civil war, for Satan's pillars, lots of important stuff on another time. Right now, there was something else really important going on revolving around King Peace and the devil that he was observing. The guy was a grunt. Lots of information, some useless, others invaluable for a newcomer like him, but still he was just a grunt. I wonder if Kaguya is having as hard of a time as I am. Naruto sighed and opened his eyes. Probably not. There is no helping it. I have to talk with her. Whatever it was that he and his friends are going to do, I might have sped things up. He felt like activating the eyes, but now that outer was away, he had access to some of the stuff of the things that it knew, or he knew, and through it he knew that if he activated the Sharingans again, then he wouldn't be able to deactivate them. It was confusing to Naruto. His mind was gaining a mind of its own, and it seemed to be getting more active as time passed. Staring at his hand, he opened and closed it, and a large spider crawled out from the back of it to his palm and then jumped down. He blinked, and it disappeared from the floor. What the fuck is going on with me? I probably shouldn't activate the Sharingan now, whatever. I can figure this out later. Naruto shook his head and left to find the devil from before. The clones that he had made earlier had dispersed when he fainted. As he left, he felt that there were several bursts of holy and demonic energy coming from different parts of the city. He created a shadow clone and had it go to where he felt the holy energy surge. The original went to demonic surge, which was the farthest among the two. Rooftop hopping in this modern world was tricky. Unlike in Konoha, there could be large differences in size from one place to the next. Skyscrapers and phone cord, minor annoyances. Halfway to his objective, the clone that he had sent dispersed, and he stopped. Clone memory. The clone had arrived on a park with one large barrier of holy energy. Inside that barrier, he found that man that he had observed in a date with the devil. He was in the middle of a fight with a group of people that also had holy energy. Among them, the leader seemed to be a middle-aged man with light brown hair, who wielded a large white sword with golden lines running along the blade, and a golden hilt. They are from the same group. Why are they fighting? Naruto squinted his eyes and cautiously approached. From their body language it seemed that they knew each other, and through senjutsu, he could feel that they were all under turmoil. That hardly seems like a fair fight. Time to make it even. He gathered chakra in his hand to make a Rasengan, but as he did the fight reached its apex. They had the man cornered and overwhelmed with their quick and consecutive attacks. He was fast and skilled but was outnumbered, and on the slip of his guard, the leader went through and swiped. He dropped his sword, his body fell limp and his head slid off his shoulders. Naruto's eyes widened and the Rasengan dispersed as the man's body and head fell to the ground. They didn't seem to notice him outside the barrier. They prayed and lit his body on fire with some type of oil, memory and. They had the same type of energy, and yet they killed him. I couldn't help him. Naruto frowned and then shook his head. Maybe it isn't late to get to the others. He pushed chakra through Obito's eye and the Sharingan appeared, morphing directly into the Manjikyu. Consequences be damned. He didn't make it that far by being overcautious. If the Uchiha Sharingan was as powerful as they claimed it to be, then it shouldn't break. There will be consequences for our meddling, but we can think about that later. I'll help you with that eye. The energy burst led him to an abandoned factory with a barrier around it. This time, the barrier was made of demonic energy. He went to touch the barrier and his hand phased through it, feeling a tug in his eye. His inner self, for as much of a pain in the head that he was helping by working around Obito's Sharingan. Phasing through the barrier, he entered and found the silver-haired devil, along with her other two friends that he had seen her with before, surrounded by around 20 devils. Her two friends was a woman with dark skin, in what seemed to be an outfit of the human military. She carried a rifle and had a pair of daggers on her back, while the other was a young bald man, very tough-looking. It all happened very fast. Their enemies prepared magical circles and the bald man got in front of the other two protectively, while the woman with the rifle gathered magic through her weapon. On the split second of when the surrounding enemy devils fired and the rifle woman prepared to squeeze the trigger, a smoke bomb erupted and clouded the warehouse. A huge explosion occurred from the launched attacks, and when it faded away they three were gone. Scene break. The three devils coughed and wheezed on the ground. Phew. That was a close one, hardly made it in time, Naruto said, patting away the dust from his clothes and bringing their attention to him. It was only after he said it out loud that he noticed that he had a much better handling of their language. What happened? Who are you? The silver-haired devil asked, getting up, the rest getting into a combat stance. Calm down. Contain yourselves. Don't need to thank me all at once. Naruto hopped to a cube a bit elevated from the one where they stood and sat on the edge. Beneath his sunglasses, his right eye receded to the three-tomo stage. Now if you mean what happened as in how you got into that mess, then that's what I'm trying to figure out. If you're asking about what happened in the fight, then I dragged you all here. Masaomi, I need to go help him. Take me back. She glared at Naruto and he frowned. Masaomi is a guy with long black hair and holy energy, right? Naruto asked her, and a feeling of foreboding came up. He really didn't want to be the one to give her the news. I'm sorry. No. He can't. How? Her energy flared and Naruto's frown deepened. Cheers. I can bring him back. If I use my evil pieces on him, then I can reincarnate him. Take me to his body. Reincarnate him. Naruto became weary of them. I'm sorry for your loss. I can take you back to him, but it won't be pretty. They were burning his corpse. I got no business in here, so I won't be sticking around. He needed her for information, and he was willing to help, but he couldn't show too much interest. All he had to do was wait. Please take me back to him. Tears fell from her face, and her two friends came to her support. But mistress, are you sure we are dead if we go back now? The woman with the weapon said. Naruto noticed that she and the bald man had some type of bond with the other woman besides an emotional one, a magical bond. So what? You just want me to leave him. I can bring him back. I have to. Not if it means you die in the process. And if they really burned his body, then there isn't anything we can do. I'm sorry, Klee. The woman hugged Klee, and she cried into her chest. Naruto stayed and watched as they had their moment. He took comfort in the fact that he had shades. They were good for masking emotions and eyes, which in his case were both equally important. After a while, Klee stopped crying for the most part, recomposed herself, and went to Naruto. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, mister. Could you take us to the underworld, to my cousin's compound? He can help us. The underworld is currently out of my reach. I can drop you guys elsewhere on a different city, then I'm gone. Naruto hopped down the queue to the one where they stood on. It was strange how lying was becoming easier. The information that he got from the devil earlier wasn't helping him much now. Wait. You said you won't be around because you don't have business here. Who are you? Are you some type of mercenary? I can pay. I have money. You just need to help us get to my cousin, D. Hauser, pleaded, and Naruto stopped in front of her. Maybe he could gain something from this. You can call me Naruto. I'm on a tight schedule, but we can come to an agreement. But first, let's go somewhere more comfortable. Naruto closed his eyes and turned away from her. This city is compromised. I could take them to base, but I don't know how they would react to Kaguya. Isn't Kaguya going to come looking for us when she's done? That could be any moment now. Chances are high of them meeting her anyway. Outer Naruto appeared on top of the cube where Naruto previously stood. Naruto was about to answer him out loud before remembering that they would think he is crazy. Where do I take them then? We could take them to that cafe in Australia where Kaguya likes to eat. If she senses up, at least she will show up in her human disguise. Outer Naruto winked and disappeared. I think I know a nice place. Prepare yourselves. Obito's eye advanced to its Manjikyu stage and began swirling, and as his eyes swirled, he swirled out of existence. Gotta admit, that's a pretty cool technique, the bald man said, right before being pulled into a vortex and spat on the floor of Dark Alley. The second trip was worse than the first. Turned out that being ejected from the Kamui dimension was more gut-wrenching than being dragged to it. It took them a few seconds to recover, but when they did, they saw Naruto on the street outside the alley. The alley was connected to a 24-hour coffee shop, Kaguya's favorite place on the world, and a pawn shop. Welcome to Australia, Naruto said and walked inside the coffee shop. The three hid whatever weapons they had in pocket dimensions, followed him inside, and joined him on a table on the far corner. I can't eat, Klee said, and the rest agreed with her. I'm Clary Abelil. This is my queen, Mana, and my rook, John. Wish I had met you folks on a better occasion. We'll have the usual times too, dear. Oh, and a chocolate milkshake. Naruto told the waitress that approached the table. How did you guys get into this mess? Well, we were dating, me and Masaomi. She held back the tears. They must have found out. It is forbidden. He's an exorcist. I'm a devil. I was so foolish. It was all my fault. It wasn't your fault, Klee. It was their fault. They killed him. Mana tried to comfort Claria, who was attracting attention of the people around. We were lucky that you were around, Mr. Naruto. But not to be rude, what were you doing in Kwa? John asked, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. To tell the truth or not tell the truth, that is the question. You want me to be honest? Naruto asked, and Claria recomposed herself to nod, the three paying extra attention. Truth is that I was in Kwa by coincidence, was just traveling. I stayed in Kwa because I thought something was wrong when I noticed you devils being followed. I had no clue on what was going on or if I should intervene, so I followed the guys that were following you and observed. I was busy when they made their move, and when I came to help your boyfriend, it was already too late. Sorry. He seemed to genuinely be sad about not being able to help. You weren't too late to help us. Yeah, anyways, let's focus here. Naruto took a deep breath. Qua is most definitely a no-go. They probably have the city on lockdown. The major passages to hell are going to be monitored. Any ideas? We could disguise ourselves, pull out a distraction, and slip by them. Mana suggested, and Naruto glanced at John and Claria. Any other ideas? They both shook their heads and Naruto frowned and closed his eyes to think. Naruto's imagination. Naruto and outer Naruto stood in their old classroom in Konoha. On the chalkboard, it was written ideas. And in front of it was a giant flip-flop notepad. Alright then, so we have to get them to the underworld. Let's see our options. Outer flipped a page on the giant notepad and it appeared, teleport them there. We already know we can't do that. I need to know exactly where it stands in time-space to do that. Naruto dismissed and flipped the notepad to the next page, smuggled them with a distraction. That's what they suggested. We can do that, but there is a lot of room for mistakes, and we'd be putting our face all over. We can use a mask to hide our face. Yay, but would it matter? Our face doesn't mean anything to anybody in general. The problem is that if we do show our faces, mask or no mask, then the higher-ups will start thinking about the newcomers meddling with their business. Right. Maybe we are looking at it the wrong way. How about instead of taking them to hell, we bring hell to them, or more importantly her cousin, D. Hauser. Naruto rubbed his chin and the word appeared on the chalkboard. Yay. I like where this is heading. What do we know about the guy? Not much, but she feels like she'll be safe once she reaches him, so he must be strong or influential or both. Right. Yay. How should we get his attention then? We send a letter, mail, internet. I don't know the guy, and if I don't know him, then you don't know him. So how we find out what he is into? We could just ask Claria. No need to make things complicated. Naruto winked and left his imaginary world, real world. When Naruto opened his eyes, there were 2 plates in front of him with hamburgers, 2 portions of fries, 2 cups of orange juice, and a milkshake. The table's surface shifted as if there were things crawling underneath it. Claria and the others didn't seem to mind or notice. Naruto reached to touch one of the supposed creatures, but the movement stopped and the table returned to normal. He couldn't detect any energy on the table or any trace of anything. Whatever was going on, the problem was him. Are you okay? Claria asked him, and he nodded slowly and picked up the hamburger. Are you paying attention? Yay. Now while we could probably do that, how about instead of sneaking you guys in, we find a way to get in contact with your cousin and have him come to us? Naruto asked and stared at the hamburger, a cockroach crawling out of it to his hand. He didn't feel a thing and in the blink of an eye it was gone. What the hell is going on with me? I don't know. Whatever it is painful in here too. I think that you got some type of brain damage. Your brain can only take so much. Implanted super eyes, clones, memories of devils. We should find a specialist. It's getting worse. The sandwich is fine, by the way. It is all in our head. You don't look well, John asked, and Naruto smiled. Yay. Don't worry about me. Go on. Let's debate this subject. Okay then. John took one of Naruto's fries. Wouldn't they cut out all communications leading to him? Would they really? If they intercept and block too many things, then he would surely suspect and would investigate, could use that to our advantage. Mana clicked her tongue and Naruto took a sip of his juice. Does your cousin have people monitoring the internet? Or is it possible to send letters and mail to the underworld? Naruto asked, and then shook his head. We could use that as a distraction or a way to get you in. This would be much easier if my partner was here. My cousin has a lot of people working under him. Might have some on the internet, but not many. There are ways of getting mail to the underworld. We mostly use our familiars for that. They have special. That's very risky. They must be monitoring, but I think I remember hearing about certain agencies and groups that do that type of stuff. Claria shook her head. Where is your partner? We could use that. My partner is currently busy somewhere else. If she were here, then this would be a totally different ball game. Naruto stopped to think about it and glanced around. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he saw more details, dates, times, events. Beneath his sunglasses, his eyes widened in realization. He was out cold for 2 entire days. Actually, chances are that she is finishing up with her task now. She can come back at any moment now. What does she do? Claria asked, and Naruto finished eating. She does a lot of stuff. Will help us out. Naruto sighed and wiped his mouth with a napkin. It's been a long day. You guys should find yourselves a hotel or some other place to spend the night. Grieve. Yay. I guess. Claria sighed and got up, followed by Hermana and John. How are we supposed to find you again? Come here. This is my spot. Naruto smiled and got up, taking the milkshake with him. Before we part ways, you guys have any idea on where you're staying for the night? Claria glanced at the others. I hadn't thought about that yet. Yay. I thought so. You guys probably don't have money that at work here in Australia either. Naruto took out a stack of bills from his pocket. Take this. Find yourselves a hotel for the night. Technically, you're supposed to be paying me. We get even later. Now you guys take care of yourselves. Oh wow. Yeah. We will. Claria took the money and Naruto patted her on the shoulders and left. Thanks a lot for the help. This means a lot to me. Naruto house. After arriving at home, Naruto left Kaguya's milkshake on the table, took a shower and crawled underneath the bed's blankets. He hardly got to close his eyes before an all too familiar chakra signature arrived in the living room. It was Kaguya. She must have been very busy during the week. Her chakra signature was very low for her, still larger than his own at his peak. She stayed for a few seconds on the living room and waltzed into the bedroom holding the milkshake that he left on the table. She was covered in dirt and seemed very tired, drank the entire milkshake in but a few seconds and dropped down on the bed on left side of the bed, right beside Naruto, her robes dispersing as she fell. Busy week. Naruto tilted his head in her direction. Yes. The dimension is done. She tilted her in his direction. I see you also have had a busy week. You've implanted an eye from Indra and that other man, Obito. Yeah. My week was crazy. I think I found as a way to get into the occult world. Oh, I ran into a group of devils being targeted by a larger group of devils. Got some information off of one of the guys from the larger group and then I'm helping the smaller group. He nodded to himself and chuckled. Turns out that there is more to this world than what meets the eye. Kaguya half got up using her left arm to steady herself and got underneath the blanket. Busy week indeed. Where are these devils? They're here on the city. I'm supposed to meet them tomorrow. Naruto also made himself semi-upright and stared back at Kaguya, Obito's eye closed. Simple job. They're hiring me to help them get to the cousin of the group's leader where they'll be safe. You've got all of this in the week that I was out. Kaguya slowly got closer to Naruto. Yay. Real crazy week. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly, uncomfortable with her proximity and nakedness. Maybe there is some credit in this partnership after all. Kaguya said to herself, and then kissed Naruto on the cheek. Good job. Tell me more about it tomorrow. I want to meet these devils. Good night. She then laid down once more and turned around, leaving a confused Naruto seated on the bed. So many people just for little old me, I'm flattered. Naruto raised his hands and grinned beneath his orange spiral mask. He was surrounded by at least 20 devils of varying auras. He stood in front of a dented and ruined armored van. On the driver's seat, there was a dead devil bleeding out to the floor. Inside the van, there were 3 large crates. On one side, there was a blond man seemingly in his 30s, wearing a very distinctive gold-trimmed red noble clothes with 15 more devils behind him. On the other side, there was a beautiful young woman with long, curly cherry blossom-colored hair, seemingly in her 20s, wearing a seductive dress with high slits. She had around 10 devils behind her. Their oars were the largest, and from their positions, they were probably the leaders. Step away from the van and I'll grant you a quick and painless death. The blond man said, and Naruto lowered his arms, an action which made them all tense. So jumpy, Naruto glanced around. What happens if I say no? Well, then it will be a real pity. I'm sure there's a handsome young man hiding beneath that mask. I can feel your vitality. It's exotic. The seductive woman gave a smile, not unlike Sai's usual fake ones. We just want the crates. There is some space in my peerage for another pet if you be a good boy. Sorry, lady, I don't think I'm fit to being anybody's pet. I'll take these crates to D house or territory, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. Naruto smiled beneath the mask, and the devils charged their magical attacks, lifted their swords, and prepared themselves. The blonde man in specific seemed especially furious. This ends now. The previous day, Naruto slept confused and woke up confused. He hardly ever understood his partner's reasoning and way of thought. He knew that she sometimes joined him in bed naked when he fell unconscious from studying with clones. He'd woken up a few times to her staring at him. It creeped him out on the start, but he'd come to accept that she would do strange things every once in a while. He hadn't the slightest clue from where the kiss came from. Sometimes he wondered if he was becoming as crazy as her. When he woke up, she was still asleep. She must have worked hard. She rarely slept, maybe once in 2 weeks, and for just a few hours. The only time he could remember of her sleeping as much was when they both arrived. He had to admit that she was beautiful. Her silky white hair, eyes, and her horns were a part of her charm. But she was his ancestor, the grandmother of his reincarnation, not to mention she was still in Madara's body. From personal and past experiences, he knew that she would most likely wake up hungry. It was still early in the morning and there was some time till the meeting with Claria, so he went off to the coffee shop. He ate breakfast there and bought a milkshake and carrot cake for Kaguya. It was her favorite. He was in a good patch. No hallucinations, no pain. It was a beautiful day, and through experience, he knew that it would be a long day. Arriving at his apartment, he placed the stuff on the table and sat on the sofa. He heard a shifting coming from the bedroom. Kaguya had woken up, probably from the smell of the cake. Moments later, she walked into the living room dressed and went straight to the table. Good morning to you too, Naruto said as she sat and prepared to eat. Good morning. She looked at him, and then at the table. Thank you, it isn't like you don't get food for me too. He got up and joined her at the table. Today is going to be a long day, so let's enjoy the moment. Kaguya raised her eyebrows slightly. He seemed unusually cheerful. Right. We are helping some devils get back to the underworld. Yay. But we got a few hours till then. Want to talk about anything? He leaned on the table. Are you sure we can trust these devils? She began eating the cake even while starving. Her table manners were impeccable. Naruto thought for a few seconds and shrugged. I don't trust them, but at least it is something. Claria seemed to be nice, but still, she was a devil and he couldn't trust her completely. It was a risk that they'll have to take. Is there anything that I should know about them? Kaguya asked and wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Well, they are free. There is Brian. He doesn't seem very tough. There's Mana. She uses weapons similar to of this world human military, and their leader is Claria. Her boyfriend died yesterday, so be kind to her. When Naruto said the last part, Kaguya stopped eating. Her history with boyfriends and such was bad. She had one during her life and she ended up killing him. Nevertheless, she understood that the devil might be fragile about it, and nodded slowly. I will keep that in mind. Naruto stayed silent for a few seconds, glanced around the room, then back at Kaguya. What about the dimensions? How did it go? I made 2. The first was the most difficult due to being discreet. The most difficult thing was finding a place to start it. Afterwards, it was a matter of shaping it and using it as a gateway to another dimension. She sighed and frowned. That eye connects with a dimension. It would have saved me time and effort if you had implanted them earlier. Yay. I was worried about the effects though. Since this is Obito's eye and we traveled in time, I was worried that it would connect to his Kumui dimension and risk bumping into him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. It should have. It is possible that due to being in a different reality, the eye is accessing a different dimension than that of the original. Kaguya resumed eating. Serious problems could have happened if his eye was connected to that of past Obito's past eye. He could end up messing the entire timeline and maybe even erasing himself and Kaguya. Right. Can you take me to them or tell me about them? Naruto asked, and she continued to eat and drink until she had finished. These dimensions are closer than the other ones comparatively, but it would be an unnecessary use of chakra if I am to save for later. She stared at him blankly with a stoic expression, then tilted her head slightly downwards at the remains of the cake that he brought. The first one is unfinished. I wanted your opinion. It is to be our base, so I thought you would like to help. The second is plain, heavy, like one of my previous dimensions, for emergencies. It was rather thoughtful and nice of her to want his help on shaping a dimension. Too nice, almost suspicious. From what little she explained of the second one, Naruto understood it as a simpler version of her gravity dimension, which could be very useful. You still hungry? We got plenty of time to go back and get some more or watch TV. He looked around and chuckled. It was rare for them to have free time, rare as in never. You are strange today, Kaguya stated in a monotone voice, staring back at Naruto blankly. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Things are strange. Felt like was yesterday that we arrived, clueless on this world's language, and with no clue on where to start. Kaguya knew that he wasn't telling all the truth, that it wasn't the reason for his strange behavior. She got up from the table and went towards the couch. I could watch TV. Before joining her on the couch, he went to the wardrobe and from one of the inner drawers pulled out a plain black high-collared robe along with an orange spiral mask. A mask made in the image of a previous one, once used by a man that was willing to do whatever it took, even if he was on the wrong side of it all, a man whose eye he now possesses. That mask, it is shaped after the mutated Zetsu. Kaguya noticed him pick up the mask as she was about to turn the TV on. He stared at it through Sasuke's deactivated eye, a replica of the mask that he hated for so long. Yeah. I had it made shortly after we arrived in this city after we began to grasp the language of this land. Obito used to use one just like this. He probably made it after the Zetsu, Naruto said and sat beside her on the couch. I know when you had it made. I didn't know that he used it as a mask before. What intrigues me is why you kept such an object, and why you were contemplating the option of using it. Naruto's soul-open eye widened in surprise. Do not be surprised. Even with my Byakugan deactivated, you are still simple to read. Okay then. Naruto placed the mask on her lap. Black Zetsu manipulated Indra, Madara, and Obito. For you, he created wars, massacred entire bloodlines. Kaguya opened her mouth and Naruto raised his finger to her lips and shushed her. I'm not finished. Do not interrupt me. I'm just stating facts. I've came to terms and I'm moving past what has happened and my feelings to the destruction and hate that Black Zetsu did to my world so that we can save it together. He placed his hand on the mask and ran his fingers on the lines and curves running along it. Obito was a good man. He dreamed of becoming a leader, and in the end he did what was right, gave his life force to get this far. This mask reminds me of him, and despite everything, his memory isn't a bad one. I did not mean to offend. She returned the mask to him. I cannot see the sentimental value of this mask. But if you wish to use it, then go ahead. It's not only the sentimental value. I was actually thinking on whether or not we should allow the supernatural world to know of our faces. If maybe we should be anonymous, faceless. Our faces do not mean anything to these people, but there is merit in hiding our identities. Kaguya began to focus on the TV. It was showing a soap opera of doctors that Naruto never bothered to learn anything about. Claria and the others know my face, but I guess I'll be using the mask for this mission. What happened to that mask I got for you too? I couldn't find it. I threw it away, Kaguya answered simply in a heartbeat. I refused to wear such a ridiculous mask. Ah, but it was so cute. Naruto frowned and Kaguya's left eyebrow raised slightly. We should find you one before the mission then. I already found one. She opened her left hand and a ceramic Japanese Oni mask appeared on top of it. It bore a striking resemblance to the Shinigami of his world minus the horns. Kaguya's natural horns made up for the lack of them on the mask. Oh, okay. Naruto looked away from the mask. It freaked him out. You know what? It is probably for the best that you don't use any masks at all. Leave that to me. With nothing else to talk about, they watched TV together in silence. It felt strange talking and being near her after the kiss, even if it was just on the cheek. While she watched TV, he went through some of the memories and information that he kept from the devil. There were a lot of useful stuff, few information on the underworld and the Mao, a vague understanding on their powers, on the magic and energy that devils use, evil pieces, raiding games, passages to the underworld. His inner self had ejected anything personal about the devil's life and kept only the useful historic information. After they were done and the time for the meeting had come, they wore their human disguise and went to the cafe and found Claria along with her peerage waiting for them. They were all stressed. From first observation, it seemed that they had no sleep. They were jumpy and alerted. The two took a seat on the table opposite to the devils and Naruto gave a friendly smile. Guys, this is my partner that I told you about, Kaguya. Kaguya, these are the devils, Claria, Mana and Brian. They were quite the odd pair even with their disguises, Naruto with his messy golden hair and Kaguya with her silky white. Kaguya's disguise for the day included a white long-sleeved shirt with 9 black tomos on 3 rows and a Rinne Sharingan on top and thigh shorts. We are ready, Claria said, going straight to the point. Very well then. I thought of a simple enough plan for us. Well, simple for you guys. My end is going to be a bit complicated. Naruto smiled, his soul active Sharingan glowing slightly beneath his shades. And what will that be? Mana asked, and he leaned forward. Okay. But before we get started, can you tell me more about the shipping companies? Later, there were several special shipping companies that took stuff to the underworld. When somebody had certain objects that they needed delivered fast and safely, they hired one of these companies. Most of the major companies had human bases and functioned as the usual human postal delivery system as a cover. Now that they knew what they were looking for, Naruto and Kaguya were on an empty apartment on a building a mile or so away from a large shipping company called Devex. Kaguya was observing them with her Byakugan while simultaneously writing down what she saw on a notebook for Naruto to read. She'd drawn 3-dimensional sketches of the rooms and was now transcribing their work pattern and behavior. Her artistic abilities surprised him. He didn't expect her to be one for that. Actually, he didn't really think of her with any hobbies. The image that came to his mind of her gardening wasn't a very pleasant image involving a gigantic tree. Some problems could be solved by going head-on and turning said problem into a smoking crater on the ground. This one wasn't the case. It required a certain fitness, patience, and tactical planning. They had to be very thorough. They needed patterns, schedule. They needed to know who would be going to hell for deliveries, their response time, how they got there, everything. They watched and observed for hours, Kaguya writing down every detail from every creature in the facility. Naruto now wore a black cloak above his usual clothes and held the orange spiral mask loosely on his left hand with the tip of his fingers. Behind them both were 3 somewhat large boxes wrapped up with several fragile tapes and with devil magics protecting it. This should be enough. I'll have to get a closer look for more details. You got any questions on the plan? Naruto asked and Kaguya deactivated her Byakugan. I am ready. She placed down the notebook and turned towards him. Okay then. I'll sneak in, do some research to initiate the plan. He went to pat one of the crates, but stopped midway upon feeling the icon. His arm return on the surface of his hand. Worms crawled and dug through his skin. They aren't real. I must resist. He placed on the mask and activated Obito's Manjikyu, then erupted in smoke. When the smoke died down, he was the same as without mask, cloak, whiskers, and black hair. His eyes were as blue and bright as when he first arrived. Sometimes the best disguises were the most obvious ones, even if it meant as disguising himself with himself. He hoped that when and if he dispelled it, or if he was found out, then they'd think he isn't like the illusion and that the person of the illusion is a completely different person. Plus the situation demanded that he was in disguise at the same time that he wasn't. Well, you be ready? He sent the crates to the Kamui dimension and left to the company. He walked in through the front door and glanced around. There were a lot of devils and supernatural creatures working in disguise of a legit human company. The place was filled with human customers, but the grand majority of the workers were devils. He had to be cautious. Alright. Our work schedule would be great, but they must be on the computers. Naruto glanced at the people working behind computers. Not necessarily. From what we know of devils is that they like to stick to the old ways. Even if they are getting modern now, it doesn't mean all of them are. The heavy lifting and actual work is all going on in the back. Maybe we can find something useful there. Outer, Naruto appeared besides the original, pointing to a passage to the back. His hand was burned and Naruto caught up on it, wondering if it had something to do with his most recent itches and visions. What? You thought you're that one having a hard time. It rolled its eyes and disappeared. Regardless of what it said, Naruto was already going to have to check the back, but there was still things for him to see before he moved on. There were a lot of people waiting, seated for their ticket to be called, so he got a ticket and sat down to observe. The main objects of his attention were devils, which could be sending things to the underworld because he needed to know their response time and protocols. Most importantly, he needed to find out the time it took for them to deliver things of varying urgency. There were 2 devils and another creature that went and had their objects mailed. He observed their forms of payment and noted that it varied between jewels, gold and silver coins and memorized each of the packages that they wanted to deliver. When the last one was taken to the back, he used the kamui to sneak his way there as well. Obito's eye was perfect for this type of assignment. It should have been getting easier to use, but the more he used the eye, the more painful it got. He tried healing it, but while it repaired the damage on the eye, his head continued to pound. It could be that he should have implanted both eyes, and that was the issue, but it seemed unlikely, and the long-range kamui wouldn't be as helpful as Sasuke's Rinnegan could be. On maybe another occasion, he could replace either of the eyes for their counterpart, but right now he had exactly what he needed. Unlike in the front, the creatures in the back walked freely. There were familiars and creatures of all sorts and shapes, sizes, all wearing the company's uniform in some way. The place was huge as he expected and saw before, much larger than the actual structure. It was there that all the magic happened, where they loaded the trucks and prepared them to wherever it is that they must go. That being either outside or through a portal. He quickly scanned the area and found the 3 packages among others. One of them being loaded into a truck while the others were placed along with other things. Naruto took his time to look around and observe the workers from the shadows, watch how they know what and where they were needed. He studied their routine. The package that was separated from the rest was dispatched through the portal within the hour along with 3 creatures. Naruto noted that the different shipments had different care. Some had only one person handled dozens of packages, while in that case, it was 3 for a single object. Different prices for different services and priorities. With that in mind, he made sure to identify those in charge of deliveries. There were some workers on standby doing nothing in particular, and a select few that helped their peers with their jobs like packing and sorting, but didn't seem to work on the function, which meant that they were either bored and trying to score points on their free time, or really lousy with their jobs. Either way, Naruto memorized all of them and waited for other shipments to know more. He confirmed his theory when a few of the workers that were helping others along with some on standby went and took vans outside or through the portal. He also noted that only the ones that were helping the others went to the underworld. Alright. Now I just need to find a way to turn the odds in my. It would be great if I could know which of them would take which package. Naruto glanced around at the workers. Maybe they could be influenced by genjutsu if I knew how to use any. Well, Irika-sensei tried explaining it in class once, but we weren't paying attention. Kakashi, Sakura and Jiraiya also said about it before too. Try to remember, I'll help. Okay then. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on his past lessons and conversation. It was surprising how much he did remember, and how clear his memories were. He could remember almost exactly what they said even if he wasn't paying attention back at the time. Throughout his life a lot of people had talked about genjutsu, snippets here and there, but together they gave him an okay understanding on the subject. Didn't change the fact that he had zero practice and his control and understanding of chakra, while better, still wasn't ideal. The vivid memories of his friends saddened him. The clearer the memories were, the more painful they got. Not worth trying genjutsu now. They could sense it, and the whole plan would be shot down. I should get some practice, and now isn't the time for that. I'd have a better shot somehow getting into their system to know more about their delivery times and patterns. Several hours later, Naruto indeed succeeded in gaining access to their computers through ninja shenanigans involving Henges. He found out that the workers are all organized to take out deliveries every 30 minutes based on their specialty for the priority of the delivery. A disguised Naruto dragged each of the 3 boxes outside the shipping company's lobby with considerable effort. He made it seem like they were heavy for him and had a couple of workers help him bring them in. It is night now and he wore a backpack, his same trusty backpack that he had crossed the sea with, and that he had obtained when he first arrived. When they were all inside, he glanced around at all of them. The flow of devils had increased with dawn, and were a lot of people waiting. He ignored the lines and went straight up to the man that seemed to be the manager who was writing things down on a notebook. He seemed fairly built, wore oval glasses, and had short black hair. "Excuse me?" Naruto asked the man who took his eyes off his notebook to give Naruto attention. "You're in charge here." "Right. I'm the manager." "Yes. How can I help you?" The man tucked away his pen and Naruto glanced around nervously. "Well, you see, is there a place we can talk more private?" Naruto's shoulders were slightly hunched forward and his entire overall posture had changed into a submissive and nervous one, all to make the devil more comfortable with the illusion of being in control over him and the entire situation. "It's about those 3 crates over there. Can we go now?" The devil stared at him for a few seconds and nodded. "Yeah. Sure. This way." He led Naruto through a door and into a hallway. The itch on Naruto's arm intensifying as his urge to scratch it, but he did his best to remain calm to not alarm the devil. They both entered an office, presumably his office, which was rather bland, having a wooden table, 3 comfortable chairs, a bookshelf, compute and the usual office material. "What is it that you'd like to discuss?" "Please hurry, I don't have much time." "Right to the point, you see, man. I was hired to get you guys these crates to have them delivered to this address." Naruto opened his backpack and pulled out a sheet of paper from it, and handed it over. "My employer said that it is urgent, and that they need to be delivered with utmost discretion. She said that you guys are the best for this type of thing. Yay." The devil carefully read the contents of the paper, and then handed it back to Naruto. "I'm sorry. You must be mistaking our company. We cannot help you, sir." "Wait." Naruto called out to the disguised devil as he was at the door. "My employer said that you might react like that. She gave me this to give it to you." Naruto reached into his backpack and paused for a few seconds as spiders crawled out of it and up his arms. He closed his eyes and grabbed something hard inside his backpack and placed it on the desk, then opened his eyes. The spiders were gone, and he had pulled out a large, shiny golden bar, then pulled out 3 more. "These are for the service, for them to be a priority and delivered fast." Naruto took out 3 more bars of gold and placed them on the table near the other bars. Kaguya had made the gold their little secret. Even Claria didn't know. As far as she was concerned, he would bill her on it after the mission. "This is a bonus for an extra incentive." "What do you say?" The devil turned back and eyed the golden bars. Claria had told him that her kind could be greedy. It seemed like this one certainly was a bit. He mentally debated on whether he should or not for a few seconds before smiling. "I say, we have DevX are the fastest and most reliable delivery company there is. Your package will be delivered safely within the time frame of 24 hours. "Well said. What should I do? Do I have to sign anything?" "In this case, you probably don't want that. I imagine you need discretion." "Right, just leave it to me and I'll have them sent." The manager left the room with Naruto and guided him out. On the way, right before Naruto left the company, the manager gestures for a few workers to take the crates. "It was a pleasure doing business with you. Have no worry, your package is in good hands." "Oh, I have no doubt." Naruto smiled, turned around and went down the street. "Okay." They bit. "They are taking the crates to the back." "All right. Let's take a look at the situation." Naruto's inner self appeared on a dark alley, and Naruto entered it. "We have a 40% chance that if they find out it is there now, they destroy the crates in there. No delays. In which case we need to hurry. 59% chance that they know it, ship it out, and then intercept it in a more favorable place, and 1% chance that they don't realize anything. Since when we're good at math, Naruto looked at his inner self with a WTF face. He had a rough idea of the estimates and chances on his own, but nothing numerical. Come on, but the 95% of stuff that you don't notice and do without even realizing. Now come on, time is short. Outer, Naruto rolled his eyes. Naruto nodded to outer him and activated Obito's Manjikyu. He used the Kamui to sneak in the company and get to the back. Alright. They aren't going to destroy the crates. Now a good sign. Now where are those two? He scanned the area quickly and found two workers heading towards the bathrooms. One was bad. He was very large and fat, while the other was slim with short, light red hair. Hey man. You noticed. Fiona was eyeing you all day, the slimmer of the two said as they entered the bathroom. Who? The one from maintenance. The other replied, going to one of the toilets and unzipping his pants while his friend stayed to look at himself on the mirror. No dude, the blonde one from the East Wing. Word is it that she broke up with her boyfriend. Think you got a shot there, big guy. He washed his hands and straightened his hair. You think so? Her boyfriend was a real freak. Don't think I want that kind of luggage. He flushed the toilet, zipped his pants, and went to wash his hands. For sure, man, gotta be careful. They dried their hands and stared at the mirror under the impression that they saw something move behind them. Not finding anything, they both prepared to leave the bathroom. Gentlemen, a moment of your time. They heard from behind and were both tapped on the shoulders. There was nothing behind them when they turned around, but had they seen the mirror to their side, they would have seen Naruto chop at both of their necks. Sorry fellas, you two will have to do. With that said, Naruto grabbed their bodies and sent them both to the Kamui dimension. His head throbbed and he closed Obito's eye. It should be getting easier to use with time, but the more he used the eye, the more painful it got. He tried healing it and his head, but nothing seemed to work. He closed the eye and leaned his back against the wall, then slowly slid down. 2 minutes should be enough. He rested his head on the wall and waited in silence for a short while, then got up, activated the eye and ejected the two men. They wheezed, coughed, and then made themselves straight after a few seconds. Hey, let me guess. You're Claria and you're Mana and Brian. Naruto pointed at the two and they nodded in sync. Hey, do I even want to know how you two are? Must be very uncomfortable. You took your time. How long were we in there? The disguised Claria asked while looking around the bathroom. Something around 15 hours, give or take. I told you guys it would take a while and that you should sleep if you could. Naruto shrugged and watched as the 2-3 stretched themselves. Okay then, what we need to do? The tall man said with Brian's voice. It was kind of odd for his voice was youthful and jovial. The plan is still mostly the same. Those two guys work on delivery. They should be making one now to the underworld. He opened the bathroom door and gestured for them to leave. You'll be going in their place. Kaguya will be following in the distance and back you up till you get to your cousin's place. They both walked to the door and Claria turned around right before leaving. And what will you be doing? Somebody has to go with the decoys. I also want to have a chat with the people after you, see what I'm dealing with. There are good chances of them appearing. No, you can't. They'll kill you if you go. I already told you that this is about protecting the status quo between heaven and hell. Look, I know that isn't all. I need to know what it is that I'm dealing with, and if you don't want to tell me, then it's fine. I will find out by myself. He pushed them through the door. Now go. The two guys you are in the body of are scheduled to go out in around 2 hours. They usually help around and get tasked to go together for mid-priority deliveries to help. In the meantime, help around others with their jobs and try to do what they would. Good luck. Naruto sighed and closed the door of the bathroom behind them. Chances were slim for them to take his package, for it should be leaving on a different time cycle than theirs and a priority level off their grade. But the priority would depend on the intentions of the manager. If he want to send his best to try and get the job done, or cannon fodder to die on the job. His head ached and his vision blurred and his ears buzzed. He felt like shit. His arms tingled and itched, beckoning for him to give that one little scratch. Come on. Get it together. I need to do this part flawlessly. He grunted and peeked outside. There was a worker heading towards the bathroom, and the crates were being loaded into an armored van. It's show time. He used the kaguya to phase through the floor and sneak his way underneath the van. He latched onto at the bottom, closed his eye, and waited for it to depart. Fortunately, nobody noticed him underneath it, and he didn't have to wait long, just a handful of minutes. Unfortunately, the passage through the portal was harsh. It was a long, kaleidoscopic tunnel void of air and gravity. Completely inhospitable, his hinge dispersed, and he wouldn't last much without using the 6-pad sage mode. Thinking quickly, he used the kaguya to phase inside the back of the van where 2 devils were inside, strapped to the wall. They were both surprised by his sudden appearance, and on a very unfavorable position. Naruto capitalized on those 2 things and quickly knocked them both unconscious, the last thing they both saw being the red glow of Obito's manjiku through the mask. Shortly after, the van exited the portal and stabilized, presumably having arrived in the underworld. There were no windows to see the exterior, and no way that the driver suspected anything. The pain in his head, the ringing in his ears, and the itching of his arms intensified more, but there was still no time to rest yet. He still had to get rid of the 2 devils that he knocked out, place them somewhere that wasn't inside the kaguya dimension so they wouldn't get caught into the mess when the van was inevitably attacked. His solution was using the kaguya to leave them behind in a way that the person driving didn't notice, for if he found out that something was wrong, then he would stop to see what was up, and Naruto needed him to stick to whatever course he was on. Afterwards, he sat down, closed his eye, and rested. The pain slowly easing up, along with the itch and the buzzing on his ear. As the buzz receded, he felt as if he were hearing whispers, faint indiscernible sounds on the back of his mind being muffled out by the blessed noise of the van's engine. He didn't want to know what it meant and what the whispers were saying. All he wanted was to rest, and rest he did, eventually falling into a nap on the floor, mostly unaffected by the rocky and unstable floor. A few hours later, the nap was interrupted as Naruto felt a large buildup of energy outside of the van. He made a hand sign, and his hair changed to black behind the mask, held onto the wall with chakra and braced for an impact of some sort. The impact came from the sides, flipping the van into the air. It was struck 2 more times while still in the air, then sent downwards. The crates were firmly anchored to the ground of the van, and so was Naruto to its wall. A rift in space appeared and edged the door out. Naruto detached himself from the wall and walked out, Obito's eye in its manjiku stage. So many people just for little old me, I'm flattered. Naruto raised his hands and grinned beneath his orange spiral mask. He was surrounded by at least 20 devils of varying auras. He stood in front of a dented and ruined armored van. On the driver's seat, there was a dead devil bleeding out to the floor. Inside the van, there were 3 large crates. On one side, there was a blond man seemingly in his 30s, wearing a very distinctive gold-trimmed red noble clothes with 15 more devils behind him. On the other side, there was a beautiful young woman with long, curly cherry blossom-colored hair, seemingly in her 20s, wearing a seductive dress with high slits. She had around 10 devils behind her. Their oars were the largest, and from their positions, they were probably the leaders. Step away from the van and I'll grant you a quick and painless death, the blond man said, and Naruto lowered his arms, an action which made them all tense. So jumpy, Naruto glanced around. What happens if I say no? Well, then it will be a real pity. I'm sure there's a handsome young man hiding beneath that mask. I can feel your vitality, it's exotic. The seductive woman gave a smile, not unlike Sai's usual fake ones. We just want the crates. There is some space in my peerage for another pet if you be a good boy. Sorry, lady, I don't think I'm fit to being anybody's pet. I'll take these crates to the house or territory, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. Naruto smiled beneath the mask, and the devils charged their magical attacks, lifted their swords, and prepared themselves. The blond man in specific seemed especially furious. This ends now. Indeed, it does kill him. The blond man ordered, and 2 men stepped forward from his side, dark blades filled with energy appearing on their hands. Naruto stayed still and waited for them to attack, which they did. one going to swipe his midsection while the other backed him up for whatever evasion Naruto would do. While he was still, he was gathering natural energy, which seemed very different in the underworld. Not that he had time to be picky about it. When the first swordsman came near him, he just about entered sage mode, and he raised his right palm to intercept the blade. It shattered in contact, and he continued to punch the devil, striking him on stomach and sending him flying backwards at the other one and being dragged back to their leaders, all in the span of 2 seconds. Naruto then pulled the kunai from inside his cloak and flicked it at the leader to gauge his reaction, and right as it reached him, a hole opened in space and it went through. Not a second later, Naruto's instincts beckoned him to dodge, and he stepped to the side. The same kunai that he threw struck the ground where he once stood. Whoa! That was dangerous. What was that? Some type of space technique. I got to watch out with what I throw at him from now on. Naruto thought and made a cross-hand sign, and then 6 masked copies of him appeared. I got to be careful with him. Oh, now that's a fun trick. The curly-haired woman licked her lips and the copies launched themselves at her peerage and the blonde man's peerage. 4 clones for her and her peerage, 2 for the other, while Naruto went for the blonde man. Every step had to be calculated, for any moment the devil could open a hole or do something. Through the Sharingan, he anticipated that the man would punch, but from the distance, it shouldn't reach him. A portal opened in front of his fist to Naruto's face, but the masked blonde senjutsu-enhanced reflexes kicked in, and he dodged the punch and kept running. Portals opened around and in front of Naruto as he ran beneath his feet directly in front of him, trying to swallow him, but he avoided every single one of them by the hair of his arms. When he reached the devil, he cocked his fist backwards as if preparing a punch. A portal opened in front of the devil, and Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving an after-image behind to enter the portal in his place. A millisecond later he reappeared behind the devil and kicked him to his own portal. Meanwhile the clones fought and held back the remaining devils, blurring around the battlefield and keeping everybody away from the main Naruto. It was surprising how coordinated they were, the Sharingan helping them to not get in each other's way and fight in total sync. Although they weren't doing much damage and the curly-haired woman was dispatching them one after the other. Wherever it was that the portal sent the devil, it was far, for he completely vanished from Naruto's senses. Naruto looked around, made a cross sign and created 10 more clones, 7 to help the ones that were already fighting and 3 to stay with him and wait for the devil to return. They didn't have to wait much, for after a few seconds, one of the 3 clones popped courtesy of a demonic aura-covered fist. The remaining 2 jumped backwards and he appeared through a portal, punching the space where they stood. Both Narutos took out kunais and imbued them with wind chakra. For some reason, the wind was dark, but they paid no mind to it and launched themselves at him. They had to keep moving, otherwise, they would be easy targets. He coated himself with demonic magic and warped away as they reached him, coming out to the side of one of the Narutos with a punch aimed to its ribs, which he parried with the flat of the wind blade, then jumped away just as a hole appeared where he was. Were he not quick on his feet, then it would have sent him far away. Meanwhile, the other Naruto went around and tried to cut him with the kunai, but he warped away right in time to appear directly in front of him, crouched slightly and going after Naruto's leg. He failed to dodge and the devil chopped it off. Naruto screamed in frustration and glowed, then exploded. "Stop playing around, Bedas, let's just end this." The woman yelled from the sidelines as she threw a ball of energy at Naruto, who had his back turned to her. The devil, now identified as Bedas, had protected himself from the explosion with the portal, was a few meters away from Naruto. He was closing the portal just as the very fast bulb neared Naruto's back. However, instead of it exploding on him as expected, it phased through him, kept on going towards Bedas, who wasn't fast enough to reopen the hole. The blast destroyed the small closing portal and caused a massive explosion. The remaining clones took the distraction of the explosion to kill or maim many of the devils by slicing body parts such as heads, arms, and waist with wind-coated canoes. Naruto created a dozen more clones and sent them to the remaining devils. It was a massacre. Their morale was low and their numbers were quickly dwindling, while the clones went straight for the kill with any given opportunity. There were about 9 devils remaining altogether from both sides when the smoke receded, counting the curly-haired woman. With the smoke gone, it was revealed that Bez was still standing with his arms crossed. The upper half of his clothing blown away while his skin was badly burned. His dark energy flared and he charged at Naruto, going through a portal and appearing beside him, magic-covered fists ready to tear a hole through Naruto's chest. But his punch was sidestepped, and as Naruto was about to slash him on the back, he warped away. Naruto felt him coming from behind, and instead of trying to dodge, he reached for his mask and slid it to the side, revealing Sasuke's Rinnegan. Everything happened too quickly for anything to be done. The tomo spun in slow motion as Bedazi's hand reached Naruto's back, but just as it was about to hit, Naruto vanished and was replaced with the curly-haired woman. She coughed blood as his fist went through her stomach. 1 second she was staring at them. The other she was looking back at the masked man who was standing where she once stood, followed by a searing pain. A rock besides beads erupted in smoke, and from it appeared a Naruto swiping at his chest with a dark wind kunai. While the original covered the Rinnegan beneath the mask, both Bidez and the woman fell to the ground, bleeding profusely from their wounds, their remaining peerage ceasing to fight and surrendering upon their defeat. I told you that this ended now. Naruto walked to the dying devils and crouched in front of them. Strong devils like you terrorizing a weak girl. You should be ashamed of yourselves, fuck you. Bidez spat blood on Naruto's feet. On the ground besides Bidez, there was a severed arm still holding a long black sword. Naruto pried the fingers from the sword and picked it up. Wait, no. Don't kill me. I can pay you money, land anything. Naruto's hands sank into their bodies and pulled out red king chess pieces. Their overall magical aura and reserve shrank tremendously after he removed the piece, and they wouldn't last much longer. Don't you think it is humorous that you guys lost everything for nothing? What are you talking? The woman asked, and Naruto stood up, then turned his back to them and began walking to the destroyed van. How about you see for yourselves? He pulled out the crates from the van and clapped his hands 3 times. They opened up to reveal Rick Astley posters and radios. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. The devils opened and closed their mouths as the radio went on. The song was Brian's idea. He has an odd sense of humor. Claria and her peerage are probably in D. Hauser's place by now. Naruto walked back to the 2 devils who tried and failed to get back on their feet. Naruto plunged the sword through his heart, the blade sinking into the ground below, all the way to the hilt, killing him instantly. Then he turned to the woman. You don't need to kill me, I can help. She struggled and crawled to his feet. Not being killed, she felt that he was waiting for her to continue. I'm Roijin. You should know me. Bades wanted to kill Claria because she found out about the king piece, but he wasn't who ordered. If you kill me, then you can't clear her name. Take me too. I'll come clean. I'll say everything, I promise. A devil wanting to come clean and promising. How ironic. Naruto stopped to think about it, and one of the devils that had surrendered ran to him with a sword. He turned around and saw it, a female devil. She was very beautiful. Her face was the spitting image of Shizen's, but her hair was long and messy. She shoved the sword through his chest, his blood spraying and falling on Run's face, who was just behind him. The devil was about to try and yank the sword in him out when he grabbed her wrist with his right hand, then her throat with his left hand. She was crying, possibly from the death of her master and friends. For some reason, Naruto felt no sympathy for her. How brave and foolish. He lifted her to his eye level and crushed her wrist, forcing her to let go of the hilt. Obito's Manjikyu spinning hypnotically, he pulled out the sword from his chest with his free hand and shoved it through her heart, then watched as she breathed her last breath and the light faded from her eyes. He felt numb, uncaring. He didn't care about whether she was a living being or not. She had to die. It was as simple as that. He had read somewhere that when taking enemy soldiers hostage, he had to break their wills and make them give up hope so that they don't fight back. Use an example if he must. He dropped the corpse on the ground and his wound closed. You better be speaking the truth. I'll take you to Dowser. I could end here, but this part was necessary to be on this chapter still. Dowser's territory was very extensive, only slightly smaller than the Grimoire's household. Having mountains, farms, lakes, and lots of villages, cities, and industries. The place was well treated. There wasn't much poverty. Dowser took care of his people. They had to be careful because it was still possible and very much probable that there were devils waiting for them inside, which there were plenty, but they were no issue for Kaguya. Every now and then as they walked, some devil would recognize Claria and attack, but Kaguya would instantly kill them with her sharpened hair needles. To say the least, Dowser was surprised when they finally arrived in his castle. He had Claria and her peerage brought to the main living room on the ground floor for them to explain what had happened, which is where we find them now, on couches with a small table in the middle. The place was very fancy and furnished. The walls, like the entire castle, was filled with books and tomes of all sorts. Dowser's worthlessness required him to study and know about a spell for it to be nullified, so he was constantly researching. And that is what happened. Naruto helped us get to the underworld and went as a diversion, while Kaguya escorted us here. Claria finished explaining and nodded. A maid brought in tea and lunch and left it on the table. I see. You did well coming here. You are safe here. Dowser looked at Kaguya. She was exotic. She stopped hiding her horns as soon as they arrived in the underworld with the variety of devils and demons roaming. You and your partner are mercenaries. I don't think I have enough wealth to pay for what you have done for my beloved cousin and I. It has been a long day. You should stay and rest. Tomorrow, we can discuss some type of payment. I will stay, for I gave Naruto my word that I would watch her until he found me. Kaguya replied in a monotone voice, taking a sip of the tea. Well, you can stay here for as long as you'd like. Dowser looked at Claria and smiled. He loved his cousin dearly, more than anything that he had. Kaguya nodded and then tilted her head to the side. Oh, he's here on the garden. We should go greet him then before somebody mistakes him for an intruder. Dowser got up and led the way to the garden. It didn't take long for them to arrive and find Dowser's queen, a noble-looking woman with long purple hair, pointing magical circles at the masked Naruto. In her defense, Naruto's hands, feet, and cloak were drenched in blood. Kaguya didn't need to activate her Byakugan to sense him. He was the only other person with her type of chakra on the world. Although it was hard to recognize it, he was in sage mode and his chakra signature was cold and sinister, even darker than her own. Stand down. He is our guest. Dowser ordered his queen and joined her along with Kaguya and the others. When Kaguya appeared in sight, Naruto deactivated sage mode, his aura changing from cold and sinister to gloomy and sad. You must be the Dowser. Naruto glanced at the man and then at Claria. The Sharingan was unnerving to stare at. Claria preferred when he just used shades. I'm glad that you had well. Me too. I was worried that you were captured. Claria approached him and examined him for wounds. His cloak was torn and trimmed on a few edges, but he seemed unharmed. What happened? The delivery was intercepted as predicted. There were many, around 30. I can drop them here, but it will be messy. Naruto glanced around at Claria and the others. Dowser looked at them, and they all nodded. We can handle it. Claria prepared herself. Do it, Dowser commanded, and the Manjikyu spun and space distorted around his eyes. Then he began to eject on the floor corpses and bodies of every devil he captured or killed. There were many of them indeed. Their bodies covered the garden's floor. Decapitated heads, armless and legless corpses' upper halves, some moved and groaned, signaling that they were alive. Dowser, his queen, and Claria recognized two of them instantly. It was a strong sighting, not for those of weak stomachs. Brian and Claria were having a hard time while Mana and the rest were more used to death. Dowser's queen was still on edge about Naruto. Royd and Belphegor and Bideza Baden and their peerages, Dowser inspected them, so they were a part of this too. You defeated them alone. Very impressive. Dowser was surprised. This Naruto person took on 2 entire peerages by himself, and not just any peerage. The second and third strongest and highest ranking ones while remaining unharmed. That was no small feat, you know them. She is still alive. She agreed to talk and help. I'm tired. Can we continue this later? I want to take a bath and sleep. Naruto deactivated the Manjikyu and sighed. Of course, yes. Dawser glanced at his cousin and noticed her discomfort. Claria, go with them. You should rest too. The room on the end of the eastern hallway is empty for surprise family visits. I will stay here and get this organized and sorted. Yes, let's go, Naruto. Kaguya. Claria turned away. She was turning green and was in a hurry to leave the garden. This way, they left the garden. It was a long day, except maybe Kaguya. They were all tired and ready to take a hot bath and call it a day. Not a word was spoken between them on the way up to the room. The castle was enormous. The first and second floor was where the servants' rooms, kitchen. Claria's room was on the top floor where the house or peerage and the devil himself stayed. This is your room, Claria said as they arrived. Our room is on the northern wing, the one with a pink door if you need anything. Quote, I'm sure he would just call a maid if he needs something. Brian began but quietly stopped as Claria glared at him. But who's to say really? We are good company too. Good to pass time. You know, I'll be quiet. Claria cleared her throat and Mana elbowed him on the ribs. Naruto, I can't thank you enough for all that you've done. You too, Kaguya. We wouldn't have gotten here without you. I should stop bothering you two now. She turned around along with Mana, who dragged Brian with her and out of the hallway. Claria glanced back at him a few times as she left, but didn't say anything else. It wasn't the adoration that she was used to or wanted, but Kaguya was satisfied. And once they were out of normal eyesight, the two entered their room. It was fancy and large, but Naruto could hardly care about those details. All that he wanted was to take a bath and sleep, maybe even sleep on a bathtub. He went straight through a door in the room that he presumed to be the bathroom. When he got in, he came face to face with a large mirror. And through it, he saw himself wearing an orange mask with abitos, black hair, and covered in blood. What's becoming of me? He thought and approached the mirror, then took off the mask. His face looked tired and pale as if he hadn't slept in days. He stared at himself for a few seconds and ceased to flow chakra through his hair to make it black. He turned the sink's water valve and began washing his hands, but the blood wouldn't go away. Memories of the devil woman that stabbed him came back. He murdered her. He remembered it as clear as the day. He remembered thinking that it was the right thing to do, and he remembered doing it, but he felt nothing. He shoved a sword through her heart, and watched as she gave her last breath, and he felt absolutely nothing. Why didn't he feel anything back then? It was like he was an entirely different person. Could it have been the senjutsu? The blood wouldn't come off his hands, and the buzzing in his ears increased. He tried harder to remove it, and the harder he tried, the more disorientated he got. Wherever he looked he saw blood, he couldn't escape. And then it wall went black with Kaguya a few moments earlier. While Naruto had went to the bathroom, she took a seat on the bed and analyzed the room. It was very fancy, a different type compared to when she was a princess, but nonetheless aesthetically pleasant. The bed was very comfortable as well. She made a mental note to herself to get one just like it later for their home. Still, something felt wrong. She activated her Byakugan and watched Naruto in the bathroom. It is getting worse, she thought as he began move around erratically. She'd known that he was in turmoil since she had first seen him after he transplanted the eyes. Maybe it is about time I do something. She opened the bathroom door and found him looking around with an insane expression. She knew what insanity looked like. She had seen herself in the mirror on her darker days, even if she hadn't noticed at the time. Naruto didn't seem to notice her entering the bathroom. It was as if he had no awareness of his surroundings. So he didn't notice when she reached for the back of his neck and pinched. Kaguya caught him as he fell unconscious. What should I do? She deactivated her Byakugan and glanced at the tub. I should take him to the bed, but first I should clean him. She removed his clothes and placed him on the tub, then turned on the water. Cleaning him reminded her of when Hagoromo and Hamura were babies and the troubles that they caused her, even if there was a substantial difference between Naruto and her sons when they were infants. If his mind continues to worsen, then he will become a nuisance. If he became a rock in her path, then she would have to take his chakra to continue with the mission by herself. I can't let it come to that point. I need him. She placed her hand on his forehead, activated her Byakugan, and opened her Rinnesh Sharingan. Representation of inside of Naruto's head, Kaguya appeared floating above a village. It was night, and the city was on fire and falling apart. The village was fairly large. There were giant rock statues on each of the four corners of it with different faces and a large oval structure on the center. The floor was black and white like a chessboard, and there seemed to be small black and white things moving around. She floated down to get a closer look and noticed that the moving black and white things were creatures. They resembled blank dolls with no remarkable faces like a child's drawing. They were incredibly simple, had 2 dots for eyes and a line for mouth, no ears, and their limbs had no fingers. They wore vibrant orange jumpsuits. What's happening? Kaguya floated around. The creatures were putting off the fires, repairing the houses, and building more. They didn't seem to notice her. One of the black ones walked through Kaguya's stomach as if she weren't there. The structures must be his brain, and these creatures his body's attempt at repairing cute. They reminded her of Zetsu's, but cuter. Every person has different manifestations for their inner mind and soul. This is unlike any I have seen. They are in complete synchronization and much more active. Could this be why he is so efficient? Kaguya observed as the creatures rebuilt houses working together as a well-oiled machine. The damage is forcing his mind to evolve and adapt. What is in the dome? She floated towards the dome on the center of the city and entered it. Inside were a bunch of monitors passing by different scenes, and on the middle was Naruto. His body flickered with orange energy and electric currents every time changing the direction that he faced, as if teleporting on the same spot. He turned to Kaguya's direction and blinked, then all of the screens paused. What you doing here? You were going crazy. I want to know what is wrong. Kaguya answered and he nodded, then teleported in front of her. That's easy. Have you seen this place? It was much worse before lights out, was raining fire, thunder, and a bunch of the good stuff. It always gets worse the more we use the eyes. Should be fine by morning till we begin using the eyes again. He shrugged and glanced around at the monitors. You staying long? I got things to sort in here. I am just about leaving. But first, how are you awake in here? I knocked him unconscious, so this place shouldn't be this active. Kaguya told him, and he rubbed his chin. So it was you that shut us down. Thanks for that. Things were getting out of hand. He gave her a weak smile. He seemed tired. I'm his subconscious. I'm always awake in here, organizing this place, making sure we don't fall apart, that type of thing. You're his subconsciousness. That explains so much. She had never seen a subconscious so active as the one in front of her, even if it was just a manifestation and representation. Most subconscious were slow. The difference between a turtle and a cheetah. It suddenly made sense why he was so efficient lately. It is what I said. Alpha personality calls us his outer self when we manifest ourselves outside for irony purposes, but we are his inner side. Now can you leave? We have a lot of work to do. He seemed anxious and nervous of her presence. Very well. Is there anything I can do to help? Well, when he is asleep, we get some progress in fixing him. So if you want to help, then you can watch over our body and make sure nobody wakes us up. You can help with that type of thing, just leave the rest to us. Very well. Real world. Kaguya finished cleaning and drying him up, then laid him down on the bed. She wasn't sure on how to feel. She wanted to help him for their mutual benefit, but she couldn't. It bothered her. She spent the night beside him on the bed, observing him sleep. Naruto slept and slept some more. When he woke up, he was thirsty, tired and hungry. He woke up on the bed with his head on a very soft pillow and a very comfortable bed. He didn't open his eyes, for the Sharingans of both eyes were active, but he had a general feel of the situation. He was clothed. That was a good sign. He didn't recognize the texture of the clothing. That was a bad sign. If he didn't remember taking off his clothes and he was dressed in clothes he didn't recognize, it meant that somebody dressed him up. Upon further thought and investigation, he discovered that it was Kaguya, and the soft pillow he rested his head on wasn't a pillow at all. It was her lap. Good morning, she told him, and he groggily got up. I'm so hungry. How long have I been out? He rubbed his eyes without opening them, and Kaguya handed his glasses. You slept for an entire day. I have been here with you since, she answered, and he placed the silly shades on. Whoa! An entire day? He asked, and she nodded, not that he could see anyway. You stayed with me an entire day? Yes, she answered simply, seeing how he couldn't know she was nodding. Oh wow! You didn't have to. He cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders. I did it because I wanted, not because I had to. She watched him get up from the bed. If you are hungry, they're about to have breakfast. Oh yay? That's great. Let's go. He rolled his shoulders and she came to his side. Wait, all this time, did you eat anything? Kaguya brought his hand to her elbow for her to guide him. All right. Let's just go then, Naruto said, and she began to guide him. Naruto's mind felt so clear. It was like a crust had been removed from his head. He could see his way around the castle even if Kaguya weren't around. The brain is a miracle, but it is not efficient. There is a maze inside everyone's head, a labyrinth of missed connections and untapped potential. The clarity that he had when he was trying to remember past conversations about genjutsu that he never paid attention had nothing compared to what he was feeling now. He could remember the entire schematic of the castle, the amount of steps for each hallway, the exact amount of steps on each of the staircases that he had to go through to get to his room. It felt great, especially without the side effects, but how long would it last? He felt great now, but didn't feel like pushing his luck and using the Sharingan unnecessarily. When they arrived, they found them all already having breakfast, Claria, and their respective peerages. You two have decided to come out. I was getting worried, Dehauser said as they joined him on the table. I was undisposed. Did we miss much? Naruto asked, and a maid prepared his and Kaguya's plate. Not much. Roy Gun is still recovering and we haven't gotten any information out of her, Dehauser stated and glanced at Claria. Naruto nodded. Master Naruto, Claria began, and he turned his attention to her. There is something I have to say. Oh, Naruto mouthed, and a maid placed his in Kaguya's plate in front of them and left. You were so helpful. I feel like I should tell you the truth. I know already. Naruto interrupted and touched the table to find his fork and knife. He deduced that there were fruits, waffles, syrup, and some other things in front of him from the smell. You know, Claria noted that there was something wrong with his body language, the way he was touching the table. She wasn't quite sure but had a good guess that he wasn't seeing. Yep. He sighed and reached to his pouch. He was thankful that Kaguya didn't mess with it. He pulled out a red king chess piece and placed it on top of the table. It is all about this, isn't it? What, you when? Claria looked at Dehauser, and he wiped his mouth clean. He took it from Roy Gun. Dehauser looked at the piece. Claria had filled him in on the true reasons earlier, so he knew all about it already. Precisely, I knew that there was something personal for them wanting you, Claria. They were so motivated to find you. It was like their lives depended on it. When I took this from Roygan, I realized that one possibility was that they shouldn't have this, and you somehow found out, and they took advantage of your relationship to try and get you and your boyfriend killed. Isn't that right? Naruto slid the king piece in her direction. Bedazi's piece got destroyed when I killed him. Now nobody in that room fell for it. Naruto wasn't even trying to hide it in the first place. It was pretty clear that he meant, I'm keeping the other one. If anybody asks, it got destroyed. Wow. You found out all of that on your own? Brian asked in disbelief, and Dehauser's queen glared at him for speaking out of place. What? Come on. You guys got to admit that it is impressive. You giving this to me? Claria looked at the king piece as if it were radioactive. It was the reason her beloved was killed as a scapegoat, or worse, as collateral to the scapegoat. Well, you guys can probably use that to find a way to clear your name or something. Be creative. This whole thing is out of our hand. We are just mercenaries. Naruto gestured to himself and Kaguya and began to eat. Of course, I will take care of that. Dawser picked up the king piece, then placed it back down. Speaking of which, I have been thinking about the payment. After we are done here, I'd like to talk with you two in my office. All right then. Naruto went back to eating. After breakfast, After eating breakfast peerage, Claria and her peerage went away to do whatever it was that they had to do. Naruto thought that something felt odd about Claria, something familiar. Dowser took Kaguya and Naruto to his office and showed them a large map on his table. There were office supplies on the ground that he had previously moved to the ground to make room for the map. The map showed a large village, a town as per se, with a large castle, farms, and lakes on the outskirts. This is one of my favorite projects. Rosemary Town, southeast from here. It's self-sufficient and it is a large exporter of food, drinks, and textile industry. I spent a lot of time building it up. My queen was managing it, not it is yours. He pointed to the castle. Everything in it is yours to keep. All that is left is to present you to the villagers and it is official. Naruto turned to Kaguya. He hadn't opened his eyes to see the map. He didn't need to. I personally don't think we can accept that, as if we do, then we will become known and noticed, and that is the opposite of what we need now. But what do you think, Kaguya? You have as much of a say in this as I do. I want it. She looked at the map, then back at Naruto. But you are right. We can't bring attention to ourselves. Well, if you don't want attention, then it can be arranged so that you aren't revealed as the owners. He rolled the map and handed it to Naruto. Please think about it carefully. It is the best offer I can make. Okay. We will think about it. Naruto took the map and Kaguya guided him out of the office and back to their room. Once they made it back to the room, Naruto placed the map on the table and sat on the bed. The resources and manpower would be useful, Kaguya said to herself, taking a seat beside him. Yay, but then we would quickly lose our anonymity and freedom, unless if one of the dimensions you made could support a town. Could we move it there? No. Silly idea. What am I thinking? No. It is not, furrowed her eyebrows. I could shape it for that. It would take a lot of power of transport the entire town and its structures, but over time, it is possible. No. No, not transport the entire city. I was think along the lines of replicating its main resources and places on your dimension. Then whatever we can't replicate like machines and creatures, then we transport that. Naruto stopped to think for a few seconds. You got any experience on calibrating and preparing a dimension for a village? I was once a princess. I understand about the management of a kingdom, but that would be new to me. She looked at Naruto. The devil said that the village is an exporter, so its absence would leave an impact, as it would also feel the separation from other villages and cities. Oh, right, I hadn't thought about that. Naruto frowned and laid down. Doesn't mean it can't be done. Devil's society would take a hit, but they would recover. We can accept the offer and research on the subject. She placed her hand on his head. Right. Yeah. We should accept it. Then study and research what we can do from there. Get to see how the village is and what exactly we are going to do. He got up from the bed and grinned. We talk to him soon. There is something I got to do first. I'm gonna go talk to Claria, see how she's hanging on. Naruto turned to the direction that he thought was the door. He was right on the general direction, but would end up on the wall. Kaguya got up and took his hand. I will take you to her. Oh, that'd be great, but you don't have to. I just need to check up on her. Nothing that you should worry about. I want to. I will take you. She placed his hand on her elbow and took a step forward, then waited for him to follow. All right then. If it is like that, he smiled and they both left. She wanted to preserve him and his sanity. She needed him to be on his best. The brain is a delicate thing and she couldn't do anything to help. What she could do is help and make sure he doesn't push himself unnecessarily. He wasn't used to that kind of help, and he didn't know what to make of from her wanting to help, but he appreciated it. It was progress. Didn't take Kaguya long to find Claria, only a few seconds, but the walk to reach her took around 15 minutes. She was running laps on around the castle. They stayed outside and waited for her to come around. She was wearing sports clothes and seemed to be beginning to sweat. She slowed upon seeing them and stopped in front of them. Naruto, Kaguya, you two leaving already? Not yet. I was looking for you actually. I see you're jogging. I'll join you for a chat, Naruto said, letting go of Kaguya's elbow and walking next to Claria. You wanted to talk with me. Claria went back to walking, and Naruto followed. About what? About you. I'm worried about how you holding up. Naruto answered, keeping most of his concentration on his balance and the sound of her footsteps, correcting his mistakes so quickly that it was hard to even notice that they made them on the first place. I don't know, I'm sad, I miss Masalami, I'm furious for them bringing him into my mess, I'm angry at myself, I'm confused. She glanced back at Naruto and sped up. You're worrying about me, but what about you? You're with your eyes closed. Why? So you noticed, these eyes are great for fighting and studying, but otherwise, they are best left closed. He accelerated to her side. For what it is worth, I'm sorry about your loss. I feel that maybe if I had been quicker, I could have done something. Quote, it wasn't your fault, you did what you could. You got in time to save me and my peerage, and for that I will always be grateful. She smiled and they did a lap around Kaguya, who stayed behind, waiting for him. What will you do now? Naruto said after a few moments of silence. They both stopped, and she turned to him. I'm going to train. I'm tired of being weak. I'm tired of those old farts doing whatever they want with no consequences. What they did to Mizalmi wasn't fair. I'll get stronger, and they will have to answer for it. Naruto opened his eyes for a brief moment and looked into hers. They were filled with determination. He knew that it felt familiar. She was going down the same road that Sasuke was. That's a rough path. You sure you want to go down that road? It isn't up to you to do that anymore. Your cousin is already making plans on that. He closed his eyes and took a seat on the base of a tree, then patted the spot to his right. She sat beside him. I will help him, and for that, I need to get stronger. It is a lonely road. The quest for revenge makes people do horrible things, push friends away, become the type of monsters that they hate. Naruto chuckled to himself upon remembering Sasuke when he first said his dreams. What part of that is funny? She asked with a raised eyebrow. He was supposed to be making a point to try and stop her, not laugh about the idea. Just the memory of a guy the first once knew. He stopped and sighed. If you want to go down that road, then you are free to do it. But know what if I come back and this place is full of crows and ravens, and you suddenly became a broody emo? I will kick your butt all the way back to Japan, and then color you like a rainbow. Claria laughed. What he said made no sense whatsoever. Perhaps it was the way he said it. She couldn't tell. She just laughed. If it comes to that point, then please do. She smiled and got up. One of the few rare smiles that she had given since they had met. Seriously though, try not to go down that path, or at least don't make your life revolve around revenge. It just isn't worth it, and I know what you're thinking. What does he know, right? He tilted his head in her direction. I wasn't. Claria looked around and he patted her lap. It is fine. Okay, after all, who am I to tell you what to do? I'm just a guy you met a few days ago. He smiled and she shook her head. Don't talk like that. You saved me, you're my hero. It is just that you don't seem like a type of guy to hold grudges. That is because I don't, at least I try not to. I know that hate won't do me good, so I try to expel it. It isn't like I don't feel anger, disgust, and pity, but I know that my ways, my defects, and my quirks will make others feel the same for me. He smiled and nudged Clary. I'll stop bothering you about it. I'm sure everything will be fine. And if it ever isn't, you know where to find me. The coffee shop. The coffee shop. Naruto got up as well, opened his eyes and looked around. Well, it is good that you're training, but come on, you're strong. You can do better than just a few laps. He walked to a boulder and yanked it from the ground with a single hand, then carefully carried it back to Claria. It was roughly around 2.5 meters in diameter. There, run while carrying this above your shoulders. If you're going to get stronger, then you will do it right and work hard. I know you can handle this light weight. He handed her the boulder and helped her adjust and hold it correctly. He had no idea of her true strength, but she could indeed carry it without much effort. She was a high-class devil. She was no pushover, just wasn't that strong compared to others. You sure I should train like this? Seems rather crude. She adjusted the boulder to get a better grip. Yeah. I'm sure. It would probably be better for you to use something easier to hold and carry, like some type of heavy vests of compressed materials or leg weights. So for now, do a few laps with that and see how the weight is. If too light, then find something heavier and easier to hold. He clapped his hands and motioned for her to go. She began to run, wondering if such things existed. With magic should be possible to make. Would be great for training if they did. Naruto ran along with her, but stopped upon returning to Kaguya. All right. Let's go talk to thee about it. See what he thinks. Very well. Kaguya took his hand and placed on her elbow. She was excited about the idea of having a castle and a village. Like when she was a princess, but better, maybe she could get the devils to worship her like a goddess. Naruto was blissfully unaware of her ideas and plans for the village, probably for the best. They went first to their room to get the map, then went to office. They knocked on his door and then entered shortly after. His things were still on the floor, and he was writing a paper back already. You two have come to a decision. Will you accept? He said while placing the papers that he was writing inside a drawer on his desk, giving them their full attention. We have, but first I'd like to ask you, what have you decided on Clary's case? I was thinking earlier and came to a realization, Naruto said and took seat on chairs opposite to Dozer. The official story is that Claria and her boyfriends were to be killed by their own side to keep the status quo of heaven and hell. Right, D. Hauser nodded. Okay. So hear me out. Heaven probably doesn't know about the whole king peace thing. And if they do, they won't care. It is devil's internal business. What they will care is that they killed their own exorcists and Claria is still alive, so they will feel tricked. Naruto waved his hands around as he spoke for emphasis. D. Hauser's eyes widened slightly. Yes, I assume you have an idea. Indeed I do. Naruto grinned. So Claria is still alive, but Bediz is dead. How about you guys try to find a way to correct the misunderstanding and pin it on Bediz? If they think that killed Bediz, a very strong devil in Claria's place, they are likely to accept. You're right. Of course. Yes. This works. Became relieved as if a huge weight was lifted or a large problem was solved. Beads was ranked third in rating games. He was a very famous devil, much more of a risk to heaven. If I spin the story in our favor and get Royden to cooperate, then can get them to forget this incident, while also cleaning Claria's name in one go. Glad you're excited about this. Now can we talk about a hypothetical situation regarding the village? Of course, yes. Go on. What if hypothetically we had a dimension that we could recreate the farms, minerals, lakes and natural resources of the village and its surroundings in this hypothetical dimension? Make things even better than it was originally. Then, teleport the inhabitants, livestock and living beings there. Naruto tapped the table and De Hauser blinked a few times. Hypothetically, yay. HMHM. De Hauser rubbed his chin. Hypothetically, the underworld would lose a lot from not having the exports, and the land becoming empty. The village, too, while self-sustainable, it imports a lot of its things. An investigation would happen on the disappearance of the village. The Maos wouldn't be too thrilled about it. But it could be done with effort, hypothetically. Let's say that this hypothetical me wants to do it despite what the Maos think, because in their resources are better, and it is overall more convenient for the hypothetical me. Naruto smiled and Dozer leaned back in his chair. You can generate any resource in this hypothetical dimension, yay. The only things that can't be made in this hypothetical dimension are machines and living beings, which can be teleported to at homes, and structures can be made as well. But blueprints would help in some cases, Naruto said, remembering to have seen a castle on one of her dimensions in the background and deducing that it would be better with blueprints. Her way of modifying her dimensions was similar to making a senjutsu where she can rewrite the aspects of reality. But some of the laws of physics remained and an unstable foundation would have consequences after. Would have to lock down the village and have a head count for every single villager to know the exact amount, and all of their jobs. Machines would have to be bought, and architects would have to redesign the village with the new information. He stopped to think. In second thought, Surzex is a reasonable devil. Hypothetically, He would aid this project for better trades and resources from this dimension. Yes. But that would be the point of me remaining anonymous. And to exploit the ability to make whatever material we desire on this dimension, for trade would be very taxing for our hypothetical selves on the long run. Although some compromise can indeed be arranged to avoid conflict, Naruto sighed and massaged his temple. You two are mercenaries. You can't be completely anonymous for long. Sooner or later they will hear about you anyway. May as well be on your own terms. Lean forward. Is this hypothetical situation just hypothetical? Naruto opened his eyes and glanced at Kaguya, and she nodded at him. No. We indeed have our dimension where we have complete and total control. If that is the case, then we have a lot of planning and work to do, but we should have make an appointment with Surzex and the other mouse, explain to them a part of this situation, and cut a deal with him in which we all benefit. D. Hauser massaged his forehead, then took out a sheet of paper from his drawer. Let's begin with the plans then. 3 hours later, they all talked a lot, discussed every detail of the plan, every possibility, every consequence, and what they would tell the Maos when they meet. Naruto and Kaguya were now about to leave the castle to go and see the village for themselves. D. Hauser had yet to schedule the meeting, so he couldn't know when it would be, but due to the recent events and the urgency, Naruto shouldn't stray far and be back within a week to fill, which wouldn't be hard for them. Both he and Kaguya were capable of teleporting back. Upon leaving the castle, they saw Claria slowly finishing a lap with the boulder over her head. She was completely drenched in sweat from head to toe, and seemed very tired. She also spotted them, picked up her pace and met with them, dropping the boulder on the ground and taking a few seconds to regain her breath. Naruto, Kaguya, you two aren't leaving now, are you? We are, Kaguya told her. She was still getting the hang of the use of language, but she was progressing. Oh, Claria frowned without even saying goodbye. Don't worry about it. We will just be gone for about a week. Naruto smiled and ruffled her hair. Even her hair was drenched in sweat. She perked up. Oh, then just to see you soon then. Yep. Don't stress it. Focus on your training and time will fly. Naruto said, and Kaguya began walking away in the direction of the city, and Naruto turned half of his body to the direction Kaguya was going. Wait, Naruto. Before you go, I have something for you. Claria stopped him, then ran to her backpack that was on the side. Wiped her face with a towel, had a sip of water, then came back with a rectangular box. I want you to have this. She handed the box to Naruto, and he opened it. Inside were shades, black, pointy, triangular shades. Naruto ran his fingers on the border of the lens, and then opened his eyes to confirm it. I found it on an anime convention and bought it for Masaomi. It is made after to be like the glasses that his favorite character, Kamini, used. We were supposed to go together, but something turned up and I went alone. I think it would be good on you. Use it. She looked at Naruto expectantly. I like it, thanks. The shades seemed silly and exaggerated, but it meant something to her. So he took off his shades and placed them on. It felt silly on his face, but she smiled. Take care, we'll see you soon. He smooched her on the forehead, then ran off to catch up with Kaguya. She was literally the only person he didn't need eyes or senjutsu to find. Her chakra signature was so large, and he was so used to it that it felt natural. Those glasses are stupid, Kaguya said as he reached her. She seemed somewhat disturbed. What? Nah, they're awesome. And since when do you even care about what I wear? Naruto asked, and Kaguya picked up her pace. Keep up. She began to fly, and Naruto accelerated to keep up with her, to end up tripping, rolling and crashing into a tree. 3 hours later, the trip was long and Kaguya seemed to be in a bad mood. It got worse that he couldn't figure out why for the life of him, and she wouldn't tell him. But upon seeing the village, he gained an idea. Her mood always improved with chocolate milkshakes. The village was large, around the size of Konoha. Its structures varied, stone houses and wooden houses, some built better than the others. The largest structure was a castle on the center of it, which they could see from outside. There were guards monitoring the entrance, but not that many. They were easily bypassed. And afterwards, the two split up to explore. Kaguya to go do whatever it is that she does, and Naruto to find her a chocolate milkshake to try and better her mood. Naruto opened his eyes and observed the population as he walked by, noting how devils could be different from one another. It was very much like Konoha in a way. They weren't rich and exuberant, but weren't in poverty either. Didn't take him long to find a modest cafe. He entered, saw that it was mostly empty, and went straight to the counter. "Hey, you guys serve chocolate milkshakes here?" "Yes, we do, sir. Will that be your order?" the lady on the counter asked, taking note of it. "Yay. The best one you can make, and chocolate carrot cake if you have that too." "That would be 3 bronze coins, sir." She smiled and Naruto placed a golden coin on the counter. "Sir, this is too much. I can't exchange it." "Oh, don't worry. Keep the change, buy yourself something nice. Just do your best." He smiled and then took a seat on one of the tables. D. Hauser had given him and Kaguya sacks of coins to spend the week. With the amount that he had given, they could spend the week as celebrities or nobles, but it wasn't necessary. They wouldn't even need the money at all. Word would be given to the castle's employees that they were to expect them. The employees of the store whispered among themselves about Naruto and stared. Maybe paying too much could have been a bad idea. Thankfully, it didn't take long for the milkshake to come, a very large cup. He took it and then left to find Kaguya, whom he tracked to a nearby park. She was seated on a bench watching kids play with an unreadable expression. Naruto sat beside her and gave her the milkshake. "So what's up?" "Something wrong." She took the milkshake, but didn't say anything, just drank. A couple arrived and sat on a bench on the other side of the park. They seemed very close. Naruto didn't see them. He closed his eyes to not strain them. "What are we?" she asked upon finishing the milkshake, surprising Naruto. "We're partners," he answered and crossed his legs. "Why, you ask?" "I am confused on the type of partnership we have." "They are partners too." She pointed subtly to the couple across from them, and Naruto opened his eyes to see who she was talking about. "They are a couple." Oh, something clicked in Naruto's mind. "Our situation is too complicated for me to even describe. You're the grandma of my reincarnation, and I'm losing my sanity bit by bit." "I don't believe you will lose your sanity. I believe that when it is necessary, you will get yourself together." Kaguya closed her eyes for a few seconds. "Have you stopped to think what will be of us if we succeed?" "Not really." Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. "I think you do know." She opened her eyes and stared back at him. "There are only 2 things that can happen. Either we disappear, due to the impossibility of us arriving in here on the first place, or we don't, and what do you think happens then? There will be another you back in the dimension living blissfully unaware of what could have happened. Me, you, we won't have a place in that world anymore. Where are you trying to get? Fine. Yay. I know that already. What do you want to torture me with that now?" Naruto sighed. He didn't like to think about it. The thought that he would never be able to be with his friends depressed him. "If I want to torture you, I will, and it will be painful. This isn't it." She stopped to think for a second. "What I am trying to say is that this is a new start for both of us. We have to both leave behind who and what we once were, and liking it or not, I am all that you got, and you are all that I got." Quote Naruto became silent and diverted his eyes from her. "This is strange for me as well. I remember who I once was. I remember the time I longed for peace, the first time that I had loved, the first time I was betrayed." She looked into the horizon with a distant gaze. "There is no turning back for us now. I give up on taking my chakra back. I want to use this opportunity to start over together." Quote, Naruto's heart raced. You don't need to answer me now. I understand you are in turmoil and I don't want to aggravate your condition." She got closer to him and looked into his eyes. "For now, I can be content with an answer to another question. Does my appearance please you?" "You are beautiful, but that isn't the case." Naruto averted his eyes from her. "What is it then?" Naruto groaned and saw that she wouldn't back down. "It is complicated." "Okay. You're the sage's mom. You ruled the world. You're wearing Madara's body like Orochimaru wanted to wear Sasuke and the Biju. My friends, they are still in there waiting for my promise." The thought of her wearing Madara like a dress really was a deal breaker, but it wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was knowing that the Biju were still inside her. Just the thought of having something more with her was enough. We really shouldn't do this. Naruto spoke while traveling down her neck. Just shut up. Kaguya locked lips with him again, and he got up from the couch and pressed her against the wall. We're going to wake up, Delio. Not a problem. Kaguya smiled, and a second later they vanished. I have brought Naruto out of his thoughts. I acknowledge that my way of handling and using chakra is archaic and simple. I will give you the consciousness of the Bijus if in exchange you tutor me. She decided to not keep pressing on the subject of their status and relationship. She couldn't do anything about the fact that she was using Madara's body, but she could do something about the Bijus who were resisting her control and making things more difficult for her. Oh, really? That'd be awesome. Sure. Let's go. Now Naruto got up from the bench and her lips twitched upwards. Her third eye opened and they disappeared. The dimension that Kaguya had made for their base was, for the lack of better word, plain. The sky was clean and pure, the grass green and short, there was a few clouds and a sun. The fact that it was plain didn't make Naruto any less amazed. He never truly appreciated her dimensions when they fought for obvious reasons, now however he did. There was a freaking sun. How cool was that? While Naruto was admiring her work, Kaguya placed her hand on her gut and pulled out several white blobs, which entered Naruto's back. Whoa, he turned around to her. There. They are yours. Kaguya backed away and crossed her legs, floating in the air like her son, Hagoromo. Now teach me. Oh, wait. Give me a few secs. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath and prepared to enter wherever it is that the Bijus stay when inside him. Wherever it is that the Bijus stay. Naruto appeared in the familiar sewer. It would seem that his mental instability didn't affect the place. They were all there. All 9 of them at less than a quarter of their size. Sup, guys? Kurama, Gyuki, what's up? Naruto greeted them awkwardly, and they cracked their necks, wings, hands, and whatever limbs they had, adjusting to finally having a body again. Never thought I would see you with those cursed eyes. Kurama spoke and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Relax. We know what happened. We don't like it, but we understand. Oh, great. I'm glad. Had me worried for a bit. Naruto chuckled to himself and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry for taking so long. Don't worry about it, Yi. We are lucky that you did, Chome said, beginning to fly around the mindscape. We will be fine. We'll recover within the year. It is you that we are worried about, Gucci said, and they all nodded together. Yay, human, you and Grandma, who would have thought? Matabi smirked. Okay, you know what? I'm going now, and don't be talking in my ear unless you guys really have to. Things are confusing enough already. Naruto turned away and disappeared. Kaguya dimension. Naruto's eyes opened and he looked at Kaguya, who was patiently waiting for him. All right. Where should we start? I was going to end it here, but no. I reread the reviews and decided to wrap everything up. -1 week later, Kaguya was a good student. She paid attention and did things as asked. Naruto, however, was a crappy teacher, but things sort of balanced out. It turned out that Kaguya could make time pass slightly slower in the dimension. While in the exterior only a week had passed, they stayed on her dimension for 2 weeks. During the time, Kaguya learned how to make clones and did chakra control exercises. She had a lot of chakra, but her control wasn't very good and a lot of it went to waste. It would count when and if they fought somebody with a lot of stamina or large groups. The energies of the devils and other creatures were hard for them to detect, and they were hard to detect for them as well. Their energies didn't cross each other's radars for some reason, except that while on Sage mode he could get a grip on them. In theory, it should be that the natural energy of that reality helped him get more in synchronization with the energies of the natives. Kaguya had a hard time spotting them, so in theory she shouldn't be as well to absorb their attacks like she does with ninjutsu. So she had to better her control to last longer. Plus they were working on some ideas to incorporate elemental chakra to some of her attacks like the 80 Gods vacuum attack for some extra pain, but that was still a work in progress. Naruto also trained a bit during the time, worked on his own control over the elements. He didn't have much of a practical use to train with the elements that the bijou supplied him, or the time to train on all of them. So he would leave that part for them to assist. He trained his chakra control, refined his wind chakra, and messed a little with the king piece. He had to test how it reacted to chakra, which it didn't react much at all. The two energies weren't very compatible. It did react with senjutsu and six paths senjutsu. So at least in theory, he should be able to use it if he is in sage mode. The question was, should he? The energy in it was dark, and if he used it, then it could be that there would be no turning back. And the last time he used dark senjutsu, it didn't work out well, so he figured he should keep it for another date and mess with it more. The two had just about teleported back to castle entrance. The guards were surprised with their sudden appearance, and on side was Mana running with a type of vest on. She was running the same lap that Claria was, which was creating ring around the castle from the weight of their footsteps. "Oh, Master Naruto, Mistress Kaguya, welcome back," Mana said as she reached them, and right after Claria came running along with Brian. It would seem that the whole team was training together. "Thanks." "Hey everybody." Naruto waved at the direction that he heard them all coming from. "Hey Naruto. My cousin is looking for you too," Claria greeted him rather cheerfully. Time was doing her well. She looked at his shades at her vest and remembered something. "Oh, right. We tried looking for training vests, but couldn't find any, so we gathered a few servants and came up with these. There already were techniques for super compressing weight, so it wasn't that hard. These are prototypes, but we will try perfecting it to make a brand and start mass producing." "Oh, that's great. Good for you guys. Now don't let me get in the way of your training. Keep going. Later you tell me all about it." Naruto grinned and entered the castle with Kaguya, leaving them behind to continue training. Naruto went to Dihauser's office while Kaguya went somewhere else, probably to find something sweet to eat. He knocked and entered to find him seated behind his desk. "Heard you were looking for us," Naruto said, closing the door behind him as he did. "Indeed I was. Neither of you showed up on the castle and I needed to pass a message. The meeting with Mouse is scheduled to happen in 2 days, but that isn't the message. Ruin refuses to cooperate until she has spoken with you." Got up and walked to him, and they shook hands. "Talk with me." "About what?" Naruto reopened the door, and they both exited the office. "She wouldn't say. Just that she wanted to talk with you alone before anything." Dihauser led Naruto through the hallway. "All right then." Naruto made a hand sign and his appearance flickered. His hair instantly became dark and the orange mask appeared on his face. The skies wasn't as solid as actually using the mask, but it would do. With his chakra control slightly improved and an extra bit of concentration, he could use the henge without creating smoke. Dihauser raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. It was a peculiar ability like that of a metamorph. It could be the reason why he never heard of the blonde till now. Didn't take long for them to reach their destination, a locked room. Naruto entered alone. Inside the room was a table and 2 chairs. On one chair, there was Roigon, Naruto's least favorite horned woman. "So you finally show up. I was wondering how much longer I would have to wait." Roigon smirked, and Naruto sat opposite to her. "We had a deal. I spare you and you cooperate with them," he stated and then sat down opposite to her, the Sharingan becoming visible through the mask's hole. "And I intend to honor my part, but after I do, I will probably be locked away for a few centuries. I want to know more about the creature that ruined me. You had me thinking about you all week. What you hide beneath that mask? Why I never heard of you?" She leaned forward and her shackles restrained her. "When we first met, you felt cold, demonic. Now when I try to sense you, I get nothing. It is as if you aren't here. Dihauser, if this is a game, I'm not playing. This is no game. Why should I show you my face?" Naruto's Sharingan spun lazily. He was somewhat enjoying himself. "Because I'm asking, please." She tried to show some cleavage, but couldn't because of the bandages beneath her clothes. Quote. Naruto closed his eye. He could take off the mask and show her a fake face if he had a mask on, and it wasn't a henge. He also could dispel the henge with smoke and replace with another one before she saw his face. But why go through the trouble? Instead, he unceremoniously dispelled the hinge. No smoke, just dispelled it. Roijin blinked, her mouth opened and closed. You're blonde. Shit, that's clever. Either wait, are those whiskers? She squinted her eyes at him, and he remained silent and adjusted his pointy shades. Damn. Can't say I was expecting this. Actually, you're more handsome than I initially fantasized. Now I can get a better picture, ahem. She smiled and Naruto sighed and tried not to let his mind go astray. So what are you anyway? And what's with the glasses? Some type of hybrid or experiment? What I am isn't important. Let's just get this over with. What I want is these shackles off and first to have some fun. Actually, we could have fun even with these chains. But you don't seem to be in a mood, so you can go. I cross my heart and promise that this time I'll be a good devil. She grinned and Naruto got up from the chair. Of course, devils aren't Paragon's morality. But is this normal? Naruto thought and turned around from her. To be fair, he hadn't spent much time around devils on their normal mindset and habitat. Just cooperate with them, will you? They'll see what can be done about your situation if you do. Wait, before you go, answer me something. What did you do with the king pieces? You handed them both or you keeping one? Naruto stopped and she smirked. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Naruto glanced back at her for a second and left. He would think about the odds of her telling on him later, more precisely the entire night before sleeping. Now he had plannings to do. He had to study and research about the mouse. He never cared about the exploits of people like the third Hokage, the first, and Madara during his years. Now, however, research was a necessity, which he needs to do to survive. Hopefully, he could get a large part of that information from Claria and the servants. Strong and famous leaders have the disadvantage of having their exploits known, although it was a double-edged sword because the more information is passed, the more distorted it got. -2 days later, the time has come for their meeting with the Maos. Naruto, Kaguya, Gehauser and his queen were on their way to the meeting place, being led by Grafia. Naruto and Kaguya were dressed as usual, outside of their hidden identities, in Naruto's case with the pointy shades that Claria had given him, and Kaguya with her horns out. Naruto had studied as much as he could on the mouse, and he was a bit tired on the eyes. Claria had helped him with what she could, and Gehauser gave him his notes books on research that he did on the mouse previously. It was very convenient that Gehauser had to study and analyze everything he could about others to nullify their power. His library was filled with priceless articles made by his clan and himself. Roigon did cooperate after her chat with Naruto. Her help was proving to be invaluable to arrest the other users of King Pieces and finding who gave the green light and sealed with heaven Zekrom Ball. They entered a room with a large oval desk and found them there, Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphol and Falbium, standing beside the table talking among themselves, except Falbium. He was sleeping on a chair. Falbium woke up as they arrived. CYRZYX Lucifer, previously CYRZYX Grimori, a devil classified as a super devil, the most charismatic of the four, and their leader known for wanting peaceful solutions that benefit all. The embodiment of the saying, long for peace, prepare for war, he is a master of the power of destruction, known to use a special type that destroys only what he wants to without leaving a trace. Rumored to be made of pure destruction, being in charge of domestic affairs, the meeting could go on with just him. Ajuka Beelzebub, previously Ajuka Astaroth, another devil classified as a super devil, the most intelligent among the four and Surzek's best friend. He likes to invent new things, and his magic style is the one that Gehauser least understands. Master at calculation, he uses formulas to control phenomena. He is in charge of the research department. Seraphol Leviathan, previously Seraphol Citri, strongest woman of hell, cheerful, uses ice magic, in charge of foreign affairs. And lastly, Falbium Asmodeus, previously Falbium Glacial Obelis, in charge of the military department. Dowser didn't have much on his powers, but from what Naruto understood, if Surzex was the Hashirama of the underworld, he was the Shikamaru. Absurdly smart, outrageously lazy. Maybe there was something about being smart and becoming lazy, a relationship between the smarter you become, the less work you have to do, due to finding quicker and easier methods. Welcome, D. Hauser, Naruto, and Kaguya. Let's all have a seat. Sears X gestured to the table, and the three sat beside Fabian. Before we begin, D. Hauser, for what is worth, I am deeply sorry about what has happened, and I'm glad Claria is safe. Thank you, Sirs X. We can discuss more about that later. Took a seat opposite to the four, and Naruto and Kaguya sat beside him. We were just discussing about the files and requests you sent us. Trying to completely understand it, could you elaborate on it? Sears X crossed his hands and a file appeared on the table in between them. Yes. In the file, you have a small city of mine with around 15,000 inhabitants. I am giving it to Naruto and Kaguya as a reward for aiding Claria and helping unravel the conspiracy that tried to kill her. Dawser glanced at the two. They want to move the population of Rosemary Town to a dimension that they own. I thought I was misunderstanding when I read it, but it seems not. Sears X looked at Naruto, and then Kaguya. Before anything else, let's start with why you two want to do this. I can imagine it would take considerable effort to organize and accomplish that task. Is the city not good enough as it is? No. It isn't. The place is alright, but it can be better. In our private dimension, the entire town and outskirts can be rebuilt, better, reorganized, and perfected. Naruto replied simply and then adjusted himself on the chair. He would be speaking for both himself and Kaguya. Quote. Not only that, we want to have our space where we can organize and walk in daylight. None of you have ever heard about us before this whole incident. Correct? The mouse nodded in union, paying close attention to his words. That is because that is how we like it. We enjoy coming and going as we please, taking only the jobs that interest us. If we are to be associated with an entire town, then we will begin to lose that privacy. And if we aren't associated with the town, then it isn't truly ours, is it? Naruto finished, and the mouse glanced among themselves. Why do you believe you can make it better in your dimension? Ajuka asked. Having taken an interest on it along with Falbium, all four of them were. Now came the moment of decision. Should Naruto be truthful with them or not? We believe we can make it better because we can. In there, we have total control over weather, resources, and structures. It would be simple to create the city as we imagine it to be, and the conditions and resources are as favorable as we will them to be. Naruto answered and released a calm breath. Dowser and Kaguya were gauging the reactions of the mouse. Kaguya had complete trust in Naruto despite his recent mental issues. It was thanks to him that they had gotten this far and that they seized this opportunity. Ajuka glanced at Surzex, then fixated his eyes back on Naruto. You two can shape and produce anything you want in this dimension of yours. Indeed, we can. We feel like it would be a waste to have it just for ourselves. We are willing to find out if a civilization can prosper under our care, and we are willing to come to an agreement so that there is no animosity between us, for we mean no harm. Naruto gave a friendly smile. And what is it that you want from us? Ajuka asked and leaned back into his chair. We understand that the town produces supplies for other neighbors' cities and villages, and that as leaders, you might want to make sure that your people are being well treated. We would like assistance in the design of the new city and with industrial machines for maximum efficiency of the population. Naruto intertwined his fingers. On the outside, he seemed fine and calm. On the inside, he was freaking out. All right then. We need to discuss this among ourselves, so let's have a break. Yes. Searstek said and got up along with the other mouse. Of course, nodded, and both Naruto and Kaguya mimicked him. The mouse left to discuss the deal and situation in another room. Graphia stayed behind to make sure that the guests were properly served. -2 hours later, the mouse sure discussed a lot and took their time. Were he the same Naruto that entered the war, his anxiety and the waiting would have eaten him inside. But instead of that, a peace of mind and clarity graced his mind, and he began to calculate. He calculated the odds and possibility of the types of things that they could have been talking due to the time he spent waiting. He imagined different outcomes, solutions, so that when the mouse returned, he would be ready. When they walked in and sat on their previous chairs. All right, we discussed this a lot, and we agreed to help. Ajuka has taken interest and wants to personally design the layout of the city. We will provide you with whatever machines you need, but here are our demands. I hope you find them reasonable. Searsex slid a piece of paper to D. Hauser, and D. Hauser passed it to Naruto without giving it a glance. Naruto read it once, twice, thrice, then he placed the paper down, closed his eyes and leaned back on his chair. For an entire minute, he stayed motionless and everybody waited for a reaction of him. While he stayed still, D. Hauser read the paper and raised an eyebrow. Then he made himself straight and turned to D. Hauser. Do you have a pen? Yes. Here. D. Hauser gave him one and he began to cross things off the paper. This is fine. No to this. No this. Definitely not this. Nope. He continued to write all over the paper, and the mouse shared a look. Sorry guys, but no thank you. Searsex mouthed surprised and Naruto slid the paper back to him. Look, I can get that you guys want to take care of your people and all, but I don't think you understand something. Naruto sighed and took off his shades, revealing his eyes. I want for us to be on friendly terms, but frankly, this isn't at all what friendly is. We aren't going to be a colony for you guys, we are going to be our own people. Asking permission for this is just a formality. We are going to take the village with or without your support, for it is already ours. Silence befell them and Naruto turned his attention to Ijuka. No offense to you. I'm sure you have a remarkable intellect, and that you would be the best person to design the best city, but for this price, not really worth it. What I need from you guys is something that I can get from other places. I can get machines from other places and I can design the city alone if I have to. So we can begin to actually talk business, or this conversation ends now. Naruto interlaced his fingers and waited. He understood their point of view. He and Kaguya were unknowns. They appeared from nothing and claimed to have a dimension where they can produce any material that they desire in any quantity that they want. That in itself was already a great threat, for they could just as well overflood the underworld with gold, silver and jewelry and crash the entire economy to the point that devils would be trading golden chairs for fruits. Combined with the fact that they knew nothing about them, their powers and their alliances made them a tactical nightmare. You got balls to up the stakes like that, kid. This is a serious game, you sure you up to it, and that you want to drag her with you? Falby amassed and gestured to Kaguya. I have never been this sure on anything. Believe it, Naruto answered without any hesitation. He knew what they were doing, and he had to keep a strong front with no signs of doubt. The mouths glanced at each other then nodded. It was worth a shot. What do you propose then? Searsex asked, and he smiled. Those were just the words he was hoping for. Over the course of history, many deals were made where the stakes were ridiculously one-sided just because the favored person was smarter and held more power. But Naruto knew better. He had studied them and formed a profile that he hoped was accurate. It wasn't about getting into a fight. It was about making a stand and showing that he is willing to. None of them knew his or Kaguya's capacity, but for them owning an entire dimension and being unknown for all this time, they had to assume that they are powerful. And they don't want to go to war with the unknown. Naruto knew that because he doesn't want either. They had too much to lose for a single village. Alright then. Naruto cleared his throat. I accept that you guys want to monitor the safety and the treatment, but I don't want a horde of your people coming in and out of our place like some parade. If you want to have some degree of control over what happens in there, make a list with possible candidates that you trust to tutor and discipline the town's military force for the time period of 5 years. Of that list, I will pick 10. Same for other sectors that you wish to influence. He stopped to rearrange his thoughts, let his words sink in, and then he continued. We refuse to pay tributes as some colonies subjected to you. We might agree to pay a one-time fee and the subject never be touched again. We will pay for whatever machines you provide. We can discuss about a trade route. Naruto went on and on about the conditions. Kaguya was surprised with how well he was handling the situation. She almost admired him. She found it strange how her relationship with him worked. It was different than what she had with Tenji. She knew her role. She knew what she had to do. He was the head and she had to support him, help maintain his sanity, and trust him to make the right choices. They complemented each other. He was far from perfect, but so was she. They discussed for hours, going back and forth, making and declining offers. Author notes on the chapter. Sorry if there wasn't much action in this chapter, and it feels a bit rushed. Political stuff is necessary for the long term, and I kinda wanted to wrap it up. A friend had made me a challenge for me to get certain amount of reviews in here. We almost got there, but no biggie. It was just made for the heck of it. Now I have to leave my selfie as profile pic for a while. Laughing face. The pointy anime sunglasses is said are made after Kamenes, but aren't the same color. Instead, they are exactly like that of another character who uses them ironically, broke Dirk Strider from Homestuck. I like his ironic sense of humor. Nightmare, Hashirama. Coal eyes fluttered open. Madara. He was in a bright room laid down on some type of chair. He felt heavy. Naruto and Kaguya were standing beside him along with a woman using a face mask. He tried to move, but felt too heavy. He glanced down. His stomach was bulging. Yay about that. Naruto shifted around nervously. What is happening to me? The war. He struggled to get up. What is wrong with me? Right. Long story, really? You see, me and Kaguya, Naruto gestured to her. We sorta hit it off and she ended up pregnant. We had to remove her from your body, but the baby stayed. Congratulations, Madara. You will be a mother. The masked woman said and his eyes widened. What? He looked down at his stomach. No. This can't be happening. No. 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 Naruto bolted up from his bed and looked around. He was in a white room like before with a nurse standing beside him. Kaguya was on a medical bed with her legs stretched open and several nurses pulling something from in between her legs. The nurse handed him the thing wrapped in a bundle, and he looked at it. It was Madara, his adult face on a baby. No. Naruto jolted up from his bed screaming. His head was resting on Kaguya's lap and she was looking at him with an eyebrow raised. I don't want to know, she said, and he sighed in relief. It was a dream inside a dream. Probably for the best. Make end. Summary of the Act 1. Naruto and Kaguya arrived in the DxD universe around 10 years before canon. Naruto's brain was damaged on the trip back in time and through dimensions. They learned the language adapted on the first month. Kaguya learned the basics. Naruto struggled and managed to learn some more advanced, making an already bad brain problem worse. Kaguya made 2 dimensions and Naruto transplanted Sasuke's left eye and Obito's right eye. Naruto's subconscious gained sentience. Inner Naruto is born from the product of his brain being damaged and healing in a cycle. Walked through the seas with his eyes closed, skipped New Guinea and ended up in Japan. Naruto discovered that he couldn't normally sense the supernatural, but he could while using senjutsu with the earth's energy. He ripped off the memories of a devil and improved his linguistics, overall knowledge, and got his brain rebooted. He ran into Claria and helped them using the Manjikyu after a week of transplant. He and Kaguya become mercenaries and help Claria reach Daosure's castle on the underworld. Naruto kills Badiz, captures Ruin and takes both of their king pieces. Naruto's already present brain injury aggravates. Kaguya knocks him out before he got out of control and peeked inside his brain. She understood that his brain is constantly being damaged and repaired, although the use of the eyes tips it so that the stress is more than the repairs. Also notes that it is because of the damage and repair cycle that he is efficient. Because every time a house was destroyed or burned down, better and more ones were rebuilt. It is also why his subconscious is ceasing to be subconscious. When Naruto wakes up the next morning, he is feeling better for a part of the damage on his brain has stabilized, and he can use more of his potential. Naruto hands one of the evil pieces and D. Hauser offers one of his towns, Rosemary Town, to Naruto and Kaguya as a type of reward. They decide to make a plan to remake the town better in her dimension and transfer the people there. Naruto and Kaguya have a serious talk. They make a deal and he helps train her in exchange for the consciousness of the Biju. They have meeting with the mouse to come to terms on a deal regarding the town. The first step to the creation of their army and faction is taken. A week has passed since the meetings with the mouse. It was very fruitful. Naruto managed to negotiate a good agreement with them for the town, for their cooperation and aid in machinery, design and a few other things. they will have to pay an easily manageable sum of gold, and to officially be allies that will aid if a crisis is to happen. The last part of the deal is a double-edged sword because a crisis could happen in a day or a century, to which Naruto is fine with, as the devils would be helping them much more than they would be helping the devils. And if they stay on good terms, then they might as well help them on a crisis anyway. There were other small things such as no industrial machines of mass pollution, but that was the gist of it. Pollution was a thing that Kaguya seriously disliked, and Naruto didn't want to risk her going goddess almighty and kill them all over it if it got out of hand. Plus, with few exceptions here and there, and everybody will feel like they deserve one too. There was just one thing that Kaguya didn't quite like. This place is boring. I thought we would have some fun. As three, what are we doing here? Complained a certain pink-haired devil, the one thing Kaguya was disliking of the deal. For some reason, Naruto asked for Rugen to be placed in their custody. Kaguya didn't know why, but she hoped that it is a good one, or else somebody would be in pain. They had just arrived back on the human world, on their favorite coffee shop on Australia. They were all in human disguises, including Roigan, who had to wear less revealing clothes, or actually wear clothes at all and hide her horns. She'd been a pain on Naruto's but since day one. Kaguya denied her existence, and pretended the devil wasn't even there. Well, she needs to relax and I need to study French, Italian and German. You just sit tight and don't bother us or the people around, Naruto said, and put two phones with two different headphones. So you just want me to sit here and do nothing? Roigan asked, and Naruto nodded. This entire week you haven't asked me to do a single thing. I'm disappointed actually. Was expecting some more action and fun. Why am I even here? Why was she there? Kaguya wondered the exact same thing. Well, let's just say that soon you'll be qualified to fill a position that we will need. Don't even start with the innuendos. Naruto shook his head. Having a pet devil was more troublesome than he anticipated. Naruto placed one side of each earphone and began playing French and Italian lessons on 4 times the speed on either of them. He completely detached himself from reality and focused only on the high-speed tutorials. A few hours later, Naruto took off the headphones and opened and closed his mouth. His tongue felt weird. He opened his eyes and saw that Kaguya was still beside him, probably past her 10th milkshake, and Roiden was taking a nap. Over the course of the past week, he managed to test out that he could use his eyes throughout the day without overstressing himself, so long as he didn't use the Manjikyu or the Rinnegan. Either way, he preferred to leave them closed for the majority of time. He was getting used to navigating with sound. One would think that with Biju inside him, he would have more chakra, but it was the opposite. They were redirecting and feeding off of his chakra to grow and recover. They'd give some back if he fought somebody that required his full effort. Naruto looked around at the people on the shop and noticed that something was off. He knew their work schedules by head and noticed that one certain waitress wasn't working and another was filling in for her. It could simply be that she was on vacation, but his instincts told him that something was up. His instincts rarely were wrong. He began to pay attention to his surroundings in the outside of shop. There were some shady people roaming, which he should have noticed sooner. Hey there, he greeted the manager, a brown-haired woman in her mid-30s. Is everything all right? No. Not really. I was going to talk with you. Come with me. She went to the back and Naruto followed. She led him to a storage room of cleaning supplies. Sorry about this. They started to appear this week. Sam said that work is to deal with complicated situations. He told me to wait and see if you would come to us. She continued, and Naruto looked around. Sam was the owner of the shop. Naruto had told him that he worked dealing with complicated situations and helping people. They made a deal with the owner and opened a tab. Every month, they deposited around $5 on their tab. They were on good terms. Alright, so what's up? You seriously can get me in trouble like this. Right. So one of our waitresses, Rebecca, stopped coming to work last week. Then those guys began showing up, stalking this place. None of us know what's going on. She won't answer the phone, she said, and began fanning herself with her hand. The storage room was tight, and it was a hot day. So you guys want me to go to her house or something? You can call the police for this type of thing. We called the police, but nothing changed. It would be great if you could. We would go there ourselves, but could be dangerous. She unbuttoned the top button of her shirt. Right. All right. I'll see what we can. He inched backwards to the door. He was going to keep talking but stopped upon to notice things: her eyes and dilated pupils, her heavy breathing, her flustered face, the poor choice of meeting place. She was unnaturally horny, almost to a slutty level. Her posture was different. It was almost like she was being influenced. He sighed and reached to her shirt, then buttoned it up. She was wearing a blue lace bra and her S were fairly decent and perky. Get me the address and I'll go see what's going on. Naruto then kissed her on the forehead and left the room. She coming out right after. The first thing he noticed was that Roigon had awoken and had a mischievous smirk and Kaguya scowl. All the confirmation that he needed. She must had somehow influenced the manager with a spell of some sorts. He couldn't notice because of senjutsu. That was quick. I thought her hair would be messy, Roigon said as he joined their table. Don't do that again, Naruto said and glanced at the manager to see that she was writing down the address of the waitress. How much were you influencing her? You're no fun. You know that. Are you gay or something? Most guys wouldn't pass up on that opportunity, Roigon said, and Naruto pointed at Kaguya besides him, who was very displeased. You're not going to help your situation like that. Now how much were you controlling her? He repeated in a harsh, but low voice. He didn't want to attract attention from the humans around. Kaguya was watching what was going on inside that tight room. She was restraining herself from killing Rugen. Naruto had a plan for the devil, and she would refrain from doing anything now. She'd have her alone time with the pink-haired sooner or later. Not much. She has a lot of pent-up frustration. Marriage must not be going that well. I just gave her a little push, helped her flourish. Whatever it was that she told you was all her. Roigon smiled and the manager came by their table, left a note, and winked at Naruto. You know that there is no sealing that water dam now that it's open. Either drain it up or watch it blow. Okay. One problem at a time. Naruto shook the mental image that he got away. It was incredible how many innuendos she could put out. One of the waitresses has been missing for a week. I'm going to check up on her. You two want to come? My novel is going to start soon. Kaguya looked at him, at Roigon, then back at him. She trusted him. She could leave him alone with that pink-haired devil whore. Never mind. Kaguya got up. I'll go. Since Kaguya was going, Roigon felt like she wouldn't have as much fun as she could, so she got another idea. You know what? I must stay. Women aren't generally my thing, but since I started it, I'll clean up my mess and the mess that we'll make. You two have fun. Roigon smiled at the manager and Naruto sighed, then left with Kaguya. 1 hour later, near Rebecca Street, they didn't know how to find the waitress' house, even by address, so Naruto got help on the best place possible, a pizza store. They knew where everything was. It was their job, and the delivery boy gave them detailed and accurate directions to the street, which turned out to be not that far from the coffee shop at all. It felt good to have some time away from Roigon. He didn't completely trust her to leave her alone in the place, so he left a clone watching from the sidelines. He didn't quite know how to feel about her. There was no doubt that she was hot and attractive. He liked her hair, but she was just too pushy. It didn't feel right. Earlier you said that the devil will soon be qualified to fill a position that we will need. What did you mean? Kaguya asked Naruto as they arrived in the neighborhood. I meant exactly that. Since you asked me about the future, I began to think about it. We are about to have an entire town for us, and it would take too much of our time to manage it. He opened his eyes and glanced around at the houses. It will be confusing for the town in the start. A familiar face will help. Devils are more likely to listen and obey another devil. I believe that we can turn her into a loyal subordinate by the time that comes. She wanted to rule over them, but he was right. What if she doesn't? Then we'll need somebody else. Unless you want to administrate the place, I rather you don't. There are better things for you to do, but you can if you want. Let's see how she turns out. Should I change my behavior and way of treating her? Just continue being yourself and don't kill her. We need her true loyalty, so things must seem normal. If she thinks we are being nice to her to use her, then she won't ever truly become loyal. He stopped upon finding the house. The waitress' house was pretty small, but cute. It stood out in her neighborhood. It was white and blue, and the front garden was a mess as if people had thrashed everything. Something definitely wasn't right. Kaguya activated her Byakugan and looked inside. She is in there with her daughter. Alrighty then. Naruto began to walk to the door, but Kaguya stopped him. Wait. Never mind. She shook her head, confusing him, and allowed him to go. Since Ruin had joined them, she has felt strange. She had no doubt that Naruto was hers, but yet she still felt bothered by her. It wasn't like the devil could take him away from her. So what was it? Sometimes she couldn't help but think she wasn't the right woman for him, that she wasn't what was best for him, but at the same time she couldn't help but wonder if they couldn't be what is best for each other. Naruto walked to her door and knocked a few times. He got no answer, but he could hear sounds of footsteps inside. He knocked again. Hey Rebecca, it's me, Naruto. From the coffee shop, Sam sent me. The footsteps got louder as if walking to the door. His sense of hearing had really improved since he stopped using his eyes. There was a pause as she reached the door, followed by the rattling of keys and the door being unlocked. She opened the door slightly and poked her head out. You said Sam sent you. Why? Because we can help. Can we come in? Naruto asked, and Kaguya came to the door as well. Yes. Come right in. Rebecca opened the door for them to pass and closed right after, then locked it. Her hair was messy, and she seemed like she hadn't slept in a while. Okay. So what is going on? What exactly is the situation? Naruto asked and glanced around the house. Kaguya stood beside the door. It all started last week. I was coming home from work and I saw a guy from a red Camaro beating to death, a guy on a motorcycle with a steering wheel lock. I wrote down his license and called the police. Rebecca explained and Naruto nodded as she spoke. So let me see if I understand. You were the only witness. Yay. The guy on the motorcycle is in life support. They'd been going around my work. Sarah's school made a mess on my yard. Monday, I found a rat nailed to my door. We called the police. They say they will increase patrol, but nothing happens. Is this Sarah? Naruto asked while picking up a picture of Rebecca and a young brown-haired girl around 13. Yes. That's her, Sarah. Come over here. Rebecca called and in came the girl from the picture. Sarah, these are Naruto and Kaguya. They work as we are people that Sam thought that could help. Naruto answered and the girl crossed her arms. What's with the stupid glasses? She asked and Naruto turned to Kaguya's whose lips were twitching upwards. An hour later, Kaguya and Naruto's apartment. Tell me again, why are we helping these humans? Kaguya asked Naruto as they closed their apartment door, Rebecca and Sarah inside and them outside. They had drove there with Rebecca's car. Naruto made her do a few laps and turns and had them lose their tail before arriving, then left the car a few blocks away. Because it makes me sort of feel human, help normal people. He sighed and leaned against the wall. I need a break to set my thoughts in order and make plans, and so do you. Take your time to relax a little, rest. He had a lot on his plate. He had to study 3 languages. He had to study electronics and wiring, the composition and structure of ecosystems to replicate their own on-dimension, politics. He needed to clear his mind to then focus on those things one by one. Very well. I will get up to date with my novels then. Great that you want to do that because they need a place to stay and somebody needs to watch them. You can do that and watch your novels. Naruto stopped as Kaguya narrowed her eyes at him. You want me to babysit? Yay. It is you or Roigon, and I don't think leaving her alone with them is a good idea. Naruto trailed off and Kaguya's glare lessened. Fine. However, I do not understand. Why don't we simply don't kill her enemy? Kaguya asked while crossing her arms. Because he is probably at the top of the food chain. And if people start dying suddenly, others start asking questions and they will never be free. Naruto sighed and paused for a few seconds. Give me a week to take of this my way. Will also be around the time it takes me to fully prepare to go to the Vatican anyway. What will the devil do? She'll help me with this, Naruto said, and Kaguya's eyebrow twitched. Come on. It isn't like I can leave her alone with them. Wait a second, are you jealous of her? Quote. There is nothing to be jealous of. Don't worry. Let's go in. He opened the door and gestured for Kaguya to go. She did so and found both Sarah waiting with her arms crossed and an annoyed look in her face. Her mother was checking the apartment. So what I am supposed to do, just sit here and do nothing? Sarah asked with a sarcastic tone. Most thing that she said came out sarcastically. Yep. That is exactly what you are supposed to do. It isn't so bad, there is TV. He smiled and she scowled. Can I at least call my friends? Sarah asked, and he closed the door. Kaguya sat on the couch and turned on the TV. Nope. No outside contact till this is over. They're high school students. You're completely paranoid. Sarah complained and huffed. Maybe, but I'm still breathing. Naruto said and went to check the fridge and supply on food. It was low to non-existent. He and Kaguya never cooked and so they never bought food. So I'm going to go buy food and I will lock everything, anything you want me to buy. Whatever. I don't care, this place s. I'd rather be killed than live here. She brought her arms up and turned around. Kaguya's fingers twitched. She decorated the place. Who the hell does that girl think she is? Well, those are your two options. Naruto shrugged and turned to Kaguya. You want a milkshake, right? I'll miss my spring formal. Is it too much to ask for one dance? Sarah followed him as he prepared to leave. Naruto sighed. Damn teenagers and their priorities. Look, these guys know where you study. If they have any brains at all, they will put a word out there. You show up and somebody makes a phone call. You really think that they would use the kids of my school? Are you serious? It's what I do. Oh my God! This isn't Sarah, Rebecca yelled, walking into the living room. Mr. Naruto, I am so sorry. We are both very grateful for your help. No problem. I'll go do some shopping and see what I can do about your situation. You girls play nice, he said and left the apartment, locking the door behind him. Was I that bad when I was that age? Nah. I was probably worse. First things first, he created a disguised clone and sent it to buy groceries, then went to the coffee shop. When he arrived, the first thing he noticed was Roigon seated where she previously was. The second thing was that the manager had a type of glow. He had never seen somebody so relaxed in his life. She was zen. Roigon gained a lewd smile upon seeing him and got up to greet him. You sure took your time. I know I did. I don't want to know. Just don't ruin this place for me and Kaguya. We like it here. Now let's go. He turned around and she followed him. You're seriously no fun. In case you're wondering, I erased her memory of it. Her body still remembers though. I think I left too much of an imprint on her, and so did you. Ruin said as they left, and Naruto's eyebrow twitched. So what's the job? Where are we going? Waitress is under threat of a local drug lord. We'll help her out, but first, I need to find out who and where he is. Naruto said and took out a phone to continue his German lessons. His other phone was with Kaguya in case he needed to contact her, and was short on options. Help a human. We deal with this type of thing. I thought you only dealt with the serious stuff. Roigen stated, fate of a person's fate of the world. I just need to cool my head down a bit. 3 hours later, on a building rooftop, finding the drug dealer wasn't as hard as he expected. The guy was pretty flashy and his car was easy to find. There weren't that many roaming the streets. The drug lord's name was Fernando Rodriguez. He was in a bar below drinking. He was a Colombian man around his mid-30s, had dark hair with some gray on the side, and was wearing a white suit. So what's the plan, boss? We kill them all. I use magic to get them to stop. Roigen asked, looking down at the pitiful human. You can do that? He asked, somewhat surprised, and she nodded as if it were obvious. Look at him. I don't think this guy is pulling the shots. We would need to find his boss for that. So what do we do? Naruto closed his eyes and began to think. Naruto Imagination Classroom. Okay. So what do we know about a drug cartel? And this whole situation? Naruto asked, pointing to a chalkboard. There were a bunch of mini Narutos seated on the table. Well, Rebecca is pressing charges on Fernando, and he must have some type of authorization from his boss to kill her. A chibi said, and a paper crown appeared on top of his head. Right you are. And what do we know about a drug cartel? A drug cartel is like a business. One of the mini Narutos said, and the main one nodded. A paper crown also appearing on top of that one's head. Right. If to protect a valuable employee from jail and keep making money, they may as well kill the waitress, the main Naruto said, and paced around the classroom. Now how to get them to turn on that employee? Well, if they think that employee is planning on betraying them, then they will kill him. Yay, we can do it like that guy tried to do to us in the Forest of Death. Two chibis spoke among themselves, and the main Naruto remembered when the Rain Ninja tried to disguise as him to get a Sasuke to give him the scroll. Great plan. Terrible execution. Back in real world on rooftop, Naruto opened his eyes. Now knowing what he had to do, he had to make it seem like the Fernando is going to flip on his bosses, talking to the police. No. It wouldn't work if he's talking to the normal police. It would have to seem like he is talking to the federal police, gathering money to run away. I'm going to go talk to him, get some first-hand experience of how he talks, and acts like, wait here. Naruto told Ryujin, then left the building to go talk to Fernando, disguising himself as Sasuke with a henge on his way. The guy was very relaxed with his 3 bodyguards drinking a martini like he owned the block. You must be Fernando. I heard a lot about you, Naruto said, taking a seat opposite to him. That I am. And who are you? Fernando asked, taking a sip from his martini. Naruto smiled. I'm a friend of Rebecca. I heard that she has been having a rat problem in her garden. A rat problem. Fernando gave a short bark of laughter before leaning into his chair. Sounds like she needs an exterminator then. But kid, you got some brass balls coming here to my joint. What do you want? I wanted to see what her problem is myself and advise it to take its chances in court. Naruto replied, and suddenly he was surrounded by Fernando's 3 bodyguards in a circle. Oh, take my chances in court. Fernando leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and then intertwining his fingers. Now why would I do that when this situation is already resolving itself? And at that, his bodyguards lifted their shirts to show their weapons, uncaring in the slightest bit that this was all happening in broad daylight with plenty of people watching. Fernando really was full of himself, the blonde noted with a sigh. Are you sure you wanted this? A hand signal was the boss's answer, and that was all his men needed to charge, but Naruto was already moving before they even started their advance on him, flipping the table over him before getting up and kicking the man behind him on the knee, making the bend over. He then punched another one on the gut, sending him soaring to the nearest wall. The 3rd bodyguard, meanwhile, was now pulling his gun, and when he pointed it at Naruto, the blonde grabbed the front of the gun and kicked Fernando to the floor. Then Naruto pinned him down by placing his foot on his chest. What you doing? Shoot him, Fernando yelled, and Naruto squeezed him with his foot. The bodyguard tried to pull the trigger, but found himself unable to. Funny thing I found out when studying these weapons a while back. But in this particular block, you can't pull the trigger if the breech block is stuck, Naruto said before breaking the thug's hand and punching him on the face, knocking him unconscious. Now it's just you and me. You. Fernando struggled to get up, but the blonde's foot was unmovable. You're dead. You're pretty tough to make threats when I'm holding a gun. Naruto bent down and showed him the Glock, then removed the clip and ejected the bullet from the chamber. Ever eaten a bullet? Fernando closed his mouth shut, and Naruto began to remove the bullets from the clip and held them all on his right hand. He discarded the clip, and with his left hand, he forced Fernando to open his mouth, making the bastard swallow each bullet one by one. Yummy, Naruto slapped him lightly on the cheek then. I love the chat. Don't think we will meet again. You are, duh. Naruto kicked him unconscious, then straightened his clothes and walked away before backup arrived. Unfortunately, they were too late. 3 days later, somewhere in the city, Naruto continued his research on the 3 most commonly used in the Vatican: Fernando, his boss, and the structure of the cartel. Finding out things about drug dealers wasn't that hard, Or at least it wasn't for him and Roygan, but he wasn't ready to say it in front of Kaguya. Tell her that their prisoner was a decent addition to the team. Anyways, from what he found out, Fernando was a distributor that was not so high on the food chain, but he had a decent firepower. He also found the link of Fernando and the upper bosses that were in Colombia, a lawyer and a commuter. Naruto loved commuters. People that take the same route to work every day, and a punctual commuter. A guy that was always exactly on the same place every day 8:13 in the morning. It was just too easy, almost like he was doing all of the work for him. It wasn't like he had to worry about an ambush. He was the lawyer of almost every major drug cartel there is. So he got a long and thick rubber stripe, placed long nails along it and spray painted them to blend in with the ground. When the time came, he stretched it on the road, hid behind a bush and waited. And as sure as the fact that the sun will rise again, 6:13 he was there. He was an elderly man around his mid-50s with gray hair. He wore an expensive dark suit and drove a black Mercedes. His car passed over the spikes and the front tires deflated. He sighed and got out of the car to check what happened, and Naruto walked out of the bush disguised as Sasuke again. Naruto smiled. Jean-Pierre, I'ma feel real bad if you don't have your insurance card on you. And the man calmly raised his hands. Is this a robbery? My wallet is in the car, same with my keys. Naruto walked around the car and inspected it as this from the 7 series with the leather seats. Tempting, but it needs new tires, and I'm here on business. John lowered his hands. Business? Naruto leaned against the car. Yeah. So I've been trying to book an appointment, maybe get you on the phone, but no dice. So I thought, hey. He is a busy man. I'll just talk to him on his way to work. What do you want? Fernando Rodriguez. I want to talk to you about his assault charge, and my daughter wants a Corvette. I don't discuss my client's business. A Corvette? That's nice. Naruto walked around the man. Don't worry then. I'll do all of the talking. I don't know how much attention you've been paying to your client lately, but he has been a bad boy. Witness intimidation, attempt of murder. The type of thing that can bring attention to your other clients. Naruto placed a newspaper on top of the car. The article read Kingpins of Crime. You have no idea with who you are dealing with, do you, boy? I read the article, or most of it anyway. Scary guys, guns, drugs, am I miss something? I doubt El Jeef down in Colombia would want to risk another murder investigation just so Fernando can skip on a few years of prison. Have El Jeef tell Fernando to back off. Naruto turned around and began to walk away. I'll be waiting here tomorrow at this same time for an answer. He left around the corner of the street, and John took out his phone. Waiting around the corner was Roygan. You think he will bite? I hope he does. Would make my life easier, and those two can only stay in my apartment for so long, but I don't expect him to. Naruto replied, and they both picked up their pace. Then what was the point of all that? To plant the seed of doubt. I'm sure you know the phrase, the devil is in the details, right? What do you know about the situation? Naruto asked, and they both entered a dark alley. Royden furrowed her brows. The trial is coming and Fernando doesn't know where Rebecca is, so he is running out of time and probably getting nervous. Anything else? Naruto asked, and she shook her head. Well, that's the most important part anyway. Since he's getting nervous, he is running out of options. Now what we need to do is give him a bit of a push and actually have him run away and do what he would need to withdraw money. Which is where you come in. It will make things easier for us to make him seem like a traitor. Maybe even make it appear to his bosses that he's talking to the federal police to turn on them for some leniency. Then they'll kill him. Roygan blinked, and her inner gears turned to fill in the blanks. Whoa, and I'm a devil. That's dark, she shook her head. I get that you can use your transformation technique to pass as him, but you can't withdraw the money for him. So you need to have him do that. Naruto opened a door and they walked inside. Yay, pretty much. What else? It isn't guaranteed that he will run. So you want me to use my magic and push him into doing that? You know, I can just make him turn on them and get it all over with. Naruto stopped and activated Obito's Manjikyu Sharingan. Oh yay? Of course. But what fun would there be in that? This is our chance to practice a bit. Relax. I thought you'd want to watch the confusion in his eyes when his own people kill him. Why? Because I am a devil? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto nodded. That's so racist. Quote. She smiled wickedly. But you're right, I love this plan. 30 minutes later, Naruto and Kaguya's apartment. Naruto returned to his apartment to check up on the girls while Roigon had went to do her assignment. Upon entering, he saw Kaguya watching TV from the couch and Rebecca on cooking something. Sarah must have been on the room doing whatever it is that she does. Oh, hey Naruto. Welcome back. Rebecca greeted him as he entered. She seemed better than when they first met, had gotten some rest, but was still anxious. Making progress, yay. Soon this will be over. Naruto waved at her briefly, then sat on the couch beside Kaguya, rested his head on her lap and closed his eyes. It surprised her somewhat, but after a few seconds she placed her left hand on top of his head and began to caress his hair. Then Sarah walked in. How soon? The summer prom is in 3 days and I already got a date. I'm in my senior year. I can't miss it. He ignored the teenage girl. His head was beginning to hurt, and he didn't feel like dealing with her. Unfortunately, not all problems go away when you close your eyes and pretend they don't exist. In this case, it only angered her more. Hey! Are you hearing me? My prom is this Friday. Sarah continued, and Kaguya's nose twitched in a way similar to that of a bunny. I don't know. This situation might be solved by then or not. Naruto answered, and Sarah huffed and then left to the room. He couldn't bring himself to care about her prom now. He hadn't slept since he had begun helping them. And having just used the kamui, he was a bit on edge. I'm sorry about her. You know how teenagers are, Rebecca said as she turned off the fire. You want to eat? I made rice, beans, and steak. Next day, inside the cafe. So it worked, Naruto said too as he ate a snack. It was a hot day. He was only wearing shorts. It worked perfectly. I hardly had to whisper anything into his ear. He withdrew everything from his stash. What now? Roigon asked, and he pulled out a notebook and a pen. Now we wait. I sent a clone of mine to the meeting with the lawyer and had another on standby. It will now impersonate Fernando and get in contact with the feds. It should take a day or so for them to log it, so we have some time. He began to scribble on the notebook. That clone technique of yours is so useful. Say, what else can you use them for? Roigon smiled and scooted near him, but then frowned upon not getting a reaction. Fine. Be that way then. What are you doing? She tried to read what he was writing, but failed to understand the language, which made her wonder what was it and where he learned it. Devils could understand every language on the world, but they couldn't necessarily read them. Even then there were few she didn't know. Making plans? Naruto answered simply, then paused. The lawyer tried to blow up my clone. Duh. You threaten any serious criminal organization and they will always do one of two things. Send a guy to make a deal or send a guy to make a corpse. You should have seen that coming. Roigon smiled again, then looked around the shop. Why you think I sent a clone? Anyway, leave me alone. I need to concentrate. You get a free pass today so long as you don't ruin this place for me or another person's life. Naruto shooed her away and her smile turned to a grin. A free pass, yay? Now leave me alone before I change my mind. With no hesitation or glance, Roigon left the shop and Naruto sighed. It was probably a bad idea to leave her to her own devices, but he needed his concentration. He needed to formulate a plan. Up until now, they had been reacting to things, situations, they needed to get ahead. Their reactions would earn them an entire village, which would be great, but still there can be more. It was a strange feeling. Kaguya was counting on him to plan ahead, and in a way that was what was compelling him to do so. The first thing he had to do before formulating a plan was separate what he knew, what he didn't know, and what he can learn. Then came what he needs and can obtain. He learned that from Shikamaru. With his new clarity of mind, he could look back into their previous interactions and study their behavior. He didn't know his true enemy. What exactly is it? Where is it? And things of such. He hoped to learn more about it in the Vatican, but for now that would remain a question mark. He did know that it is very powerful and that whatever it is that is going to happen will happen in a couple of years, so he had time to prepare. Another thing he knew was that there are multiple factions out there, and that gods feed off of prayers and devotion, and some of them are getting weaker, even fading. He learned that from library, somewhere in that there should be an opportunity, some way to capitalize on the gods' frailty and needs in a way that could benefit him and Kaguya in their mission to prevent the apocalypse of the multiverse. That would require a lot more thinking. Next morning, somewhere in the city, Naruto and Sasuke disguised came out of the bushes as Jean-Pierre's car approached. "I suppose I should thank you for not busting my tires again," the lawyer said as he stopped in front of Naruto, somewhat surprised that the man was still alive and unharmed despite no body being found. "You know what, John? You're a better guy than I thought. I bet you got your daughter that Corvette after all," the disguised Naruto said with a smile and leaned his elbow on top of the car. "What the hell you talking about? Thank you for talking to your client to flip on the big boys. Assault charge gets kicked. My witness is off the hook. Win-win." Naruto tapped the car lid and grinned. "I get it. You don't talk about client business. Just know I appreciate it. I really do." Naruto stepped aside from the car, pulled a kunai and jabbed it on the back tire. "That's for trying to kill me," Naruto then said and walked away, taking a turn around the street. "You think he'll buy it?" Roigon asked, joining him. "He's going to be on the phone with whatever contacts he has on the federal police before his tire goes flat. My guess is that this will be over tonight. Now we wait for the fireworks." That night, Naruto and Kaguya apartment. A drug cartel is like a business. If to protect a valuable employee from jail is the best way to keep making money, they may as well kill the waitress. Now if it looks like that employee is going to flip on them, they will be just as happy to deal with the problem another way and leave the waitress alone. True enough, on that same night, they took Fernando and executed him. They also pulled out the thugs on the street around Rebecca's house, the coffee shop and Sarah's school. "It's over. The charge isn't necessary anymore. You two can go home. Got nothing to worry about," Naruto told both Rebecca and Sarah. "Yes. You can go to your prom tomorrow." Quote, "Really? Oh my gosh. Thank you?" Sarah tackled Naruto and hugged his waist. "Yes. Thank you very much. We are very grateful for everything you guys have done to help us. If you just wait for my next paycheck, I see a hey. Don't worry about it. Me and Sam, we will settle on something. Just stay out of trouble. That replacement of yours is very clumsy." Naruto smiled and Sarah released him. He had been awarded enough. Roigon had went the extra mile and stolen Fernando's stash, a bit over 100,000. "All right, if you ever need anything, you can count on us," Rebecca said and prepared to leave. "Thanks also for the help and patience, Kaguya. Stop by the shop whenever." Kaguya had an interesting chat with Rebecca. She had told her a bit about her dilemma between emotions and reason and her doubts without including the save the multiverse and supernatural part. Rebecca told her that it didn't matter. She just had to make it worth it. "You kidding? Of course we will. We love the place." Naruto's smile turned into a grin and Sarah kissed him on the cheek, then they both left. After they left, Rogan appeared in the room. "Well, I'm glad that's over." "Now what, boss?" Roigen said and sat beside Kaguya on the couch. "Now I rest because tomorrow I'm going to the Vatican. I don't know what you two will do. I don't imagine devils being welcome there, so I guess you two can stay here or go do something else together." "We will go to our base," Kaguya said before Roigen, not giving her a chance to suggest anything. "I need to train and practice my technique." Seemed like she would finally get her chance to spend some alone time with the newbie. Show the new member of their team where she stands on their hierarchy, and whip some good sense and pain into her. "All right then, trying to get along." "That's great." Naruto gave Kaguya a thumbs up with a grin. Rugen went pale. She knew Kaguya didn't like her much, probably due to the constant flirting, but she hoped that Naruto wouldn't leave her alone with the white-haired woman thing. Shit. The Vatican, one of the smallest countries in the world, was far from being one of the poorest. The Pope, once an image of unattainable power to which one couldn't even hope to dream of, became the ruler of a small tourist attraction instead of the vast empires of days past. At least that's what they want you to think, as it was the headquarters of the church and hosted some of the most powerful exorcists alive. Naruto took out his notebook and looked at his schedule. He had more than enough time to explore the holy city since Ijuka's plans for the village should be done in roughly 2.5 months. He had a lot of things to do. He needed to learn about technology. He had to brush up on leading and maintaining a village, and most importantly, he had to learn more about the beast that ravaged his home. It was a warm morning, and he was on top of a rooftop with the main cathedral in sight. The most obvious thing would be to check the main cathedral, where the Pope and the main chairman stayed, and possibly where the darkest secrets and valuable information was. However, it was most likely well guarded and protected, and it could be real bad if he got caught in there. Of course, the solution to that was to simply not get caught in being prepared. And for that, he needed to know who and what he was dealing with. He needed to know them better than they probably knew themselves. He needed to know of every single person and sentient creature that existed in there. He needed to know their patterns, quirks, voices, names, response, and everything he could get out of a person. It was a very intensive and exhausting job, very similar to how he and Kaguya smuggled and brought Claria to the underworld, but much worse. There was no Byakugan to make maps, and now, thanks to Roijin, he knew that he was able to be sensed when in sage mode. She had said that she couldn't sense him without it, and that with it, in the underworld, he had a terrifying presence. It would seem to be a two-way road. They couldn't sense him normally, and he couldn't sense them. This is going to later. Naruto sighed and 3 clones appeared beside him, then each of them disappeared in bursts of speed. He closed his notebook and began to observe. Several hours later, observing and planning was such a boring and exhausting part of any job, but it constituted around 90% of most of them. He missed when things were as simple as just beating the bad guy and saving the day. Alright. Here goes nothing. Naruto took a deep breath and dispelled the clones that he had sent to observe from other angles. His head pulsed. He clutched it with his right hand and fell to a knee as the visions rushed through his mind. He took in deep breaths and leaned against a wall. It was a lot of information. Then it all finally stopped. Naruto. He heard a feminine voice call out to him, and he glanced to the side to see it but found nothing. Naruto. He heard again, clearer than the last time, but still failed to find the source. Great, the headaches are starting again. I'll sort through the stuff the clones got later. I should sleep now. Naruto thought, and closed his eyes. It would seem that in that night, he would sleep outdoors, which wasn't too bad. The breeze was nice on the rooftop. Next morning, Naruto woke up with the sun on his face, which wasn't that bad due to shades. His body was stiff. He had a migraine and felt hungry. Ah, today really is going to be one of those days, Naruto said as he struggled to get up. What's going on with you? Kurama, is that you? Naruto rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. It's complicated. Can we talk about this later? My head still hurts. Kurama huffed and closed their channel. Naruto was thankful. He wasn't in the mood for anything and he hadn't even figured out what he wanted to do yet. This migraine isn't going away anytime soon. I should probably just have breakfast or lunch. What time is it anyway? He glanced upwards and saw that the sun was reaching the center of the sky, whatever that meant. So he left in search for a place to exchange the money that Roidan had gotten for him from the drug dealer to pay for lunch, which in hindsight should have been the first thing he had done today. 2 hours later, in a park, exchanging money was more complicated than he had expected. They were big on procedures on large amounts, but were lax when it came to small ones. He took the opportunity to test how genjutsu works, and if maybe he could use them on normal people. It took a few tries, but he managed and succeeded in exchanging all of his money. Then had a very large breakfast, and went back to the streets where we find him now on a park. His migraine had gotten worse with the genjutsu attempts, but numbed down after breakfast. He had a lot of information to sort from the clones, and to get to that he first needed to clear his mind, so he opted to sightsee the country. It had an impressive architecture. The entire world had very different from his planet. It had a lot of churches, a large flow of tourists, and a decent amount of street artists. At first, everything was amusing for him, but the more he stopped to observe the people and his surroundings, the more analytical his view became. Even if he didn't want to, it was becoming instinctual to dissect and learn things. It was like he was losing his humanity. He needed to lose it. He needed to improve himself, but not to the point of Madara. It was like the world was losing its shine. And at the same time, he had it on his fingertips. Like, he could do whatever he wanted with it, and all he had to do was want to. I need to find a way to distract myself. Naruto thought and glanced around till he spotted a street musician, a teenager playing a violin. He observed the teen from far for a couple of hours. It was intriguing how the instrument produced different sounds based on the position of hands and way the bow strings grinded against them. It served to distract him from the voices whispering in the back of his head. Time passed and soon the street performer began to pack his things to leave. Naruto got up from his spot and went to the young man. "Hey, I know you are about to leave, but can you teach me the basics for 50 euros? Naruto showed him €50 note. The teen looked at him for a few seconds then nodded. "You won't learn much just from the basics, but okay. For starters, your posture need to be like this, back straight." He went on with the explanation on playing the stringed instrument, but Naruto tuned out upon seeing a familiar face on the background. It was an exorcist, the same one that decapitated and killed Claria's boyfriend. Naruto raised his hand and stopped the boy, then gave him the bill. "Hey! I just remembered something. Can we continue later? I'll catch you around." The teen took the money and Naruto patted him on the shoulder and left to follow the exorcist. With the exorcist, it has been a bad week for Shido 2G, a really shitty week. By orders from his superior, he was forced to kill a member of his team, a close friend of his, for what would amount to nothing. Not only that, but he also broke his daughter's heart by separating her from her best friend, which broke his heart as well, but had to be done out of necessity. He hadn't gotten all the details of what went down, other than that the devil which Masaomi was dating survived, and that another noteworthy devil was killed in return. He'd just come back from the main cathedral to try and find out more about what had happened, but was stonewalled by the upper ranks. They didn't even allow him one step in the door to the mission archives before booting him out under the pretense of highly classified information. It was a bad week indeed. His house wasn't far, and it didn't take long for him to reach it. It was a small and humble house with swings up front on a large and thick tree. The sight of it didn't brighten his mood. In fact, it probably made it worse. Inside were two more people that he had disappointed, his wife and his daughter. His wife understood that sometimes things happened and they had to move. She didn't like it, but she understood. His daughter, however, she was the only thing that kept him from running straight through the door. He had broken her heart by separating her from her best friend. He entered the house and Irina, who was playing with her toys in the living room, got up and left to her room, and she didn't even spare him a glance. His frown deepened and his wife sighed of the occurrence. He glanced at her, gave her a strained smile and went to their room. Their room was simple and humble. It had a couple's bed, a wardrobe for both of them, and a nightstand with a closed Bible on its surface. On the east wall, opposite to was the bathroom's door. He went straight towards the bathroom and closed the door behind him, then placed his sword on the side. I had warned him. I warned him that what he was doing was heresy. Why didn't he stop? But why do I feel like this? Chuji stared at himself in the mirror. Lord, I have fulfilled your will. I have done what was needed, and yet my consciousness is heavy and my heart aches with untold regret. Meanwhile, on top of nearby building, Shido Tuji, you remind me of Kakashi-sensei. You seem to have enough issues on your own, Naruto thought, and before he could leave he felt the air shift behind him. Turn around slowly, make any sudden movement, and it will be your last, spoke a feminine voice from behind Naruto, and he heard the fluttering of clothes. We could do it that way. I turned around. You don't recognize me. Ask me who I am, why I am following an exorcist, see where things go from there. We could do that, or you could walk away. Now why would I do that? Turn around slowly, the woman said, and Naruto exhaled. Because some roads you shouldn't go down, because maps used to show the locations of dragons, but now they don't. But that doesn't mean the dragons aren't there, Naruto said and felt something pointy pressing against his back. How old is your kid? Adopted, right? I said, turn around slowly. She repeated in a more forced tone and then retracted her sword to give him space. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do and what you should do, Griselda Quarter. I'm going to walk away and you should turn around and go home to your daughter. And every few years you are going to look into her face and know that you are alive and well because you chose to not going down a certain road on a certain day. That you chose to walk into the light instead of into the darkness. Do you understand me? Naruto asked and then slowly turned away, seeing her to be a beautiful blonde woman wearing a nun outfit. Naruto then walked past her, but right before he left, she shook her head and ran towards him, then tried to stab him with her sword. He stopped, turned around and she stabbed him through the stomach, but he didn't flinch. He grabbed her hands on the hilt and squeezed, cracking her hands and fingers, then warped them both to the Kamui dimension. In there, he released her hand and she staggered backwards, dizzy from the teleportation, leaving the sword in his stomach. While she recovered, Naruto began to weigh his options and probabilities as if the sword wasn't bothering him. He managed to disarm her and avoid any further attention and exposure of fighting in the Vatican by bringing her to the Kamui dimension. But there still was one problem. What should he do with her? She had seen his face and could report him to church authorities if he allowed her to leave, which in itself wasn't that bad on the short term. They wouldn't be able to do much with his description in the present moment, but it could mean future complications. The smart thing would be to kill her and vanish with her body, but he was brought out of his thoughts when the nun drew 2 daggers and assumed a battle posture. Naruto's lip thinned. What is this place and who are you? She asked intense as Naruto stepped forward. 2 fairly important questions. The answer to one is that this is the Kamui realm, my personal dimension. As for me, I'm nobody important. Naruto began walking around her. This place is pretty cool. I used to hate everything about it. Now though, I love it. Don't ask me how we can breathe in this void or how these things float, or how gravity works here. I haven't the faintest idea on any of those subjects. Her posture was somewhat odd. He could see that she was having a hard time holding the daggers with her crushed fingers, but that wasn't what was odd. It was like she wasn't meant to be a sword fighter or wield daggers, like she was new and trying to find her vocation and fighting style. Not wanting to give him time to analyze and strategize, Drizella launched herself at him, imbuing her daggers with light midway. He sidestepped, and she passed by him. Then she crouched down and attempted to sweep for his feet, but he jumped and avoided again. While still in the air above her, Naruto's eyes widened slightly then narrowed as she gained a white aura. Burn! Griselda yelled and raised her right arm and dagger up, pointing it at Naruto, then followed a beam of holy energy at him, and everything went white. A huge explosion occurred which forced her shield her face from the light and force. Then after the wind died down, there was silence, complete silence. She uncovered her face and looked around, noticing how there were no human remains. Her confirmation came in the sound of swirling air on a nearby cube, and then a second later he appeared, having removed the sword from his gut sometime while he was away, welding it with his right hand. Swords aren't my style, but this will have to do, Naruto spoke and she felt the sense of foreboding that he was dangerous. A gust passed by her towards his directing, his presence became palpable. It was a strange feeling. Before she felt nothing coming from him, no presence. Now, however, it was strange. It wasn't good nor evil. It just existed. Beneath his sunglasses, he gained dark orange lines around his eyes, similar to the ones of his original Sage mode. She blinked and he disappeared. Her instincts reacted quickly, and she lifted her right arm and dagger upwards and just in time to parry her own holy sword. Sword clashed with dagger as Naruto brought down the sword on her. The pillar beneath cracked from the pressure, and she attempted to stab him from under with her spare hand, making him jump backwards to another pillar. This guy, he's dangerous. His strength, my arm is numb. I can barely feel it. My arms won't last long if I clash with him directly. It was a miracle that I managed to block him. I need to end this fast. She thought and covered herself in holy light, then launched herself at him. It was all or nothing for her. She knew that she wouldn't survive if the fight lasted too long. Her arms and body would give way. She needed to end him and fast, then figure out a way to get out later. Her speed had been greatly enhanced. To a normal human, she had disappeared and reappeared in front of him. But against Sage Mode and the Manjikyu Sharingan, she may as well have been in slow motion. He parried her first strike and jumped back to avoid the second, but as he did so, she sent a holy blast his way. It struck him and he disappeared in a puff of smoke, then carried on till it reached a nearby pillar. While she was still in the air, another Naruto appeared behind her and attempted to slash her back, but following her instincts, she turned around and blocked it with both her daggers. It, however, wasn't enough to protect her. The strength behind the swing sent her crashing at one of the taller pillars, creating a large indent on it and nearly destroying it. She dropped her daggers and fell limp on the pillar below. "Stay down. You're only making your situation worse," Naruto said from a cube above, and she began to get up. "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty." Griselda got up and began to build up holy energy and picked up her daggers. "Oh, you foolish woman! Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that fleeth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee, for the Lord is thy shield and armor, and no harm shall befall thee, for he is by your side." She charged at him and he smiled, and when she was 1.5 meters away from him, he exploded. Her holy aura protected her from most harm, but the shockwave stopped her momentum, and she fell. While she fell, another Naruto approached from behind, bringing down the sword on her, to which she barely managed to parry, then countered with a holy energy blast. The blast carried him backwards and she fell on the ground. It exploded brightly, but her instincts warned her that something was wrong. She turned around and for a brief moment it seemed that a golden light flashed through her. She turned around again and found him with his back turned and wisps of flames that vanished as she saw him. She took a step forward and pointed her right knife at him, but her aura flickered and dimmed. "What did you?" Griselda dropped her knives and a red stain appeared on her chest. A drop of blood slid from Naruto's blade to the ground. Her legs wobbled. She coughed blood and fell on a knee. Her strength was dwindling fast along with her courage, which was replaced with fear. She tried to push herself upwards with her left hand, but her limbs had enough. And she frontwards, a pool of blood forming underneath her body. "You fought till your end, and your God didn't save you. What a shame. I was half expecting something stopped me," Naruto said while turning around, then made his way to her. "You brought this on yourself, and yet I still don't want to let you die." He jabbed the sword into the ground next to her, and placed his right hand on her stomach. His hand glowed green and the wound closed. She was still breathing, but very weakly. She'd live. Great. Now what? There must be some other way of making sure she doesn't talk or forgets me. Naruto rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes behind his comically sharp sunglasses. "I can't erase memories with genjutsu, and I have nowhere near enough practice with fuinjutsu. Kaguya and Rugen are going to be busy for the month, and I have a shit ton of stuff to do till then." Naruto groaned as the stability of his mind wavered. He'd been pushing it too far with the constant use of the Manjikyu. It was time that he had drawn the line. He couldn't just go around killing people like Obito probably would have back in his darker days. What he was doing was for a righteous cause, and he knew it would cease to be a righteous one if he began slaying innocents. He'd changed drastically since his arrival, but he wasn't a monster nor did he want to become one. "Hey Naruto, you alright there?" A deep and familiar spoke inside Naruto's head. "Kurama, is that you?" "I'll be fine." "What is it?" "We have an idea, but we need time. Between us 9, we've seen lots of your human fuinjutsu. We never bothered trying, but we've seen it plenty of times. Isabu remembers one that was used on Noera Rin. I've seen plenty in action too. If we combine our past experiences, then we might be able to figure something out." "Oh, that'd be great, but we are a bit short on time. I got an idea for now." Naruto thought back in reply and their connection was closed. Then he turned his attention back to the unconscious Griselda. Kaguya and Roiden must be having a better time than me. Meanwhile, in Kaguya's dimension, run skank. Run for your life, skank. This is just the beginning. Kaguya grinned wickedly as large purple fireballs rained down upon Roiden like a hailstorm. It was nighttime in her dimension, and the purple glow of Kaguya's flames lit up the night and left gigantic craters throughout the landscape. She had waited patiently for some alone time with the devil, some girl-to-girl time to put her in her place directly beneath her feet. Kaguya had been raining hell on Roiden for the entirety of a month. She had been bending time slightly by ratio of 15:1, giving them plenty of time to get to know each other. Oh fuck. Fuck, fuck. 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 Roigon flew around a fireball and blasted another one with her demonic power. Her blast made it explode and the shockwave sent her speeding to the rocky bottom. Her monthly experience was how her paying off. She unfurled her wings in time and regained control of herself before crashing and continued to dodge and duck. It was the experience of her second week that was being the most helpful in this predicament. Kaguya would put Rugen through a different kind of torture training every week. The first week was inside under a freezing cave network. The second was dodging lightning and hail, large chunks of hail the size of cars. The third week, now that was something that Roiden wished she forgot. With Naruto. Rooftop. Naruto placed the unconscious Griselda on the ground on the rooftop where she first confronted him. It was dawn and would soon get cold, but he believed that she would soon wake up. I'm going to need to monitor her to make sure that the jutsu worked. At least you'd get to live troublesome. Whoa. The pain resurfaced with a vengeance. It felt like someone poured lava in his skull. He staggered backwards, clutched his head and gritted his teeth. His vision flickered and the colors inverted, and the world shook, his heart raced and the pain and pressure increased as if the world was crashing down on his shoulders. Naruto. He heard somebody call out amidst the chaotic mess, and like a light piercing through the shadow, Naruto. It repeated clearer. The voice sounded feminine, and it felt familiar. The voice served to snap him out of it enough to regain his bearings and disappear in a burst of speed. It was going to be a long night. It had been a long night indeed. He seemed okay for the most part. His sunglasses hid the fatigue in his eyes, and he masked the rest of it with a smile. It was around 1 p.m., and he just returned to the park where he had met the young street musician, but the teen was nowhere to be found. What a bummer. I had hoped he would show up, but it is as expected. Or maybe the time isn't right, but what should I do? Naruto glanced. There was so much that needed to be done, and so much pressure that he couldn't think straight. He wasn't efficient. What he needed was a distraction. He needed to clear his mind to do his job, but what was there to do? A bakery, a small church, a shoe shop, and a clothing shop. At first glance, there wasn't anything of interest around, but then his eyes returned to the small church around the corner. There were plenty of large churches on the holy city. This one was small, so small that Naruto nearly ignored it, and attached to it was an orphanage. Over the course of his life, he'd been curious about orphanages. He never could remember if he had gone to one when younger, what happened in between the time of when he was a baby and when he started living alone. Now, his memories were clear as they'd ever been. He took a deep breath, cleared his thoughts and focused way back. It was the old man Hiruzen and Kaharu, mostly the elder woman. It was strange. He couldn't remember her ever coming to visit him after. It was painful. The memories were so vivid that it felt as if he was living them now. Hiruzen was stone cold then. He'd turn his back when the question of his parents popped. Naruto felt unsure of how to feel about the old man. He was led to believe that nobody wanted him. It could have been different. A lot of things could have. But now it was too late. There was nowhere to go back to, and the only way to go was forward. I guess I can visit, see how they are, and how it's like. Naruto convinced himself, and walked towards the orphanage. He stopped in front of its steps and contemplated the situation, him going inside an orphanage. It perhaps was a good thing that Kaguya wasn't around, for as smart as he is now, he still couldn't predict her thoughts. If she was truly neutral, if she understood his intentions, perhaps he was selling her short. She'd placed a lot of trust in him since their arrival. Thinking about misunderstandings, What would the people of the orphanage think about a stranger with no reason to be there? Being there? He needed a reason, and it wasn't very difficult to think about one. He covered his left hand with his right, and a tiny puff of smoke happened under. When he uncovered his hand, there was a golden wedding band. This should do the trick, he thought, and walked into the orphanage. The place was larger than he had expected it to be. The front entrance was thinking and gave the impression of small, but it stretched pretty far. On first glance, he could tell it was run by nuns. There was a receptionist desk with 2 nuns working on it. He walked towards them. "Good day, sir. How can we help you?" one of the nuns behind the desk asked with a smile. "Good day, miss." Naruto greeted them with a smile. "Well, you see, my wife and we've been having trouble, and we've been giving some thought about adoption. I'm wondering if could maybe meet the kids, get to know everyone." I'm sorry to hear that, sir, but we assure you that adoption is a wonderful alternative. Our kids are great. You'd be lucky to adopt any of them." The nun replied and glanced at the entrance. "But, sir, we generally recommend that both spouses come here together for first-time meeting." "You sure you wouldn't like to come back with your wife?" "She's on a business trip right now. She will be away for a while. I'd like to get things sorted here on the meanwhile," Naruto replied, and one of the nuns got up. "Okay, sir. If you could just fill this, it's for visitors. We like to keep things organized." The nun that was seated handed Naruto a sheet of paper with several information. He quickly signed it with a mixture of truth and half-truths, and the other nun showed him around. The orphanage was rather humble, and there didn't seem to have many electronics. "This is the study hall. They are all studying right now. Their break is in an hour and a half." The nun showed him a room with the kids currently in class. Looking at them, he was reminded of himself and his friends back when they were on the academy. Every memory was so vivid. It was as if they were all happening at that exact moment. Some of them were paying attention to their teacher as if their lives depended on it. Others were pretending to do so. His lips twitched upwards. It wasn't as bad. "Sir, let us continue. We shouldn't distract them now." The nun gestured for Naruto to follow, seeing as how his presence was beginning to confuse the kids. He followed, and they stopped at the kitchen. It, like the rest of the place, was very humble. There were 3 nuns cleaning and beginning to prepare lunch. On an area connected to the kitchen was the dining hall, which consisted of several white, plastic tables and chairs. "Hey, since it is going to take a while for the kids to finish their studies, can I help out here in the kitchen to pass time?" Naruto asked, and the woman shifted nervously. "I'm not sure it is allowed, and there is still a few places to show," she replied, and one of the older nuns that was cleaning heard, a middle-aged woman in her late 40s. "We don't reject help here." "Do you know how to work a kitchen?" the elder asked, and Naruto grinned mischievously. "Oh, you have no idea." He took an apron and a hairnet. -1 hour and 30 minutes later, Naruto knew his way around a kitchen and the craziness that along with cooking. Now that he didn't have anything distracting him, his culinary ability truly showed through the masterful way he mixed the ingredients. This had to do with the monumental change his mind went through that allowed him access of the memories of everything he had tasted throughout his life and the knowledge to discern what made them as taste that way. Combined with the times he had helped Kuki, what he had seen on the coffee shop, Kaigai's cooking shows, and cookbooks since his arrival. Let's just say he's a good cook. His skills were astonishing to the nuns. Ever since he'd taken charge, the once mediocre school meals seemed worthy for the Pope himself despite their limited resources. Just as they finished, the kids arrived. "It smells so good." "What is it?" "Was it you that made it, mister?" A young blonde boy asked Naruto as the former filled his plate. He was the first in line. He seemed around 10 years old. He was thin. His clothes were simple, and he had green eyes. "I don't really have a name for it. What's your name, kiddo?" Naruto asked the kid being done with his plate. "My name is Delio," the boy replied with a smile, and Naruto ruffled his hair. "All right then, Delio, I hereby declare this dish." Naruto paused dramatically. "The Duliator spaghetti. Now run along. You're going to make your friends mad if you hold the line any longer." Naruto then pointed out to the others. The nuns were helping serve them, but there were quite the amount of heads, and they wanted to meet the mysterious chef. The kids were all served and went off to eat. They sure like it. Where did you learn to cook like this? The nun that was giving him the tour asked. Oh, I dabble. Sort of a gift. Naruto replied and adjusted his glasses, then settled his eyes on Delio. Who is the boy? What's his history? Oh, that's Delio. He's new here, a war orphan. He's a good boy, as kind as they come, she said, and Naruto crossed his arms. Yay. He does seems like a good kid. I think I should better get going. Got some things to do. Already, but you've hardly talked with them. And look, they like you. I'll come visit from now on. Just got some things to do, Naruto said while giving back the apron and hairnet. Upon leaving, Naruto noticed that they were saddened by that. It broke his heart, but there was nothing he could do right now. He was way too busy to adopt a child, plus he had to talk about it with Kaguya. Or maybe there was something he could do for them. At the exit, he pulled out a somewhat fat envelope from his backpack. Before I go, I'd like to make a donation. Take this. I trust that you sisters will use it wisely and that when I come back, this place will be better, he said and handed over the envelope. She took it, and her eyes widened. I can't take all of this. This is too much. It's for the kids. Don't worry. It won't be missed. There is 25,000 in here to help upgrade this place. Get some nice things for the kids. Rework the kitchen. I trust your judgment. He turned around and left. It was possibly the best application for the money that Roygon had stolen from that drug dealer back in Australia. There was still plenty more anyway, if they needed any. Hours later, despite the relatively short amount of time with the kids of the orphanage, it had helped him clear his mind. He now had a clear understanding of what was that needed to be done, and in which order. His primary mission, which he was doing now, was to find a way inside the main cathedral and check if they have any knowledge on the apocalyptic beast. Things like its location, status, and any ways to defend or kill the damn thing. His secondary mission was to gather information and possibly resources that could be helpful to the creation and preparation of his world. There exists a delicate balance in the world that makes it work. Big fish eat small fish and small fish eat smaller. If when importing and introducing species to their world, they were to mess up that chain, then there could be severe consequences. Right now, he was casually walking around the Vatican's headquarters, checking if he could find an opening. There were several disguised clones scattered throughout rooftops and alleys observing every single detail of every single person that entered and left. He'd already formulated a plan to get in. All that he needed was a suitable target. As he observed, a clone of his dispersed and alerted him of a development. An archbishop was leaving through a backdoor exit unaccompanied. It was like Christmas. He didn't even know which god should he even thank for that opportunity. Naruto made haste and with stealth caught up to the old man. His behavior was strange and secretive. He was a bit of a challenge to follow undetected. Surely he was going to do something he probably shouldn't. But after a solid hour of following the old man through secret tunnels and alleys, he had stopped and met with a cloaked person. The place of the meeting was dark and without much space, but thanks to the Obito Sharingan, Naruto was able to see both men clearly. Now this is interesting, Shido Tuji, Naruto thought upon recognizing the man. Are you sure about this, son? The archbishop asked upon meeting Tuji. I need to know. Tuji answered, and the old man took out a large envelope from under his shirt. In this envelope is everything we know about the incident, but it won't answer all of your questions. Good luck and God bless you, son. The archbishop handed Tuji the envelope, then turned around and left. He's still trying to figure out what happened. Oh, well, this is just the opportunity one need, Naruto thought and followed the old man back. Although, I probably should keep an eye out for him from now on. When he was alone, Naruto appeared behind him and knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. All right. It's showtime, now or never. No blacking out, Naruto said to himself, and then sent the old man to the Kamui realm, then hanged into him. This should give me the access I need, but I will have to be quick. It is suspicious they can't feel my energy. Hopefully, they don't notice too quickly. He arrived back in the Vatican through the same path that the original had used, and used the time of the path to get a feel of it, mimic his walking style, expression, voice. There was a number of things that could go wrong. He needed to minimize them as much as possible on his end. By the time he arrived, he had a pretty solid handle on the persona. He felt somewhat confident of the disguise. This guise is high-ranking, so he would have access to most places. But if he would have a business in them, that is a different question. I also don't know where those places are anyway, and it could be risky to ask. Think Naruto, what should I do? Naruto went through several options and possible outcomes through his head whilst walking towards the library. It was unlikely that there would have anything top secret in there, but it was as good of a place to start than any. As he made his way to the library, Naruto noticed and ignored the stares from nearby people. It was to be as expected. Upon arriving, a young black-haired man approached. "Your Excellency, this is unexpected, must be important. How may I be of assistance?" The young man spoke and Naruto mentally cursed. "Yes, it would be much appreciated, son. I feel like getting back to studying. One should never stop studying the scriptures. Can you assist me with my research?" Naruto asked while they walked to a secluded area of the enormous library. Along the way, Naruto discreetly glanced through the names of the books on the shelves. "Of course, Your Excellency, you are absolutely right. What do you need?" the man asked, and Naruto silently compared at the amount of respect he had for his title to how they respected the Hokage back in the village. A dream that he'd never reach. "I'm taking another look on the scripts concerning the apocalypse, and the scripture around the event," Naruto said, and the young boy nodded. "All right. I'll have a look and be right back." "Bless you, young one." Naruto watched as the helpful cleric went to look for books, then went to get some himself. His time was rather short. He didn't have the time to read them all. So after checking for cameras, and whenever nobody was looking, he'd warp the books to the Kamui realm. Due to the Kamui realm's size, it didn't matter if he placed people and objects together so long as they are very far apart so that even if they do wake up, they won't bump into those things. Figuring out a way to keep the people unconscious was on his to-do list. He had a hunch of using genjutsu for that, but he wasn't skilled enough at the moment. 30 minutes passed of Naruto going through the books when the young cleric returned with a large stack of books. "Here's everything I could find, Your Excellency," the cleric said as he placed the stack down on a table. "Thank you." "Say, what is your name?" Naruto asked while putting his hands behind his back. "Oh, it's Brian, Your Excellency." "Brian, I've met a Brian." "Good man. Your help is much appreciated." Naruto placed his right hand on the young man's shoulder. "Bless you." In one quick motion, he chopped the young man's neck and knocked him out cold, then warped him away to the Kamui dimension before his body fell to the ground. Much appreciated indeed. Naruto looked at the stack of books the guy had brought, then warped them too, and then shortly after, he created a clone in the form of the young man he had just knocked out. "All right. Now I should be able to roam here freely," Naruto thought, and with the clone guiding him, he began to roam the library in search of books that could be useful. Although in the end, there weren't that many left. After 30 minutes passed, an old man approached the two. "There you are. I'd been looking all over for you." The old man glanced at the cleric, and he took the message and left them alone. "The Project Nexus documents have been sitting on your table for weeks now, and we are running out of resources. We need you to sign those papers for more funding." Project Nexus. Did I hit the jackpot? Naruto thought and faced the man. Project Nexus. Right, I was going to sign them earlier, but then I thought I ought to see its development with my own eyes. Did you not receive the meeting request? I've been waiting here for quite some time. The man's eyes widened. I apologize, Your Excellency. I didn't receive it. All is forgiven. Let's go. I've waited long enough, Naruto said, and the man nodded and began to take Naruto. This type of acting is hard. Hey, Kurama. Guys, you all there? It's Kurama's turn to keep an eye on that woman. What do you need, Naruto? A voice resounded in Naruto's head. It's me, Koko. Oh, alright. So I take it the jutsu is working well. Yay, we've been doing as you asked? We are taking turns, and every time she thinks of your appearance, we change it a little. As far as she is concerned, you have black hair, round shades and cross-shaped scars on your cheeks. Oh, that's great. Thanks, guys. Does she suspect of anything? She knows that it isn't how you look like, and it is driving her insane. I got to say, it's a bit cruel, and why? Another voice joined in the conversation, which Naruto identified to be Motabi. They now had a deal that to not confuse him, they'd either say their name after or something characteristic of them. It is, but the only other option was killing her. Besides, I made sure to make the chakra receptors as thin and small as possible. She shouldn't feel a thing, or did she? Naruto thought back while the old man took him to a hidden staircase behind a wall. Nope. To her, it is some spell, and YA. Then there's no issue. It's better than dying. Anyway, you guys are also sort of present inside my clones, right? Yes. We are. Lucky you, nay? Chomei joined the conversation in her usual jovial manner. As a matter of fact, yay? Since you guys are inside my clones, then you can see what they are doing. It is possible that the clone I left behind gets discovered, and if it does, then it will do what I would do, which is knock the person out and replace with another clone, but they are limited on chakra. So can I send them chakra through you guys? Actually, yes, we can act as a gateway to them. Perfect. Wait. Which one of you said that? The Great Shu. A loud smack was heard and the connection was closed, and Naruto was brought to an underground research area locked by a thick metal door. Project Nexus is right this way, Your Excellency. But I must say now, while it may not seem impressive, I assure you that Project Nexus will revolutionize the way we produce weapons and finally give us an edge over those devils. The man said, and Naruto could see a twinkle in his eye. Either he was a fanatic, or he had some serious hate for the devils. I understand. Take me to it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Naruto replied, adopting a stern look. I like this new enthusiasm, Your Excellency. Right this way. He opened the metal door to reveal a large room with several church officials and scientists walking around and working on something. The object in question was basically just a heap of metal, a round metallic open with several wires surrounding and inside the contraption and 6 metallic poles around it. Naruto raised an eyebrow and felt some of his chakra drain, possibly from the biju diverting to the clone. I know it doesn't look pretty or functional, but it is coming along as expected. We just need more time and money, but of course, all great things do take time. I want to see your notes. Naruto asked and walked towards the machine. Of course, yes, they are right there. The man went to a table and began searching through it. Where did I put those notes? I just pooh, there they are. He quickly grabbed the notes and handed them to the disguised Naruto, who took it and began to read. He didn't have it for long. To the scientist, it seemed like he was just glancing through the papers, but that was all that it took to ingrain every word into his memories. A little bit of time, my ass, this thing is decades away from complete. I doubt they would be able to complete this in the next century even if they had proper funding. Some of the components needed haven't even been invented yet. Although, if it were complete, then this could be troublesome. Naruto handed over the papers to the man and walked over to the machine. It was a heap of metal, probably useless now, and with the knowledge he currently possessed, he wouldn't be able to finish it. Very well. I will approve the funding when I get back. Thank you, Your Excellency. You will not regret this. The man said and shook Naruto's hand. The scientists all around seemed relieved and cheered. Naruto felt some of his chakra leave him again. I know you won't. You are doing the Lord's work, Naruto said, and they all nodded. This acting is tiresome. Of course, I must say, Your Excellency, for a while I thought you were avoiding this and that you wanted to shut down the project. I'm glad that wasn't the case. We should celebrate. That sounds great, but I'm short on time and I'm tired. Naruto turned around and the man followed. Right. Allow me to escort you out then. As they made their way out, Naruto felt more chakra leaving him. It was starting to becoming taxing. He had used the kamui quite a few times to follow the archbishop and kidnap him. On top of the constant drain of the 9 biju of feeding on his chakra and the occasional drain of them sending his chakra to the clones was starting to affect him. 1. Naruto. Some of the clones found a vault with some very interesting things, but they feel that after taking them, it will alert the authorities. So whatever you are going to do, do it now, and we will synchronize them. This is Gyuki. Oh, I'll wrap this up now. As they both turned around a corner, he swiftly chopped his escort's neck and sent him to the Kamui dimension, then transformed himself into him and turned around. The machine was too important to just leave it behind. From what he read in those notes, it had a ridiculous amount of potential that it would probably never reach in their hands. He was aware that he wouldn't be able to do much about it now, but that didn't mean in the future he wouldn't. Naruto in his new disguise entered the lab and clapped his hands to get the attention of the workers. Attention everybody. Naruto called out and waited for all of them to turn to him. Today is a good day and you all have worked hard. The Archbishop will approve more funding and we will have to work harder than we ever did. But for today, take the day off. Tomorrow, I want everybody here before sunrise. Yes, sir. One of the employees said unhappily, and they began to pack up. Just say when, Naruto. The deep voice of Kurama spoke, the only one that didn't need to identify itself. As soon as they leave, they won't know what hit them. Need to eject all the captured humans, so pass that message to the clones. Oh, and to not dispel all at once either. After the last worker left, Naruto cracked his knuckles. It's showtime. He made a cross sign and 5 clones appeared. Alright. Synchronize. Naruto warped the device to the Kamui realm, and the clones warped everything else, and the Biju diverted some of his chakra to the clones that were away. They took everything, the tables, the cameras, even the dishes and hidden vaults. Not a single nail was left behind. Nobody knew anything. To the church it happened like a sudden storm, and as quick as it came, it went. The captured priests and exorcists were all found in a pile of tangled limbs, thankfully alive. A week later, word of the event traveled throughout the world, as what was called the heist. The church still hasn't done a complete inventory of what exactly was lost, and the numbers raised by the hour. There was no clue as to how it was done or the identity of the group that had done it or why. Numerous terrorist groups attempted to claim credit over the incident, but there was nothing to validate the claims. Police and church authorities are making an appeal to the public for any information on the group or its leader, who they dubbed Rogue. Rogue, I like it. Sounds badass. Naruto folded a newspaper and placed it under his arm, but I'm not pulling something like that again anytime soon. That was too stressful, plus I should have everything I need for now. He was in a park resting on a wooden bench. He'd been resting since the heist and taking things easy. He had researched about how ecosystems function from the smallest to the largest of all sorts of environments. He also took his time to catch up with math, science and technology, no big leaps, but at least the subject wasn't gibberish to him anymore. Unfortunately, that was as useful as the books that he had stolen from the church gotten. They didn't have any information relevant to his primary mission, the beast that destroyed his home. He had also visited the orphanage twice to check on the kids and if the money that he had left was being spent appropriately, and spend time with the kids. They were good kids. Duilio especially, he felt that if circumstances were better, he could have actually adopted the boy. But it would be awkward if Kagayan left him alone for a week for him to appear with a son. And thinking about the white-haired goddess, he felt like it was about time he met up with her and Roigan. His business in the Vatican was all but finished. To think that only around a week and a half had passed since he had arrived in the Vatican. He calmly got up from the bench and left. Once he reached an alley and was sure nobody was looking, he teleported. What he found wasn't what he expected to find after only a week and a half. Naruto's mouth opened and closed. The planet was torn asunder. It was scorched, frozen, and crystallized, as well as their several craters around. What the fuck? He muttered and explosions resounded on the distance. He covered himself in his 6 paths chakra cloak and rushed to the source of the sound. Very far in the distance he saw was Kaguya chasing Roigan with her hands coated in chakra shooting barrages of lightning at the devil who desperately flew for her life. The technique seemed to be a variation of her 80 gods vacuum attack, but instead of pure chakra, she was firing lightning chakra. You know, I'm pretty sure Kyuga was a bit less emotional when I last met her. Roigan was doing an impressive job evading Kaguya's attacks, which made him idly wonder just how long had they been training. Probably not for just a week and a half. Nah. She was always emotional. The eyes just give off that impression, and don't forget she tried to kill everybody. Right. Kaguya stopped upon his arrival and powered down her lightning fists, giving Rugen space to breathe and land while Naruto reached them. Once he did, he also powered down and stared inquisitively at Kaguya, who stared back stoically while Rugen passed out. She was naked and her body was covered in bruises and burn marks. Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna argue with you about how you train her. Naruto walked over to Roijin, ejected one of his cloaks from the Kamui realm and began to dress her up. We got a lot to talk about and a lot to do, like fixing this place and healing her. Sometimes he wished that he knew Fuinjutsu to seal things in scrolls. It would have made his life easier instead of having to store everything in the Kamui realm. On the positive side, however, it was good to master the eye. Out of the two, it was the most troublesome due to not being an eternal Manjikyu, like Sasuke's. This world is simple to fix, Kaguya said while picking up the newspaper that he had dropped to cover Roigon. She quirked an eyebrow upon reading it. You robbed the entire Catholic Church. I am impressed. Yep. Got a lot of cool stuff from them. They had these two really cool swords that I'm still trying to figure out how they work. Although I do feel bad, I might return some of the things. He finished dressing Rogan and began healing her. He had a large blush. Kaguya's eyebrow twitched, and she burned the newspaper, something Naruto didn't notice due to having his back turned to her. After finishing, Naruto lifted Roigon over his shoulder and took out his notepad from pocket. I explain here what we gonna need to do and bring to this world and some other stuff. Kaguya took the notepad and he continued. We can talk about it and catch up later. Honestly, I guess I sorta missed having you around. He smiled and began to warp away. See you home. His reply was a fireball heading towards his face. By the time it reached him, he was gone. And everything is back to normal. Finally done, Naruto sighed and flopped down on the sofa along with Kaguya, while Roigon sat opposite to them. Over a month and a half had passed since the team had regrouped, and a lot has happened throughout that time. Their efforts had been focused on the development and preparation of their planet on Kaguya's dimension, and they found out the hard way that creating a world on their own was tough. They had named the planet Orus. It was a delicate task requiring a large amount of patience, knowledge, and time. Thankfully, they had that in spades. The information and knowledge that Naruto had accumulated through studying from the stolen books of the Vatican proved invaluable to their current endeavor. Everything had its place and role in the ecosystem, even if it meant it was to be food for something bigger. The fragile ecosystem had to have the correct ratio of predators to prey, or the whole thing could backfire horrendously. They worked through trial and error, starting from the bottom of the food chain. They brought the smallest living beings to the planet, sped the time up in relation to Earth and left to wait. Then they came back to see if it worked or not, added larger creatures, fixed issues and repeated the process. Naruto did the planning and oversaw everything. Ruin found the creatures, while Kaguya did the muscle of transporting them from Earth to their new planet. Now all that they needed was to meet up with the mouse to seal the deal and begin, which was still a week away, meaning they had some very well-earned free time. Alright, you two have fun. I'm getting some sleep. Roiden got up from the couch and stumbled into the left room. Was wondering how long she'd last. Guess it's just us now. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. What do you want to do? I don't know. I think my telenovela is over. Kaguya sighed and picked up the TV remote. I see. Naruto opened his eyes to see the TV. Finally, I thought that thing would never end. But now what am I going to do? I can't visit the orphanage alone. It would be strange to show up now without a wife. That's beyond creepy and YA. Did I ask? Yes, you did, and YA? As if somehow sensing something, Kaguya tilted her head in his direction. Do you have something to say? Naruto furrowed his brows and thought for a second. Actually, I do remember when I was back in the Vatican. She nodded. So there was a small orphanage there that I used to visit. I want to go back and visit, but it would be strange. Strange. Well, I kinda had to say I was married and that my wife was away. He rubbed his chin for a moment, thinking about how he could probably use a shadow clone to pose as his wife, but that was just weird. I see, it would be strange to go alone after all this time, Kaguya said to herself, then blinked a few times. Why have you been going to an orphanage? You want to adopt a child? I just wanted to visit, he pouted childishly. I was curious about how it's like in an orphanage, so I went. The two stared at each other for around a minute. Very well. Kaguya broke the silence and turned off the TV. I accept your marriage proposal. Not the best proposal I've received, but I accept. Kaguya got up from the couch and went to pick up her sunglasses for her disguise. I'll go with you to this orphanage. Be you. Naruto got up and she shushed him with her finger. No buts. I also want a ring. She removed her finger from his lips and then hid her horns. Today must be your lucky day. Nay, I wouldn't say it like that, Chome. Naruto attempted to smoothen the spiky mop that was his hair inside. Fine, I guess, but we should probably leave a note for Roigon for when she comes back. Kaguya's lips curled upwards slightly as she picked up a notebook and pen on the table and wrote something on it. Done, okay then. Let's go. Naruto picked up his backpack, walked up to Kaguya, placed his hand on her shoulder, then they both warped away via Kamui. Kaguya left a note, and Rogan read it after coming back from whatever she was doing earlier. Gone off to our honeymoon at the Vatican, visiting an orphanage, thinking of adoption, Kaguya. Roigon never laughed so hard in her life. 2 hours later, Vatican. On the orphanage, Naruto had now discovered another side of Kaguya, her vain side. It took them a while, but after a lot of window shopping they found a pair of wedding bands that pleased Kaguya. For a fake marriage, she was taking her role seriously, so seriously in fact that Naruto had trouble realizing they weren't married. So this is the place, dear? Seems small, Kaguya said to Naruto as they arrived at the orphanage. It's larger on the inside, let's go. No point staying out here. Kaguya took the lead and they both entered the establishment and went to the reception booth. Hello sisters, Naruto flashed them a smile. We're here to see the kids, this is my wife, Kaguya. Now that was something he had never imagined himself saying. It felt surreal, strange beyond description to say it out loud. One of the nuns got up and greeted them, the same one that had given Naruto his first tour. Welcome back, Mr. Naruto and Mrs. Kaguya. It is a pleasure to finally get to meet you. Likewise, my husband has told me a lot about this place. We are both very excited. Kaguya kissed Naruto's cheek and gave the nun a sweet and radiant smile. It was another side of her that Naruto had just found out about. She was a very good actress, at least, she was very good in this particular role. She never ceased to amaze anybody she came in contact with. The nun blushed. Of course, you arrived at a good time. The kids should be finishing lunch. Even with her disguise, and Kaguya still stood out amongst the rest. The combination of her aristocratic features and elegant posture turned heads no matter what she wore. The nun guided them to the dining room. The orphanage had improved a lot since Naruto's first visit. The walls had been painted, the floor replaced, the furniture upgraded, and little touches here and there to add a feeling of homeliness that wasn't there before. It was a good sign. The money he had given was being put to good use. We've done a lot of changes in here since the last time you came, Mr. Naruto, the nun said, upon noticing how Naruto analyzed the surroundings. I'd like to thank you again on behalf of everyone. This wouldn't have happened without you. Oh, don't worry about it. These kids deserve it. Naruto flashed the nun a smile. She blushed, and Kaguya, upon noticing it, hugged Naruto's arm and intertwined their arms and fingers. Soon they arrived in the dining hall, catching the attention of the children, who flocked to them like moths to a flame. 3 hours later, Kaguya and Naruto left the orphanage with small smiles. They had a good time. At first, Kaguya didn't believe she'd enjoy the experience, thinking it to be more of a chore than anything else. But she had fun. The kids were nice. She'd gotten to play wife for a bit, and see Naruto's playful side. Memories of Hagoromo and Homura, painful reminders of a better time, a time where all she wanted to be, was a good mother. She had done her best, given the two all the love she had, treated them with care, before losing her mind. Her eyes became misty as she remembered her mad quest for power, a quest that cost her family, a quest that forced her two beautiful sons into sealing her, a quest that had destroyed her happy family, the mistakes that she had made, the things she should have done, the things she couldn't. She never even had the opportunity to watch her grandsons grow. Being with Naruto was bringing down the ironclad control she had on her emotions. It felt strange, but she knew she could trust him. Kaguya's smile thinned upon seeing a familiar face in a dark alley across the street. The pair walked over to the devil. "Rogan, you've found us. Didn't think you'd come here." Rogan smirked at their intertwined arms. "The party turned out to be boring. And when I saw the note, I just had to come." "What's up? You two lovebirds finally together. Didn't even feel like inviting me for the honeymoon." "It's a long story." "Actually, it isn't, but I don't feel like talking about it." Naruto dismissed her claims, much to Kyuga's displeasure. "Short version, we came here to visit the kids." "Ah, I see. You two were interested in the boy's sacred gear." Rogan nodded at him with a look of approval. "Pardon? That blonde boy. I was watching from over there." Rogan pointed backward with her thumb. "Wait. You two aren't here because of his sacred gear?" "No, I'm not good at sensing outside of Sage mode." "Oh, right. Had forgotten." Roigon clicked her teeth. "Figured you two had. The boy's gear is pretty strong. I felt that something was strange about him, but couldn't activate my eyes inside." Kaguya pondered, her right eyebrow twitching. Naruto rubbed his chin with his free hand. "What do you suggest we do? I think you two should adopt him." Naruto blinked and shook his head. "No. We can't take a kid with how busy we are." "I am fine with adopting," Kyuga interjected, pressing her body on his arm. "An adoption could be beneficial to bring her closer to Naruto." "I'm sure between us three, we can make time for the kid," Roigon added, inching closer to the blonde. Naruto sighed and frowned. "No. The village transfer is about to happen. We can't bring him into this mess." Rogan took his free arm and mimicked Kaguya. She inched closer to Naruto's ear. "The boy will get dragged into the supernatural one way or another, such as the fate of sacred gear holders. It can't be helped." The hairs on Naruto's spine raised as her voice lowered to a sultry whisper. Kaguya felt like stopping her but figured she'd allow the devil as long as it was to aid their mutual interest in convincing him. Naruto backed away, meeting with a wall. There was no escape from them. "By adopting him we can keep an eye on the kid, introduce him into the supernatural on our terms, and besides..." Roidan nibbled on his earlobe. "If you adopt, then the marriage becomes legitimate." "Whoa. Whoa. Okay. You two. Stop it." Naruto shimmied out of their grasps. "This is a kid's life we are talking about. If we adopt, it's because it is the right thing to do. We are not using a child for any plan. That is where I draw the line." The two women stepped back and shied away. "With that said, you two seriously believe we can take care of a kid amidst the chaos of all of this work we are doing? We are constantly moving around the world, not to mention dimensions. Should we really drag him into this?" Kaguya faltered and furrowed her eyebrows. Was he right? While she liked the kid, she mostly wanted to use him to get closer to Naruto, but he had seen through that plan already. She couldn't argue in favor of something she didn't believe in. Roidan, however, remained firm. "I think yes, we should, and while we are at it, we may as well bring him into the supernatural with us. The boy has a sacred gear. One way or another, like it or not, he will be dragged to the supernatural. It isn't a matter of if, it is a matter of when. He'll become a soldier of the church the second they find out about it. That is, if a devil doesn't find out first. We have an opportunity on our hands to introduce him to our world on our terms in the smoothest way possible." Naruto rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Fine. Okay then. I can't believe it. We are doing this." Kaguya perked up. "But we aren't using him. We adopt, and he is family." "Sure you want to do this?" "Of course, dear. You two go ahead. I'll stay here. No way I'm walking into that place." Roidan muttered and retreated into the darkness. "Can't believe we are actually doing this." Naruto scratched the back of his head. The old man spoke kindly of her. made it seem that before the whole Jubi accident, she was a good mother. A voice that Naruto recognized as Kurama spoke on the back of his mind. Hey, if we marry, does this make me your grandfather? Shut up. That's no way to talk to your elders. Naruto chuckled and Kaguya raised an eyebrow at the seemingly random laughter. Do you know how adoptions work in this world? Not at the moment, but there always is a way. Just follow my lead. The pair then returned to the orphanage. The nun got up from her desk and greeted the couple. Mr. Naruto, you're back. Did you forget anything? That's one way of saying it. We've talked about it. We want to adopt Dolio. As soon as those words left his mouth, their eyes sparkled. Oh, this is wonderful. A great decision, Mr. Naruto. Dolio is a great kid and he likes you too very much. The nun spoke with glee and motioned for the couple to follow. Come, I'll take you to the Reverend. They followed and she led them to an office. She politely knocked 3 times on the door and a voice from the other side ordered to come in. Upon entering, they saw a middle-aged bald man seated at a table reading religious scripture. Reverend Marcos, these are Mr. Naruto and Mrs. Kaguya. They are ready to go forward with adoption, the nun said, and the man nodded in return. All right. Thank you, Emily. The man said as he placed down his book and then stood up to greet the two. Greetings, I am Reverend Marcos, the manager of this little orphanage. Emily left the room and closed the door behind her. Please have a seat. I've been wanting to talk with you for a while now to thank you for your donation. It helped us immensely. The Reverend gave a short bow and gestured to the chairs opposite of his. Don't worry about it. We are happy to help. Naruto waved it off and sat down along with Kaguya. But let's get down to business, shall we? The man nodded. Oh, yes. Of course. You too wish to adopt. We do, very much. You see, we've been having some trouble and after some thinking, we came to the conclusion that adopting would be best. Kaguya said, intertwining her fingers with Naruto's. If we can't bring a child into this world, then we may as well raise one as our own. And we believe that child is Dolio, Naruto completed, and the man nodded once more, then smiled. Yes. Dolio is a good kid, rather sad past. I like to believe myself as a good judge of character, and I think you two would be great parents. He smiled and took out a folder from a drawer in his desk. Adoption is a long process, but I'll guide you two along the way. And there is a list of documents we'll need you two to bring. You have them with you. Naruto took the folder, opened, and saw the list of documents. There wasn't a single document in the list that he could provide. I have these back home. Naruto showed Marcos switch on the list, but I lost the rest. My Ferrari was robbed last week and they were inside. Insurance covered the car, so no problem there. But you know the system, these documents take forever to get. Naruto took out 2 rather fat envelopes from his backpack and placed them on the table. When I first came here, I knew Dolio was the one, and now so did my wife as soon as she met him. She's completely enamored with him. I know that adoption takes a while and that it is a lot to ask and that it cannot be easy for you to help us in such a way, and for your troubles, we are willing to give this generous donation of 100,000 for the kids. Kaguya adopted a more fragile expression to fit Naruto's narrative and slid the envelopes to the man. Can you help us, Reverend? A few minutes later, Naruto, Kaguya, and a very happy Dolio left the orphanage. Naruto, Kaguya, where are we going? What are we gonna do? Dolio asked, running circles around the two. Slow down there, Dolio. Naruto chuckled and patted his shoulder. Right now we are going to join up with a friend, then we are going shopping. About time we upgrade your wardrobe. As they crossed the street, Roigon popped up beside them. So this is the kid. He's so cute. Up close, he looks a lot like you. The disguised devil pulled Dolio's cheek, making the boy blush. This is her, Rogan. Rogan, meet Dolio. Naruto pried her hands off of the boy's cheek. You can think of her as your aunt. Now we're going shopping. Is there anything you'd like to start with? I don't know. I think I want one of those. He pointed to a large poster with a large milkshake, hamburger, and fries at the end of the street. Right, good call. I'm actually starting to feel hungry. What do you two say? Roigon gained a seductive smirk. Oh, I'm hungry, alright. But not for Foof. Kaguya jabbed the devil on the ribs with her elbow. Food sounds good. Dolio led the way to the establishment. The place was crowded, and so Dolio and Kaguya secured them seats while Naruto and Rogan went to the line. So how did you do it? You used some kind of spell on them? Rogan asked Naruto using a quiet tone so the people around didn't hear. That was the fastest adoption I've ever heard about, and I've seen a lot. How you do it? Oh, that no spell, only kindness and money. We sweet-talked him, then offered a very generous donation to the orphanage in exchange for assistance with the paperwork and to smoothen the whole situation. I'll still have to go back when I get all the papers for it. Bribing a holy man in the holy city no less. You might be a better devil than me. Roygon grinned and then glanced back at Kaguya. How did you know he could be bribed? First off, I didn't outright bribe him. We talked, gave the right impressions, then offered a good donation for his help. And how did you know he would accept? I calculated. Kaguya had me run all over the city to find a good ring, and I saw all sorts of things. I am now updated with prices. The combination of his suit, shoes, and watch was over $15. He shook his head with a half smile. Very perceptive and clever. Good job. I still have to get all of the documents within the month. If I don't, then he will surely get suspicious. Their turn in the line came. Naruto ordered and they waited by the delivery spot with the others that had made their orders. Within the month the meeting with Mouse is near and there won't be much time. I'd say you have around 2 weeks to get those documents before we end up buried with work, which would be a miracle if you account how slow public workers are, even the dirty ones. Me, oh, don't worry about it, you're gonna help. And I think I already know how, but we can talk about that later. Our orders are ready. With that said, the two grabbed their orders and joined the others. Here we go. This is yours, Dolio. Naruto and Roijin gave them their trays. Dolio, a hamburger with fries and milkshake. Kaguya, Roijin and Naruto, the same of Dolio except for bigger portions and different flavors of milkshakes. Kaguya was the first to begin. Need to be sure to bring these milkshakes to Oris. The second was Dolio. His eyes sparkled upon taking the first bite of his hamburger, and the shine seemed to increase upon taking a sip of the milkshake. In instance, he devoured the meal in front of him, much to the surprise of the occupants at the table. Reminds you of somebody? Nope. No clue. Upon finishing, Dolio burped, and the twinkle in his eyes dimmed. Something wrong, Dolio? Kaguya asked, seeing the change in him. Oh, nothing really. He shifted around in his seat. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but I just wish the others tried this. Naruto gained a thoughtful expression for a few seconds before returning back to normal. We'll see what can do about them later, Dolio. For now we focus on you. Naruto. Promise. Promise. After and while we get you sorted up, we will see what we can do for them and how we can help. Naruto nodded at the boy. In the meanwhile, you still hungry? Want more? If it wouldn't be too much trouble, -3 hours later. Streets. After eating, the Uzumaki family went off shopping, and what a shopping spree it was. They didn't even have the bare essentials needed to raise a child, and Dolio himself only had a backpack of clothes. By the time they were all done, they had bought a sizable mountain of clothes for Dolio among other things. They had hired a group of homeless men and women to help them carry all of their bags. They were available, didn't ask many questions and very helpful, perfect for grunt work. Plus they couldn't find anything that offered those services regardless. With the sun having just set, they'd decided to call it a day and head to a hotel to spend the night. One that they had walked past during their spree. They sure managed to attract a lot of attention with the small crowd of hobos carrying bags following them, but fortunately, that wasn't a problem. One of those people was Griselda, who was shopping with Zenobia, but she never realized who they really were. A good sign, the technique was working better than initially expected. The hobos left the bags at the hotel's entrance, and were paid and left. Hey guys. There's something I have to do. Can you manage without me for a little while? This place required payment up front, but I can cover that, Roygon said and then blinked a couple of times. Speaking of money, How much is left from that job? You were awfully generous with those hobos. They would have settled for much less. It was a charity, and money isn't a problem for me. It's just a means to an end. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. We can talk about it later if you want. It won't take long. Naruto ruffled Dolio's hair and left. Elsewhere, Griselda was frustrated, but she didn't show it in front of Zenobia. With each passing day, it got harder to remember the intruder's description as it would change slightly with every thought. It felt like it was a spell of some sort of the like she hadn't seen before. The effects were too specific to be otherwise. Arriving back at the convent, she placed the groceries aside while Zenobia ran off to her room to play. She was just about to begin organizing the groceries when something caught her attention, a note on the kitchen counter. Over the course of the week, as supplies ran out, she'd write them down on a note to not forget when she went shopping. I was certain I took this week's list with me. I think it is still in my pocket. Griselda narrowed her eyes at it and checked her pockets, and there it was. Thank the Lord. I'm not losing my sanity. She walked over to the counter and picked up the note. The view of the sky is lovely. I spy a family having a dinner. Come keep me company. XOPS. 2's a couple and 3's a crowd. She crumbled the note in her hands and set it aflame. It's him. The paced back and forth around the kitchen. It was suspicious. It felt like a trap. It could be a trap. However, if he were to set one, then he may as well have set it inside the house. She ran to Zenovia's room. Zenobia was playing with her dolls. Griselda sighed in relief, seeing that nothing was out of the ordinary. There seemed to be no traps in the checked under the bed and inside the wardrobe. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was as it should be. Zenobia was too enthralled with playing to notice Griselda checking and turning the room upside down. She checked outside and saw that there was no sign of anything dangerous there as well. Glad that the man hadn't done anything to harm Zenobia, she decided to meet him. But not before putting away the groceries. He could wait, the groceries couldn't. 30 minutes later. On rooftop. What's taking her so long? The disguised Naruto said while releasing a sigh. He was seated on the ledge. His current appearance was that of his old friend, Sai. Now that she wouldn't recognize him, he could appear as whatever he wanted to, even a woman. But it was best not to push it. The best lies are the ones with a bit of truth, enough that it satisfied people's curiosity without revealing too much. No sooner had he asked, Griselda entered the rooftop. She held a bow along with a quiver of arrows on her hip. Hello, Griselda. You look well. Naruto brought her attention to him. It's good you're trying out new weapons, but you won't need that here. Griselda stared at him for a few seconds, her grip tightening. Her hands shook, a sign of how unaccustomed she was with her bow. Although despite that, it seemed just right in her hands. Come, take a seat. Naruto patted the spot beside him, and she released the string. The arrow flew straight at him, but faster than her eyes could perceive. His hand moved, catching it a millimeter from his chest. To the nun, it appeared as if his hand blurred. 1 second it was patting the ledge. The other it was in front of his chest, holding her arrow. To him, it may as well have been on slow motion. As hostile as I remember, I see. Come, take a seat. Naruto patted the spot once more, leaving the arrow on it. I didn't call you here to kill you or threaten you for that matter. Then why are we here? I feel like we started off on the wrong foot, and I sort of feel bad from stealing from you guys. Look, I don't have much time. I know that your people put cameras here, and if before they thought I was just a civilian, now they know better. Naruto looked at his watch and then frowned. I'd say we have 5 minutes give or take before the cavalry gets here. Oh, so now you have a conscience. I think it is late for you, but the Lord in His mercy always forgives. Griselda lowered her bow and took a few steps in his direction. You will return the things you stole and pay for your crimes, one step at a time. I don't want the forgiveness of your God, but yes, I came to return some of the things I took. Naruto hopped off of the ledge and sighed. Truth is, I finished reading all of the books and scrolls one took, and the money and gold are, ironically, worthless to me. Money is traceable, and while I suppose I could melt the gold, it's too much effort. Plus, I know you are in trouble. To him, money and wealth may as well be worthless. It was as if the entire globe was within his grasp, and it may as well have been if it were his objective. But it wasn't. He had no desire for world domination, especially not with all the competition. Griselda clicked her teeth. What do you know? I know your superiors really want to know who robbed them, and they can be pretty indiscriminate when they want answers, and God doesn't provide any. I also know you tried to help, but you can't say what you don't remember. Even if they understand that it isn't your fault, that mistrust will never disappear. And suddenly you care. What's in it for you? For me? Nothing really. I'm just in a good mood. Naruto calmly made his way to the woman. I'll do you all a favor and return the books, scrolls, and money that I don't need anymore. Just not here. Not enough space. I have Excalibur Destruction and Excalibur Mimic, and I understand you guys need them. So do not leave you empty-handed. I'll let you pick which of the two you want back. You will return one of the Excaliburs. Sure, I think that's what I said. What's with people repeating what I say all the time? I want Excalibur Mimic. No. Wait, Griselda pinched the bridge of her nose and furrowed her eyebrows. I want Excalibur Destruction. You don't sound sure. I am. Excalibur Destruction, as the name were to suggest, was extremely destructive. It pained her to choose between the two, but she couldn't allow him to keep it if she had a say in it. It was too dangerous of a weapon to stay in his hands. It had priority over Mimic. Very well. Space distorted around his right eye, and Griselda jumped back. Naruto extended his hands and the familiar two-handed sword swished out of the distortion, onto his hands. It's all yours. He slowly placed the oversized sword flat on the floor, then stepped back and pocketed his hands. Single quote, single quote, single quote. Griselda inched towards the sword. You don't have to be so hostile, y'all. No. It's easy to hate and loathe me, but I'm not your enemy. It's nothing personal, just business. Naruto sighed and turned away from her. Afraid my time is up. Your friends are here. He warped away as a barrier rose and a group of exorcists arrived. Back at the hotel, meanwhile, he's finally asleep. Rogan flopped down on the couch along with Kaguya. Now we can talk. We don't have anything to talk about. Kaguya turned on the TV. What nonsense. We got plenty to talk about. Like, for instance, now you two are married, ish. Roigon inched closer to Kaguya. How do you feel? A step closer to finally getting in his pants. Single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote. Kaguya's cheeks took on a pink hue and she increased the volume of the TV a bit. Hey, you can be honest with me. It isn't like you didn't make it obvious already. Roigon rolled her eyes and placed her hand on the remote and lowered the TV's volume. You're going to wake the kid up like this. Can't have that, can we? The stain on Kaguya's cheek faded and she turned to Rogan. And if I do, what's that have to do with you? Me, nothing. While I'd love to help myself to that slab of man meat, he's all yours. Roigon crossed her legs. You don't have many friends, do you? It's normal to talk about these type of things. Single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote. Kaguya stared back blankly. Once again, the devil was right. That was twice in a day. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Just humor me. I don't have any more friends left. And with all the work you guys have me doing, I don't have time left to meet people. You're basically the only person I can talk with. So how are you feeling? Excited. It's hard to tell with that face of yours. Kaguya crossed her legs and mirrored the devil. I don't know. I guess I am happy. It is complicated between us. Complicated. Yes. Very complicated. A sigh escaped Kaguya's lips, and she frowned. Complicated didn't even begin to define the two. MK. But is it really, or are you two just making it up? Roigon inquired and Kaguya tilted her head. What I mean is, I know complicated. I've had my share about that, and it used to bother me. That was until that it was me making things complicated. If you two like each other, then just fuck. Simple. If only it were, you're a devil. Well, duh. But it isn't like I was born fucking everything inside her with a morality switch. It is one of those things you just realize with time, you know. Even humans know. Two women love each other, just be together, same for two men, nothing wrong with that. I like young men, I'm a cougar and I don't care what others think or say about my preferences. Royden tapped head, it's all in the head. He is as hard to read as you, but I can tell he likes you too or at least is attracted. So what's the matter? You like him. He likes you, just fucking be happy. Then maybe think about letting me join. Single quote, single quote, dot dot dot, single quote, single quote. Kaguya stared at her blankly. Kidding, kidding. Geez. Lighten up, will you? Royden laughed awkwardly and then coughed into her hand. Honestly, I am a bit jealous of you two, you are yay. What you two have is special. The way you two work, it's like how a puzzle just clicks together. I want that. For a brief moment, Royden's lips curved downwards into a frown before returning to her normal smirk. I still can't believe you two did this in a day. It's only been a few hours since we put the final touches on Oris. What's the deal with that place anyway? What are you two trying to accomplish? Kaguya stopped and tilted her head to the door. The knob twisted and in came the familiar blonde of the group, Naruto. He peeked inside and slowly entered. Hey. Sorry it took longer than expected. Is Dolio still up? Kaguya shook her head. He fell asleep a few minutes ago. Where were you? Naruto softly closed the door behind him. I was here and there, cultivating a future asset, returning some of the things I don't need. Asset. Kaguya shifted around, making space for Naruto to sit beside her. What is this asset? And what was it that you returned? She mentally cursed herself, seeing how inquiring her words came out. Now that Royden had pointed it out, she had begun to pay attention to her manner of speaking. It's that nun I told you two about. I believe she will soon be qualified to fill in a position that we will need. I return things we don't need, books and scrolls of red, money we can't spend and gold we don't need. Oh, also an oversized sword. A piece of shit really, completely useless to both of us. Kaguya's lips twitched. It was almost the same thing he had said about Royden. It bothered her, him, cultivating a future asset. Oversized sword, the church has many of those. Roygon raised an eyebrow. Does it have a name? Yay. Excalibur Destruction. One of the things I took back then along with Excalibur Mimic and a bunch of other cool things. It's pretty useless to me, so I figured I'd give it back. Naruto shrugged as if it weren't a big deal. Between the two Excaliburs, destruction was possibly the least useful for him. His fighting style required him to be nimble and precise while still hitting hard. Qualities that the sword didn't have. It was cool and shiny and strong, but so was his fists. Mimic, however, that was another story. Okay then. Royden shrugged. To her, it was strange that he'd give up on such a powerful and unique object. But he's supposed to be the smart one in the team, so there must have been a reason. So what you two talking about before I got here? The two women shared a glance. We were talking about you and Dolio. When and how we will tell him, Rogan answered smoothly, straight out lying through her teeth. Naruto nodded and glanced at the two. Not sure. Guess we can tell him tomorrow. And what will you say him? I still don't know what you two are. Oh, that's right. We never did tell you. Think it is about time, right, Kaguya? Naruto turned slightly to Kaguya. The Otsutsuki matriarch nodded and hopped closer to Naruto so that they were both side by side. Indeed it is. Go ahead, we're aliens. What? Royden blinked owlishly, and Naruto's face hardened. We come from another planet on a galaxy far, far away. Silence engulfed the living room. The two stared at one another for a few seconds until Naruto began to snicker, which escalated into a muffled laugh. Kaguya didn't understand the reason behind the laugh. Rugen whacked him with a pillow and made the laughter cease. You prick, you're quoting Star Wars. Rugen tossed the pillow aside. Seriously, Star Wars? Come on. Be serious. I thought we were past the hazing. Okay. Sorry. I couldn't resist. Naruto sighed and returned to normal. Jokes aside, we are aliens. We aren't from this planet. Strange, but it makes so much more sense now. I can see you being an alien. You have horns and a third eye, Ruin said to Kaguya, before turning back to Naruto, but you seem human. What's up with that? Or are you in a disguise? Don't tell me you have tentacles hidden. Wait, you do have hidden tentacles. Yay. I have hidden tentacles, tails, and wings. Not any type of wings and tails, insect wings and all sorts of tails, even shrimpy ones. I got everything, Naruto deadpanned and then scoffed. Kaguya is technically an alien even on our planet. Even the best lies have a hint of truth in them. Okay. Anyway, you know what? I'm hungry. Royden got up from the couch. I'm going down to the dining hall, see what they have. The devil then left the room, giving Kaguya a quick okay sign along with a wink before leaving. While Naruto took her spot on the couch, upon her leaving, the two sighed and slumped together on the couch, Kaguya leaning him, her head on his shoulder. That devil, he shook his head and looked down at Kaguya. What are we doing? What are we doing? Naruto repeated in a clearer tone, turning his body to her, adopting. I don't know anything about parenting. You think we can be good parents? She straightened up slightly to face him. Do you want honesty? Always. I don't think you'd be a good parent. I think you'd be the best. She caressed his cheek. I don't expect you to have all the answers, nor do I expect you to be perfect, but I'm sure you'll come through. Dolio is a good child and you've changed a lot ever since we've arrived here. And I believe it was for the better. Naruto blinked and gave a half smile. It was one of the nicest things she'd said to him, and yet something felt off. She hadn't mentioned herself. Hey, I'm sure you'll be great too. Naruto's half smile turned into a grin. You know, all things aside, the Biju say that the old man always spoke well of you. And from what I talked with him, he still saw you as his mother despite everything that happened. Idiot. Don't bring up Hagoromo. MMPH. Kaguya interrupted him with a kiss. His mind blanked out. All of the previous thoughts and reasons about why they shouldn't had vanished. All thoughts slipped away upon the feel of her soft lips and the taste of her chocolate lipstick. His body moved on its own. He returned the kiss, wrapped his arms around her waist, and brought her onto his lap. They separated and he kissed her neck, then her collarbone, causing a quiet to escape her lips along with a gasp. Her nails dug into his back and she locked her legs around his waist. We really shouldn't do this. Naruto spoke while traveling down her neck. Just shut up. Kaguya locked lips with him again, and he got up from the couch and pressed her against the wall. We're going to wake up, Dolio. Not a problem. Kaguya smiled, and a second later they vanished. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.